Slax here, and we are moments away from the grand finals of the Dominion series. We're about to see the world's best For Honor players go head-to-head in a grudge match never before seen. I'm not the only one excited about it. The community is pretty hyped for that hashtag For Honor action. Take a look at this. Our first tweet comes from Era Di Lupi. As one of probably the least competitive people, I still enjoyed watching the Dominion series. The production quality was great. Well, thank you. We do try very hard, and I guarantee you're better than me. Our next tweet is from FlabittyBossman. 80 days played on hashtag For Honor, 1,920 hours. That is crazy to think about. That is crazy to think about, but, you know, I expect that. I bet you're pretty good. Yeah, apply for the next Dominion series, my friend. And our final tweet from Clutchmeister himself. Make sure you don't miss out on the grand finals. Nemesis will be performing a masterpiece. Mwah! Bonfique, my friend. I cannot wait to watch it. Make sure you follow us at For Honor Game and use the hashtag For Honor to stay involved. All right, enough about the community. What about these finalists? Humanist, who are these people?
Okay, Slacks, I'll tell you who they are. Over the last 2 months, hundreds of teams have battled to be crowned the Dominion Series champion, and now only 4 teams remain. Our first finalist is Nemesis. Under the leadership of King Clutchmeister, this prestigious army has left no mercy for any nation or team that crosses their path. The second finalist is Missing Bones. After losing former team members to Nemesis, this team has a bone to pick, as they prepare to shatter Nemesis' chance at the crown. Coming from the Last Chance qualifier is our third team, Russian Mind Game. This largely unknown team may be the final proof that ESP and mentalism doesn't only exist, but can control their opponents to force defeat. And our final team from the Last Chance qualifiers is Swob Happened. But let's be honest, after Mascot Dragon literally winning a 1 versus 3, the only thing we can say is Swob Happened. Today, these teams will shout their final battle cry. But I heard Vivinaz has even more words from our competitors. Vivinaz, what do you have for us?
That's right, Humanist. We got to find out how the players have been preparing for the final. Let's get to know a little bit more about their battle training.
To win the championship, our team has created training plans to really refine our gameplay to be as optimal and as efficient as we can be. In the finals, we really think that we are going to face off against Nemesis, which is the team that beat us in the closed qualifiers. However, we will make sure that we will not repeat the same mistakes that we did last time. Victory will be assured.
In addition to common gun training, we have worked on mistakes from last pools. There were a lot of things that needed to be trained. Nuxe is not a team character, so I trained duels against meta heroes.
We have been practiced a lot against top teams like Nemesis, Missing Bones, Swob Happened, Pickup Truck, and Uden. And I was practicing reacting bashes with my friend, and I hope that will give us some benefits. And I think we are going to face Nemesis in the final, and I'm sure we will win them today.
To prepare for the grand finals, Nemesis has been practicing every single day non-stop to make sure we are a well-oiled machine. If you were to ask me who I think we're going to play against in the grand finals, a lot of people might think Missing Bones. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Russian Mind Games. I've been really liking how they've been playing. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's second, third, or fourth seed in those grand finals. Nemesis are going to be taking that first place, baby.
And one last thing, just to make these finals even more interesting, we're activating Twitch drops. We got guaranteed XP boosts every 30 minutes, so make sure you keep watching for all the in-game goodies. Back to you, Slacks.
Thanks a lot, Vivinaz. And if you think 30 minutes is too long, well, you don't have to wait that long. We are moments away from the grand finals of the For Honor Dominion series. Slax here, and we are moments away from the grand finals of the Dominion series. We're about to see the world's best For Honor players go head-to-head in a grudge match never before seen. I'm not the only one excited about it. The community is pretty hyped for that hashtag For Honor action. Take a look at this. Our first tweet comes from Era Di Lupi. As one of probably the least competitive people, I still enjoyed watching the Dominion series. The production quality was great. Well, thank you. We do try very hard, and I guarantee you're better than me. Our next tweet is from Flabittybossman. 80 days played on hashtag For Honor, 1,920 hours. That is crazy to think about. That is crazy to think about, but, you know, I expect that. I bet you're pretty good. Yeah, apply for the next Dominion series, my friend. And our final tweet from Clutchmeister himself. Make sure you don't miss out on the grand finals. Nemesis will be performing a masterpiece. Mwah! Bon appetit, my friend. I cannot wait to watch it. Make sure you follow us at For Honor Game and use the hashtag For Honor to stay involved. All right, enough about the community. What about these finalists? Humanist, who are these people?
Okay, Slacks, I'll tell you who they are. Over the last 2 months, hundreds of teams have battled to be crowned the Dominion Series champion, and now only 4 teams remain. Our first finalist is Nemesis. Under the leadership of King Clutchmeister, this prestigious army has left no mercy for any nation or team that crosses their path. The second finalist is Missing Bones. After losing former team members to Nemesis, this team has a bone to pick, as they prepare to shatter Nemesis' chance at the crown. Coming from the Last Chance qualifier is our third team, Russian Mind Game. This largely unknown team may be the final proof that ESP and mentalism doesn't only exist, but can control their opponents to force defeat. And our final team from the Last Chance qualifiers is Swob Happened. But let's be honest, after Mascot Dragon literally winning a 1 versus 3, the only thing we can say is Swob Happened. Today, these teams will shout their final battle cry. But I heard Vivinaz has even more words from our competitors. Vivinaz, what do you have for us?
That's right, Humanist. We got to find out how the players have been preparing for the final. Let's get to know a little bit more about their battle training.
To win the championship, our team has created training plans to really refine our gameplay to be as optimal and as efficient as we can be. In the finals, we really think that we are going to face off against Nemesis, which is the team that beat us in the closed qualifiers. However, we will make sure that we will not repeat the same mistakes that we did last time. Victory will be assured.
In addition to Command Gun Training, we have worked on mistakes from last pools. There were a lot of things that needed to be trained. Nuxe is not a team character, so I trained duels against meta heroes.
We have been practiced a lot against top teams like Nemesis, Missing Bones, Swob Happened, Pickup Truck, and Udan. And I was practicing reacting bashes with my friend, and I hope that will give us some benefits. And I think we are going to face Nemesis in the final, and I'm sure we will win them today.
To prepare for the grand finals, Nemesis has been practicing every single day non-stop to make sure we are a well-oiled machine. If you were to ask me who I think we're going to play against in the grand finals, a lot of people might think Missing Bones. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Russian Mind Games. I've been really liking how they've been playing. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's second, third, or fourth seed in those grand finals. Nemesis are going to be taking that first place, baby.
And one last thing, just to make these finals even more interesting, we're activating Twitch Drops. We got guaranteed XP boosts every 30 minutes, so make sure you keep watching for all the in-game goodies. Back to you, Slacks.
Thanks a lot, Vivinaz. And if you think 30 minutes is too long, well, you don't have to wait that long. We are moments away from the grand finals of the For Honor Dominion series. Slacks here, and we are moments away from the grand finals of the Dominion series. We're about to see the world's best For Honor players go head-to-head in a grudge match never before seen. I'm not the only one excited about it. The community is pretty hyped for that hashtag For Honor action. Take a look at this. Our first tweet comes from Era Di Lupi. As one of probably the least competitive people, I still enjoyed watching the Dominion series. The production quality was great. Well, thank you. We do try very hard, and I guarantee you're better than me. Our next tweet is from FlabittyBossman. 80 days played on hashtag For Honor, 1,920 hours. That is crazy to think about. That is crazy to think about, but, you know, I expect that. I bet you're pretty good. Yeah, apply for the next Dominion series, my friend. And our final tweet from Clutchmeister himself. Make sure you don't miss out on the grand finals. Nemesis will be performing a masterpiece. Mwah! Bon appetit, my friend. I cannot wait to watch it. Make sure you follow us at For Honor Game and use the hashtag For Honor to stay involved. All right, enough about the community. What about these finalists? Humanist, who are these people?
Okay, Slacks, I'll tell you who they are. Over the last 2 months, hundreds of teams have battled to be crowned the Dominion Series champion, and now only 4 teams remain. Our first finalist is Nemesis. Under the leadership of King Clutchmeister, this prestigious army has left no mercy for any nation or team that crosses their path. The second finalist is Missing Bones. After losing former team members to Nemesis, this team has a bone to pick, as they prepare to shatter Nemesis' chance at the crown. Coming from the Last Chance qualifier is our third team, Russian Mind Game. This largely unknown team may be the final proof that ESP and mentalism doesn't only exist, but can control their opponents to force defeat. And our final team from the Last Chance qualifiers is Swob Happened. But let's be honest, after Mascot Dragon literally winning a 1 versus 3, the only thing we can say is Swob Happened. Today, these teams will shout their final battle cry. But I heard Vivinaz has even more words from our competitors. Vivinaz, what do you have for us?
That's right, Humanist. We got to find out how the players have been preparing for the final. Let's get to know a little bit more about their battle training.
To win the championship, our team has created training plans to really refine our gameplay to be as optimal and as efficient as we can be. In the finals, we really think that we are going to face off against Nemesis, which is the team that beat us in the closed qualifiers. However, we will make sure that we will not repeat the same mistakes that we did last time. Victory will be assured.
In addition to Command Gun Cranion, we have worked on mistakes from last pools. There were a lot of things that needed to be trained. Nuxe is not a team character, so I trained duels against meta heroes.
We have been practiced a lot against top teams like Nemesis, Missing Bones, Swob Happened, Pickup Truck, and Udan. And I was practicing reacting bashes with my friend, and I hope that will give us some benefits. And I think we are going to face Nemesis in the final, and I'm sure we will win them today.
To prepare for the grand finals, Nemesis has been practicing every single day non-stop to make sure we are a well-oiled machine. If you were to ask me who I think we're going to play against in the grand finals, a lot of people might think Missing Bones. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Russian Mind Games. I've been really liking how they've been playing. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's second, third, or fourth seed in those grand finals. Nemesis are going to be taking that first place, baby.
And one last thing, just to make these finals even more interesting, we're activating Twitch drops. We got guaranteed XP boosts every 30 minutes, so make sure you keep watching for all the in-game goodies. Back to you, Slacks.
Thanks a lot, Vivinaz. And if you think 30 minutes is too long, well, you don't have to wait that long. We are moments away from the grand finals of the For Honor Dominion series.
The following is a special presentation from eStar Studios. Carry on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, home of eStar Studio, but more importantly, home of the For Honor Dominion Series Grand Finals. Dominic, show yourself. Here we are in the studio. It has been months waiting for this moment, and we have finally made it. It is time for the EU Grand Finals, and I have the best man in the world to be with me here today to talk to you about it. It is Mr. Vivinaz. How you doing, sir?
Yo, thank you very much for the warm welcome. I'm super excited for today's tournament. Of course, I might be slightly bit biased in saying that EU is my favorite region coming into this tournament. Only because, I know you're gonna say this Action Selects, only because we get to see some spicy picks that are a bit off meta, you know, apart from the traditional stuff that we've seen in both the previous close qualifiers in the EU and NA, we get to see something a bit different here, I think.
I really want to see a Raider, okay? I have been, for 2 months now, been waiting to scream Raider in the entire series. It will not happen, but what are some of these off picks? What are you thinking? Anything in particular? Anything crazy?
So the stuff that we've seen typically is in the LCQ is Darrow's infamous Gladiator, and of course that new shout outplay, the 3v1 beautiful bit of tactics there to get Swob happen actually through to today's grand final. So that's the off-meta picks that we're talking about today, and I'm hoping to see maybe something else, maybe something a bit spicy. I know in the interviews, players are alluding to something else. Hopefully we get to see a bit of a shake-up.
I hope so too. Well, fantastic. Can't wait to see the toe tapper himself, Mr. Gladiator, potentially make a view. But let's go ahead and check out our tournament format here. In case you didn't know how we got here, we had open pools all the way back in October, and then we had the qualifier back in December. Now, if you lost that qualifier, we went to the last chance qualifier where you fought for survival, and the 2 teams from that made it here today. Which means we have the 4 best teams in EU fighting right now for that big prize, and I am so excited to see it. What is that prize, you might be asking? Well, it is 30,000 split between 2 regions. First place walks home with $8,000. Fourth place, you just show up, you make 1,000. Let me tell you, this is a lot of steel, baby. We know exactly what these For Honor players are going to be spending this on. Straight up steel. So good day for them. They'll be able to unlock the good shit. Anyway, my friend, Mr. Mr. Nas, how you feeling about this? Are you ready? Oh, let's go over to the explainer. Let's tell you guys a little bit about Dominion. Dominion is a 4v4 team-based fight to control different areas of a single battlefield. Each map contains 3 zones that can be captured to gain points. Zone A, B, and C. Zones A and C are captured by staying in the zone for 6 seconds without any opponents. While in Zone B, waves of soldiers fight in a game of tug-of-war where you push their army to the opposite side to gain control. A team earns permanent points for every second that they control the zone. Once you reach 1,000 points, you're breaking the morale of the enemy team, and they will be unable to respawn. Kill all your opponents while their team is breaking, and you win the game. One thing to note, just because your team is breaking doesn't mean defeat. 100 points can be stolen back by capturing an opponent-controlled zone, and the battle is never over while one of your warriors remains alive. Remember, it's more than just for glory, it's for honor. Dominion, my favorite game mode, because people don't get to know how bad I am. You know, I just run around as a warlord, you know, pushing people off cliffs. That's all that matters. Vividnod, you're a bit of a tryhard, though. I mean, you're a 1v1er, right? What do you think about Dominion?
Look, I try my best in these games, but usually when it comes to For Honor, I used to be quite a duelist, yeah? I used to like this 1v1 experience, but recently a strange phenomenon has happened, and my friends actually want to play video games with me. So, I've moved over to Dominion, and I've kind of started enjoying it. Of course, the orders are always spicy, getting that steal, and what I love about Dominion as a game mode, and especially as the competitive game mode that we'll get to see today, is the flexibility in how these teams will play just because of the map layouts. You have some traditional maps that we focus on these big team fights at the central points, and we have some other non-traditional maps where you might see team splits. So this is what I really love about Dominion, is the diversity in play that we'll get to see today, and why I think it makes it a really good competitive game mode.
All right, well, I am hyped to see it myself, but enough talking about the maps, the game mode, all that stuff. I want to know who is here today. The 4 best teams in For Honor EU, baby. Let's go through it. Nemesis, that's your top spot. Fated perhaps to win, but they'll have to go against Missing Bones, their rivals. Russian Mind Games coming in for the last chance qualifier, and our 4th seed, of course, is Swob Happens. Here's the bracket, by the way, how we're going to be rolling this show today. Opening match, you'll have that. The winners will go on to the grand finals. However, the losers will fight it out for elimination. After that, somebody's going home, and then we will go to the grand finals. We will crown a winner. Now, you might be saying, that's the end, that's it. No. This is for honor, baby. After the king is crowned, there must be another warrior. There must be someone to destroy them. So we will have second and third place fighting for their spot in what I like to call the For Honor Duel, baby. We will do that after the grand finals. Anywho, let's go ahead and look at Nemesis. Nemesis are, of course, our first slated slot with Clutchmeister himself at the helm. They have a 2-0 match record. They have high points, and we asked them why they are going to win the EU Grand Finals.
Well, my team is going to win the championship because we're the only team in the tournament. Everyone else is just an easy target for Nemesis. Honestly, it's because we practice more than anybody else. We all complement each other so well. All four of us are extremely well-rounded players. Winning this championship, to me, means same old, same old. I'm the number one. That's what I'm used to doing, is winning, and more winning, baby.
And coming up at second place, we have Missing Bones. Now, of course, this consists of an ex-Nemesis member. They had a pretty good showing in the close qualifiers, looked kind of shaky at some points, but let's see what they have done and changed to grant them this win in the grand finals.
My team will win the championship because this time we're better prepared than anyone out there. Opponents have absolutely no idea what we're going to do.
Our strategies are really innovative and not a lot of teams think about them, so we can surprise a lot of teams and really beat them when they are caught off guard.
We're gonna surprise everyone. It's gonna be a shocker. Prepare your breathers or whatever can save you from the stroke, because that's gonna be insanity.
How can you just not love Solips with comments like that? And coming in at third seed, we have Russian Mind Games. After a stellar performance in the LCQ, they'll be looking to battle for that grand sweet prize in the finals. And we spoke to the team. Let's see what they thought can propel them to this win.
My team will win the championship because we have 600 IQ strategies. Nobody can predict our moves.
The best thing about our team that we have both types of players, which helps us to be flexible and win in different types of situations. And also we have strong team fights.
And of course, we have Swob. Happens, my friends. They are the last coming in our last seed. We asked them what makes them the best team despite losing one game.
What makes us the best is our team spirit, because we have been playing other games together for many years, and we know how to support each other in difficult situations.
My team will win the championship because we are underdogs. What makes our team best is a high team moral. It helped us in many situations in previous matches.
All right, Vivinons. Now, we've seen these teams so many times before. Nemesis, Missing Bones have kind of this rivalry thing going on, but I want to hear it from the expert himself. What do you think about these teams?
So right now is actually we're in a strange situation. We thought Nemesis and Missing Bones were like battling it head on head to see who would come on top. But then through the LCQ, we've had some mysterious dark horses appear in the names of Russian Mind Games and Swob happen. So actually what we got here is pretty cutthroat competition, and it's anyone's game, to be fair.
That's the kind of games that I'm looking for, but I don't want that kind of generic answer, okay? This is For Honor. You start getting a little easy, you get your head cut off, so I want you to say it right now. Who are gonna be my two boys in the finals?
All right. So, you know me, I think I'm 0 for 3 on predictions so far in my Warriors Wisdom. I try and hype up underdogs, I try and do all this hype, and usually I shoot and I miss. So this time, of course, one of my picks has to be Nemesis. Stellar performance. These guys have been on the grind, whether it be UDDA or 5 Steps Ahead or under the new organization of Nemesis. They have to have some sort of name here in my predictions. But second, we've got a little bit of a spicy pick. Of course, keeping in tradition of Warrior Wisdom, we are going to go for an underdog here, and we're going to say Russian mind games. And as alluded to before, Kumeku going for the 600 IQ plays. How can you say no to this?
You could absolutely not say no. I've never heard IQ get that high, sir. So of course he's going to win. But we are moments away from our first match and kicking off EU. Any final thoughts here, Vivid Nas? What should the audience be looking for? What are we going to get ourselves into?
Look, I'm hoping for some spicy matches. I'm hoping for very close matches, and I'm really hoping to see these unorthodox picks that got these two dark horse competitions in the 3rd and 4th seed to bring them out again and show that they can compete against the top dogs of EU.
Fantastic. All right, my friends, the time has finally come. Let's go ahead and show you what we've got coming up for you here in For Honor Dominion Series, and then we'll go underway. Right now, you're here, EU Grand Finals. That's happening right now. After that, we'll wrap it up with a little post-show for you, talk a little bit about it. Then we head on over, don't go anywhere, to the NA pre-show, NA finals, and NA post-show. But enough talking, enough discussion. It's time to watch some violence. Let's go and watch some For Honor.
Driven by forces ancient and unforgiving. Truth is forged in conflict and blood, found at the end of a sword. When worlds collide, the warrior survives. For vengeance, for clan, for honor. Dominion Series Final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1, the beginning of the EU Series For Honor Dominion Series Final. Woo! It has been months and months to get to this moment, and now we are finally going to see the best teams in the world at For Honor going head-to-head. Our first match, Nemesis versus Swob happened. Nemesis, of course, is who many believe will be winning this tournament, and Swob happened is going to be your 4th place seed crawling up from the last chance qualifier. You've got the biggest underdog versus the biggest king, and we've got the king himself here as well. Vivid Nas, welcome to the game. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. Finally, we get to see the first game of the Grand Finals, and what a way to kick it off, Vin, by seeing the first seed go against one of the dark horses of the competition. And actually, when I spoke to a lot of the pros, they didn't even know of the players that we see in Swob happen. So it'll be interesting to see how they do against the top dogs.
I'm pretty excited about it. We could see something, crazy come out from this team. They are underdogs. They have nothing to lose, no match history to know. But you guys won't be in the unknown. We'll tell you exactly how they got here. Let's go ahead and see how all the teams got here on their road to the finals. We started off with Nemesis, of course. They got through the open one pools. They survived the closed qualifier in that first place slot. Followed up by Missing Bones, who had the same ride. They did lose to them, but they have made it to the Grand Finals for their revenge here today. That brings us to the last chance qualifier. Russian Mind Games was able to close that one out. And the crawling from the depths, your underdogs, Swob happened, survived that last chance qualifier as well. So that is your story, how we got here today, beating on the gate of fate, and oh my goodness gracious, we are here. The opening match has finally come. We have picks and bans of the map to talk about here today. Vivid Nas, talk me through it. What am I looking at here?
Okay, so this is super interesting. You can see Nemesis going for more of these 2v2 maps, selecting Temple Garden and High Fort as their game 3. Of course, banning out Citadel Gate, notoriously known for its 4v4 in the center. But Swob happened. They're confident in this 4v4 and they selected Sanctuary Bridge for their map. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes along. But to get a more in-depth review in one of these maps, let's toss it over to Saresu, who will give us a map preview of Temple Garden.
Thank you, Vivid. So yeah, we are going to be heading into Temple Garden for the very first game of these finals here. In Temple Garden, you have the A, B, and C point. A, you're not going to see contested nearly as much. Mid is going to be very important in this game as well. Watch out for the C point. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for really competent Warlord players to be able to get those ledges and get these guys into the water for some quick kills, putting that into map control. And we know Barrack is a very competent warlord, so do be looking out for those fishes and watch how these guys start the match and where everybody goes. It might surprise you.
All right, thank you so much, Saresu. And we've got some great news for you guys. In case you didn't know, Twitch drops are available. Make sure you click on that link right there to get your drops. These are going to be every single 30 minutes of viewing time. That means you can go to the bathroom, you can go get a drink. You're guaranteed XP boost. But more importantly, every 10 minutes, you have a chance to earn a combat pack and the For Honor Gratitude Battle outfit. Keep watching the Last Chance Qualifier. Make sure you score these drops. I'm literally filling mine out right now. I forgot to. And we will get in to Game 1 with Saresu and Vivid Nas. Boys, take it away.
Yo, thank you very much. And what a time to be alive. We have the EU final starting off today with Nemesis versus Swob happens. So you can see here Nemesis going for a very conventional pick. We've got the clutch on the Warmonger, auto on that surprising Centurion pick. Did roll swap from the Shaman that we notoriously know. Barrack, of course, on the Warlord, and then we have Silencer on the Black Prior. And once again, we do see Swob happen on that very infamous picks that they have here, following with the Kensei, Warlord, that Nusha pick, and the Centurion. Saresu, what do you really think about these comps that we have going here?
It's kind of interesting. You don't really see Kensei being used too much, which is interesting because we've always seen Kensei in the mid lane doing these team fights, and he's very, very good in these situations. But you have started to see these top teams move away from the Kensei, so I'm very interested to see how this team utilizes the Kensei. He's very slow in his rotations, but he can clear mid well. He can team fight very well. But I think that we might see a little bit of a struggle against the team comp that Nemesis has.
So we can see here the initial fight just going off, the Nusha and the Centurion going up against the Centurion and the Black Prior. You can see Silencer just out of stamina there. Centurion just backing off, and as the Nusha trying to finish off the opponents, left on her own, and she kind of just falls apart. We did see the initial charge from the Swob happen, sending the Kensei and the Warlord. Really good 2v2 components against the Clutchmeister's Warmonger and the and Barrack's Warlord. So we can see here the initial fight was won by Nemesis. B point just looking to be captured, and so far it is looking in the favor of Nemesis, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, so far everything looks in favor of them. We're going to see a little bit of a 1v1 here between a Silencer and the Centurion. And I think we're going to be seeing this quite a lot. Silencer, very well known for his reaction time, very good at these 1v1s. This is usually why we see Nemesis send 3 people to C and 1 to mid. We didn't see that this game, so I'm wondering if there's a little bit of an adaptation on their part, or if they're just trying to test out the normal strategy. But I am interested to see what Silencer can do on this BP. His character can't really peel too well in team fights, but he can 1v1 well, so I'm very interested to see what he does this game.
You can see there just Silencer clearing out the mid wave, confident that Barrack does get the kill there on Nusha. Barrack rotating back to the C point, B point captured, and we have ourselves the first triple cap of today. Swob happened really slow coming out of the gate here, as Nemesis just looking to run away with the game so far.
Yeah, definitely running away with it. A point looks like might be taken by Mascot Dragon, and I think we're going to see Nemesis let that happen right now. Maintaining control of mid and maintaining control of C are going to be the most important things to win this game. You don't need all 3 points. If you get all 3 points, obviously they're going to be happy about it, but sticking to B, sticking to C, winning these team fights, and that's what's going to win Nemesis the game.
You just saw there some beautiful tagging there from both Otto and Barak, lining up their attacks, punishes, and you saw there, they wasn't even able to get revenge off. Just some amazing work from these two. You can see here, once again, comboing on this Nusha. Centurion, very well known for all of these gank opportunities, gets the plank into the fully charged punch. And the punish there landing, and this, you know, the consolation prize has been given to Swob. A has been captured, but B here just looking to get the push for Swob happen.
Yeah, B looks like it's going to be pushing in favor of Swob happened. One thing to keep in mind as we're watching these games is how efficiently and how quickly can these teams get their ganks off. As you've seen, every time Otto and Barak have been in a gank, they've been able to execute the Centurion gank perfectly and quickly. This is translated into map control and a point lead. This is going to be a big thing that's going to separate these teams. How quickly can they gank? What can they do with that advantage? And we're seeing Nemesis gank quickly, take the map, and just have a huge lead so far, and we're about halfway in.
Yeah, you saw that some incredible work there. Otto kind of gave up a bit too much revenge to the Swob happened. Moki's Warlord decided to back off. New Barak had that, and you can just see here, they're all back on point C, giving some support to Clutchmeister. Warlord trying to go for that ledge on the Kensei. Beautiful bit of work there from Otto and Barak. Gets the drop in the top heavies land. Revenge was nearly there for the Kensei, but unfortunately, there was just no time to pop it.
Yeah, again, then just going back to these ganks, like they're executing this perfectly. If you do the Centurion gank correctly, they will not get revenge. They will not be able to pop it, and we see that happen there. And C point is one. We are less than 5 minutes into this game, and we already see Clutch having his tier 4. We see Silencer having his tier 4 as well. The feet advantage is incredible, and I think this is just going to snowball out of control. Swap happened has quite the hill to climb if they want to win.
Yeah, especially when you have characters such as the actual BP and the Warmonger, the ones that have the most feats. Usually the Renowned they try to spread them to these sort of characters just because of how high impact their feats are on the map. So you see here Moki just kind of struggling against Otto's Centurion, gets the GB into the punch, wall splat into the top heavy, and there you go. Perfect execution there from the Centurion. Uses one of a medium execution. Of course, you can maybe throw it up, you know, use shorter executions if you want to get back into the fight. Longer executions if you're killing on the point and want to delay the spawn. You can see here just in the back, Otto trying to lend a little hand here to Barak. Out of stamina, still gets the top line, finishes him off. The disrespect, and once again, Swob happened, fighting on this B point and losing constantly, Sarasu.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like they can get any traction in these team fights. The Centurion that we just saw Otto kill was going for a full punish, like he was in a 1v1 and nobody was ever going to interrupt him ever. So a little bit of a lack of awareness there. I mean, even if he wouldn't have gone for the full punish, he still would have been in a trickier situation. But if he would have been cognizant, he could have stalled for a little bit longer, maybe gotten a little bit of a rotation from his team, and that may have played out differently. But as of now, Nemesis is just dominating in ganks, dominating in rotations, dominating in team fights, and that's why you see a score of 1,200 to 294.
You could almost say it's domination, evisceration, and annihilation as Moki gets ledged there by Nemesis's Warlord. You can see a 200 advantage over the breaking point. Nusha, the last person alive. Will she be able to pull off that clutch play that we did see at the start of the pre-show? Heavy's wailing in. Revenge is proc, trying to do what she can, but it almost looks like it's over as Nemesis pick up game 1 on Temple Garden. What an utter piece of domination there, Sarasu. And we're going to have a bit more time to talk about this, but wow, Nemesis on the front foot very much here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goodness gracious, thank you so much for casting that game. What are they supposed to do? That looked like me trying to play against Griffin at any time and getting my shit kicked in. What are they supposed to do to come back from that? Talk to me, Vivid Nuts. Swap happened. That was insane.
It was quite something. You know, we expected Swob happen to have a slightly better game than we saw there. Of course, Temple Garden is one of Nemesis's best map. They've performed exceptionally well, whether it be in the last close qualifiers, previous tournaments, or even in the scrims that we've been playing recently. And Swob happened just felt like they had no tempo across the map, gave up the renowned advantage. We saw the Warmonger and the BP have what, all their four 4 tiers within 5 minutes. Like it was just, yeah, there's not much more to say. It was complete destruction. I'm hoping game 2 with Sanctuary Bridge might be a bit more in favor for Swob happen, but I'm not seeing it, Slacks. I'm not seeing it.
I hope so. Now is the time to pray that perhaps another incident happens on the map and the world itself swallows Nemesis whole. Let's go ahead and talk about what they're fighting for one more time, though. Nemesis looking pretty good for that prize pool. They need to only win one more game, and they are in the grand finals to face off against that $8,000. All that beautiful steel. Whew, my friend, this will be something. I mean, my goodness gracious. And we have a special treat for you guys. We have the one, the only, the beautiful Humanist. He's going to be coming in with us to join us. Hello, Humanist.
I'm tapping in. You guys need some serious help. I was on my way and now I'm here. What can I say, you know?
It's okay. It's
Look,
okay.
he tripped and fell.
That's
I can't believe you guys started the show without me.
Yeah,
so
I'm so
it looks
sorry,
like Nemesis
Humanist
is doing pretty good here.
Yeah, pretty darn good. They absolutely had domination in that one. So anyway, let's go ahead. It sounds like we have our maps ready to go, and we'll be heading on over to Suretsu. He'll tell us about where we're heading over to Sanctuary Bridge.
Yeah, all right, so game 2 here, Sanctuary Bridge. I really feel like this is a very Nemesis-favored map, and that's simply because from the showcase that we just got in Temple Garden, their team fighting was crisp, and that is what Sanctuary Bridge is all about. A and C are going to be the home points for these respective teams, but mid is where everything is going to happen. And if you do lose the first team fight or the second team fight, usually the team that wins those team fights wins the game, and I have no reason to suspect that Nemesis will not win those team fights, but I am hoping to see something different out of Swob happen.
All right, well, this is going to be awesome. Sanctuary Bridge is one of my favorite maps. Vivid Naz, I mean, how about you? As we get into this, this is one of those maps where it can be so snowbally.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those maps indeed, and as Suretsu alluded to earlier, you know, Swob may have picked this map, but I'm probably gonna say it's Nemesis focus. Looking at the team fights and how they kind of went down in the previous game, it's kind of looking all Nemesis-y here.
All Nemesis-y here. Indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our second game in this series and see if Nemesis can close this out in strong fashion. Sure looks like they have the opportunity to do so here as we see 3 making their way into mid. Pretty standard rotations right off the bat. What do we expect here in this B point?
Yeah, usually expect an all-out brawl to happen here. You did see Clutchmeister lag behind slightly. I'm trying to say that this is most likely to get that tier 1 Warmonger feat. We've talked a lot about this before in the previous tournaments and how strong value it has, especially on a map when everyone's clumped up like this, Humanist.
Oh, I mean, it's so dirty. You get a corruption down, and suddenly your buddy can't help with any gank on you, can't peel as much. I mean, he can get in, but he's taking damage, so really dirty. And then I think one of the things that really throws off new players like, you know, myself, you get in here and these minions can disrupt what you're trying to do as well.
Exactly. We do see one membered fall from Swob happen and Nemesis. Nemesis does manage to pick up the revive, and a Swob happen. Just 3 of the members get taken down. Lot of renown going there to Clutchmeister as he does pick up the first tier and probably the most powerful tier that we will see in the early game.
Wow, 3 heroes go down, Clutch gets his corruption, and he's moving forward. They're going to be going for the mega aggressive 3-cap here. Can they grab it? He's wiped that poison onto his blade. He's going to go ahead and let his buddy do a little bit of work before, the toss off the ledge. It's delicious and nutritious.
Exactly, we saw there, he did put on the corruption blade, but Barak said, nope, I am going to do warlord things, and I'm knocking him off this bridge. They saw, you know, they took that mid priority, getting a triple kill, then they just moved over to the home point. Why should they lag behind when they have such an advantage on the map? And Nemesis executed that perfectly with a nearly resounding 500-point lead in this game today.
My goodness gracious. Well, you know, Clutch had talked about when he was watching Swob happen before, he didn't really know what to expect out of this team. And it looks like he might have done a little bit of homework here because, oh, there's the execution. Oh, look, he's a tiny little soldier he could put into his pocket.
look, he collects pop figures. I know Clutchmeister's a big fan, so he's adding Nusha to his Pop Fiction collection. And we can see here he did use the long execute, of course, denying the respawn for a while. Barak struggling in this 1v2, does get knocked down. Fully charged heavy coming from Centurion, and yeah, an all-out brawl happening here on the home point.
Oh my gosh, the shove off, the jump down. That's just not right, Vivid. I mean, how do you deal with the Warlord? He keeps shoving you right off these ledges.
Exactly. I don't feel Swob Happen are playing in the right spots completely. But what I want to hear is, Ceresu, what's your thoughts on this staggering point lead that Nemesis has got so far?
This is basically just a consequence of the map, like we said in the map preview. This is all about the team fights, and because of the size of the map, how it's laid out, you're gonna see whoever wins these first couple team fights really snowball their advantage. That's why we're at 630 to 232. A point has been captured by Swob Happen, but again, this is just like a consolation prize. We more than likely will see Nemesis continue to win these team fights, take back that home point, and be triple capped in no time.
And you know, this map, as a follow-up question, this map is notoriously known for its snowball nature. What do you think gives it that snowball nature, especially with the comps that we're seeing today?
I don't think it has as much to do with the comp as to how the map is laid out. So everything is very linear. It's just a one solid line, and because of how close all the other points are to each other, you can just so easily rotate from mid over to the enemy's home point. As we saw at the beginning, like after the team fight was won, Clutch went right over to C point, and you saw the rest of the team also follow as well, and that's why there's such a domination in points for the side of Nemesis.
Thank you very much for that in-game analysis there, Ceresu. We'll be tuning into you later on as Mascot Dragon does take the fall there. Nemesis still very much on the front foot, maybe less so now. The triple cap has been stopped there by Swob Happen. Silencer just taking out the Kensei and denying the revive there on Mascot Dragon, Humanist.
Oh yeah, denying the revival. And Mascot Dragon, you know, going down, but also right before that, the Nusha was able to get Clutchmeister. So you got to take those small wins, especially when you're losing the war. And as we get in about 100 points away from breaking, it's, you know, not really much you could do to come back from a situation like this, especially when it's not like they made any huge mistakes early on. They just simply got run over.
I'm really liking this this sort of synergy that we're seeing here from Moki and the Celestia of the Descent. And you can see there, they're actually pulling off some really nice 2v1s. Kind of fed a lot of revenge there on Barak, maybe a bit of a caster curse. You can see they're pulling off, they're waiting that 5 seconds so that they don't give any of the revenge tags. And, you know, Nemesis kind of destroying them on the home point. Like, Barak's intent here is not to capture the point. He's trying to stall as long as possible, trying to drag as many members from Swob Happen so that he can allow his team to constantly have the capture of B, make sure that our home point is completely safe, and they're doing this perfectly so far. We can see there, Barak just eating up a lot of these headbutt combos. There we go. And the BP coming to help. Silencer is on the way. Centurion takes down Barak. And Silencer just kind of left on his own. Now has got support coming in from the back. You can see here in 1v1 situation where Centurion Swob Happen is breaking right now. So the Centurion just kind of needs to watch out in this situation. Gets another punch on him, both out of stamina. You can see their auto in the background. Beautiful bit of support there for Moki. He is critically low. Absolutely critically low here. Kick comes up from Celeste. Auto just backing off. He does have that revenge build up. One member is down from Swob Happen. Does get executed. And there we go. Auto gets taken out. C-point gets captured. And they are unbreaking now. Swob Happen are on the back foot here. But they are slowly coming back. At least rectifying this point deficit. Clutchmeister, Barak on the B point. Very notorious 2v2. And we can see here, Ceresu, I just want to ask here, is there any chance of Swob Happening coming back from this one?
I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to come back from this. The point disparity is already so large, and again, it's just the execution of these team fights and not being able to survive, you know, the expert ganking that we've seen from Nemesis. I just don't think it's going to happen. Looks like it's going to be captured here, so they will unbreak, but even if they do, everybody respawns back in. I don't think it's going to matter all that much, but we can always be surprised. The big theme of this map is winning team fights. So if they can start winning all of their team fights, it's possible, but I am not seeing it happening.
So we can see here, expertly used of the tier 4 feat there from Clutchmeister. Does get high value on that one. Probably didn't hit off as many attacks to get the healing back. Is against 1v1 against Moki. Doesn't let him proc the revenge. Clutchmeister going for one of the shorter executions on Warmonger. Of course, the enemy team's still not in breaking. They did capture the home point of Nemesis. And Silencer up against this Kensei. Gets the execute using one of the longer executes. Look what they did there. That was absolutely perfect. Use the longer execute. Allowed enough time for their team to capture the point. Get them into breaking. And there we go. They already have the numbers advantage, Terasu.
Yeah, numbers advantage is already there. Like you pointed out, using that long execution is great awareness from Clutch and what is going on in the map here. Parry counter being used by Clutch, a little interesting. You know, never necessarily see that in a 2v2, but it is working out. And I think we are on the last legs of this tournament match.
Yeah, this was really well played here from Clutchmeister. Using that tier 1 on the Warlord, of course, Moki was looking for the support from the Centurion, didn't get it. And of course, it's a great zoning technique as well, using that corruption feat. Nusha, once again, the last character left on this map. They're just trying to hunt her down. She is trying to do the best that she can. Of course, the point deficit doesn't look as bad as it was at the start of the game. They did have some good moments here. Much better performance than their first performance. Clutchmeister just going for the execute there, and as they make it super easy, they are already into the grand final. The banner comes out, and that is a 2-0 victory for Nemesis. Absolutely incredible scenes from the guys here.
Wow, that was just a beatdown. Nemesis will be your winners on our first game, heading straight into the grand finals, as my boy Vivid Naz has said, and I can't believe it. They lived up to the hype. Everybody was telling me this team was going to take it. It was going to be easy peasy. Clutchmeister himself said it, and it just looked that way. I mean, poor Swob happened. They walked into the wrong arena, my friend.
Yeah, they, you know, it was kind of a beatdown there in game 1, or series 1, must I say. Nemesis coming out guns blazing. They showed what it takes to be an absolutely dominating force in the battlefield. That's unfortunate for Swob happened, because they did pick up a bit of tempo in game 2. You know, game 1 was a bit of a let's roll it back. Let's just erase the memory of game 1. But game 2 was actually better showing from them. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Nemesis was just way too strong slats.
Yeah, it was pretty freaking impressive. But don't worry, Swob Happen still has another chance. They're going to be heading down into the elimination bracket here to face off against the loser of the next one. But in case you missed that match, let's go ahead and check out our replay here, Mr. Naz. Walk us through what we saw in that game 1. Avert your eyes, by the way, audience, if you're squeamish for this one.
Yeah, so game 1, maybe let's not talk too much about this. Of course, it wasn't the best showing here from Swob Happen. Nemesis, very proficient in these 2v2s, of course, in that C point and B point. Won most of them throughout the game, and in game 2, we did see domination once again, but maybe, let's say, a bit less so domination. Brilliant use of executions here from Clutchmeister, must I point out. Long executions when they needed to cap points, long executions when they knew they were going into breaking, and all around just a stellar showing from Nemesis in both these games.
I am surprised we had any highlights from game 1, so that is good to see. And as you see on the bracket, Swob Happens does head on to the elimination bracket. Nemesis will be in the grand finals to face off against the winner of our next series. But, you know, we might have known that this was coming. In fact, Clutchmeister, in case you guys missed it, was part of our last chance qualifier, and he talked a little bit about what he thought would happen in the grand finals. Do we have any audio of that? Can we bring that up, by the way?
I'm the reigning world champ. I'm captain of the best team in the game. That's not even the first place prize. That's the Nemesis prize, baby. So please, go on, give me a bit more credit.
Unfortunately, he lived up to the hype, my friend. The king himself is in the grand finals. You saw this coming, right, Vivid Naz?
You know, when you have an ego that big, it's hard to be trampled. And, you know, he talks the big words. But the problem is, yeah, as many of the haters love to see it, want to see him fall, he is just leagues ahead, and especially in the teams that he crafts, whether it be UDDA, 5 steps ahead, or this new Nemesis team, it's always ahead of the curve, and they're always willing to scrim whatever team, whatever challenge. They're always willing to learn from different teams, and that's having a team this strong, you require all of these staples that they've just been absolutely smashing out the entire time they've been a team.
Absolutely. Well, it's time for us to find out who their opponent is going to be. We do have another match coming up, and we are just about to head in to find out what maps they have picked and banned. Oh, okay, we got it. We're ready to roll here. So, Vivid Nas, walk me through these map pick and bans. As you guys know, maps themselves, a lot of play style differences, a lot of different things that you can get from this. So, what do we got?
Okay, super interesting. Usually the splits on all of these maps, Missing Bones going for Overwatch, Temple guarding, Overwatch, a staple of the last close qualifiers for the EU section, more of a split teams, looking for that 2v2 focus, and, Russian Mind Games opting for this Harbor map. Mid lane doesn't really take that much priority, side points have huge priority here, and it'll be interesting to see how they play around this. They're very much the same split, so I'm expecting to see a lot of 2v2 focus here. So, with that being said, game 1 is Overwatch. Ceresu, give us a little map preview on what we should be looking at for Missing Bones and Russian Mind Games in this map.
All right, thank you, Vivid. I will run this down for you. So Overwatch is going to be a pretty heavy 2v2 map. This can be a little bit of a snowballing map. You're going to see A, again, kind of like on Temple Garden, not be contested all that much, sometimes a consolation prize. C is going to be the main thing that you will see a lot of these fights taking place, and then mid as well. Again, watch how these teams do decide to start the game. Sometimes we'll see teams go 2 mid, 2 C. Some of these different EU teams like Missing Bones, sometimes Nemesis as well, will put 1 on mid and 3 on C to just try and take that point as quickly as possible. So let's see what they decide to do in this game 1.
Oh my god, guys. Look, I did say that this was going to be a spicy match, but wait till you see what Setmix has locked in. He's already done it. He moved from the Black Prior and he has locked in this Gladiator. He's trying to show that he's a top dog. Daryl, I know you've been playing this character since season 2, but look here, this is Setmix's Gladiator. You better watch out here. Setmix, one of the best 1v1 players I have had the gratitude of seeing. So it'll be interesting to see how he pulls off this Gladiator. Maybe, they saw Russian Mind Games. I'm not the one to kiss and tell. The scrims have been going good for Russian Mind Games. Maybe here, what I'm trying to say is Missing Bones have kind of seen something, but they may have been lacking in their previous games and decided to pick this character. Of course, offers. And just saying that, of course. Oh, Slacks, take it away.
Yes, I want to interrupt you, okay? I just got done with my Twitch chat, my Twitch drops, I just signed up, had to reset my password. Don't forget, you need to do this XP boost every 30 minutes, but more importantly, every 10 minutes, you have a chance to earn a combat pack and a For Honor Gratitude Battle outfit. For the love of goodness gracious and everything in between, for the love of comedy, sign up for the Twitch drops. Don't be like me. Go!
Look, I secretly always have Twitch drops in the background when even casting these streams, so be sure to have them linked, guys. So going into this game, this will be super interesting. We do see Setmix and Solips going for this B fight. Nova only really committing 1 member here, actually not even committing any members to this midpoint, going straight to A, Kumeka going to A, and committing hard on this C fight. But you see it here already. They've already been collapsed by the entire Missing Bones team. Ceresu, what is this split that we're seeing here, actually?
Yeah, this is a very, very weird split. Nobody went to mid at all. For the enemy team here, Setmix's team had 2 people go mid, 2 people go to C, and now we're seeing Russian Mind Games send 4 to C, and it's not really working out for them. They've capped A, but we see Missing Bones taking the team fight on C. That means they're going to take A. That means they're going to take mid, and I'm not sure what this split was supposed to do, but it hasn't really worked.
The only thing I can think of why they may have split that way is, of course, he did send Kumeku over to point A, trying to unlock that tier 1 feat maybe as quickly as possible, maybe knowing they might have knew they were going to lose that C fight, but Missing Bones coming out guns blazing, taking that C fight and moving over to B here. You can see this Gladiator Kensei combo going up against Solips and Setmix, and so far, this Gladiator combo kind of working for Missing Bones.
Yeah, working out so far. It's interesting to note that maybe one of the reasons that Russian Mind Games is running this Gladiator is because they don't have a Centurion. So Gladiator is really filling that role of a ganker. What's interesting for Missing Bones is that they have a Centurion, so they have that ganker role filled. So I'm very interested to see exactly what they're trying to do with this Gladiator pick. If Setmix is just trying to get another opportunity to gank on a separate point and try and thin the team out and have better 2v2s, I'm not sure, but there's 2 gankers, so I'm interested to see how this translates into this game.
Yeah, this is super interesting to see. Of course, we may see a lot more 2v2s going ahead here. We can see Amber and Hiren here going up against Kimeku's Warmonger. Does have that tier 1, but already used it. Revenge nearly full there, waiting for the 5-second tag. Gets the dodge heavy and executed perfectly there by Missing Bones. Amber picking up the kill there. They execute slightly closer to those eventual tiers for the Warmonger. Of course, offer a lot of power. But you can see here the map split in such good favor for Missing Bones. They could easily rotate back to the C point, get a bunch of health, and then look to fight mid when, you know, Russian Mind Games have to rotate all the way back to A if they require health, Saresu.
Yeah, A is a little far away and you have to go up ladders. This is why you usually see the C point being contested so much. It is much easier to go and heal. You can rotate to mid much easier. But Russian Mind Games are kind of behind, but we do see a cap on C, and Missing Bones looks like they're about to be triple cap, not where you want to be 5 minutes into this match.
No, I think they made the big error there of really overcommitting to all their players to this B fight. So Lips on his own there, battling this Kensei. So far doing pretty well. Gets the fully charged jib there into that heavy. Of course, not enough to kill the Kensei. Kensei will dodge heavy more. And there we go. So Lips once again trying to stall here. Both Darrow and the Kensei are on critical health. Tries to get the toe stab. So Lips dodges enough, but you saw there the Gladiator just gets hit by the Kensei dodge heavy as well. His teammate just decides, you know what? You know we're surviving, buddy. You sit there with Soul Lips.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do believe that Solips will get the renown for that kill, even though he wasn't the one who got the killing blow. So even though we do see him going down there, he will still get some renown for that, which is very important. Centurion doesn't necessarily need these all of these feats to be the menace that he is, but getting to that Pugio and then getting to Phalanx for in-game is going to be incredibly important, especially when you have Fire Flask and other of these big AoE damage feats that are coming out. You really want that kind of defense, and Solips is well on his way to that.
And you saw, I was actually going to point out before Amber and Setmix met their demise, the beautiful 2v2 play they had there, and showing maybe the strengths of this Gladiator on this roster. Hiren, Solips trying to fight for their lives here. Obu just kind of backing off here, trying to see an opening on this Centurion. You can see there, Hiren at the back. Revenge is stacking up nicely for him. Just trying to hold off, maybe getting support from Setmix and Amber soon. They're playing super defensive, so I'm expecting this to be the play here. Obu trying to go for these headbutts, seeing Hiren critical health, probably yelling at his teammates, don't touch Hiren, I've got him. But out of stamina, not the best place to be, especially in between a Warlord and a Centurion. Support has arrived in the form of Setmix's Gladiator and Amber's Warmonger in the back. You can just see the corruption being popped off. Obu critically low, Centurion gets the kill. Setmix is just cleaning up here with this character.
Yeah, definitely doing well in these team fights. One thing I do want to bring your attention to, even though that we did see Missing Bones winning that fight and going to mid, and Amber looks like he's going to be taking that, and there might be a little bit of a 1v1 on A. There was multiple gank opportunities between Solips and Setmix there on the Centurion and Gladiator, and they just weren't able to get it quite done. But that was a nice dodge on the Trident. It is reactable, but still kind of difficult to hit.
Neptune's Wrath just wasn't there for Setmix. It was maybe a bit overambitious, hoping it would land on someone like Daru. But there we go. We see it confirmed, guys. The 1v1 Gladiator matchup. Setmix comes out super healthy. Of course, had to use his tier 4, but let's just kind of ignore that. Gets the kill, picks up another there on Obu, gets the execution, and it's it's looking like it's working out so far here. Kensei gets Pugio, but does get the revenge there in the end. Hiren just falls, and the gankers are on the way. Soulips hits the GB, gets the fully charged heavy, toast. Oh my god. What a combo there from Setmix and Soulips to literally 100 to 0 that Kensei. Bye-bye health bar and bye-bye Kensei.
I'm very interested to know how long they have been keeping this composition to themselves. We didn't see this from them in the last tournaments that we've seen. I haven't been able to spectate too many of their scrims, so I wonder how much practice they've actually done with this. If this has been their idea all along and they've pulled it out, this is kind of what Russian Mind Games has been banking on, is using this Gladiator, a pick that people aren't necessarily expecting, but Missing Bones is just thinking the exact same way, and so far the game is close, but they do seem to be using it just a little bit better than Russian Mind Games.
Yeah, when you have someone like Setmix on the helm of a character like this, you already know he's going to perform well, admirably in these 1v1 situations. He's a very good comp player as well, so you expect him to pull off these ganks very well. And Soulips just looking to use Phalanx here, caught in a sticky situation, joined with Heren, and trying to get these punches. And you can see here, Russian Mind Games put into breaking from Missing Bones. So far, very good performance from Missing Bones. You know, we've been hearing through the grapevine that they might have not had the best performances when it comes to scrims, but you know, Soulips did tell us to put our breathalyzers on. They have something spicy coming, and Setmix has very much delivered on that so far. Oh, and there we go. Amber picks up the double kill. Of course, doesn't finish them off. We do have a Kumeku versus Amber 1v1 here. The Battle of the Warmongers gets the wall splat into that top heavy. Amber very healthy in this trade, trying to go for the claw, doesn't land. Oh, there we go, the Corruption Blade in this situation. Kumeku kind of has to stay away from the teammate, trying to go for all these defensive blocks, making sure the Corruption Blade is kind of wasted. Oh, and there we go, that's it. Lands the Corruption Blade into that heavy, and Daru, oh my god, you're in a tricky situation, son. I feel so sorry for you. And the heavy, there we go, lands from Setmix to finish off the game. And what a performance it has been from Missing Bones in this game one. Incredibly showing that they are a very versatile team, willing to switch out this Black Prior, which was mainly considered the comp style for EU, and they've swapped it out for the Gladiator. And it's wow, Slacks, were you tuning into the toe stabbings there?
I mean, the toe tapper was there in force. Never in all my days did I think in the semifinals of this series we would see not one but two of those Gladiators coming out. I mean, what a grudge match. That moment where they were just head to head, that was hype as hell, my friend. So, yeah, did that one go as you expected? I know you loved them on Russian Mind Games. These were your boys.
Yeah, these were my boys. You know, Missing Bones were an ex-Warriors Wisdom, you know, contenders. And then we have Russian Mind Games, so I said may come second. But Missing Bones, you know, I expected them to come with something big. And big they came with. They probably scrimmed against Russian Mind Games. Probably saw that it was more than just a fluke that Daru was selecting this Gladiator. Probably saw a lot of value in this pick and decided to switch out what I consider one of the most versatile players in For Honor. Put Setmix on it. You can always expect him to have a good performance no matter the character he's playing, and a performance he had on the Gladiator in game one.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at where we are in the tournament. Just a little reminder for you, the winner of this match, where they are going. We're going to get to that. They're going to go to the finals. But in case you forgot, these guys came from open pools. They came from the qualifier. Two of these teams, the one that you're watching right now, who just won that qualifier. And the other boys came down from the lowers. That brings us to today, where they are fighting for this spot. So yes, months and months in the making, coming into this grand finals, and you are watching it right now. The winners of the qualifier versus the winners of the last chance qualifier, fighting head-to-head for that spot. And we're going to go on to Soretsu to tell us a little bit about our next map. It is my favorite, Harbor.
Yeah, Harbor is a great map. It's actually one of the maps I like to play and scrim on as well. This is going to be a point or a map that the side points could be more important than mid, which is a bit of a difference from what we've seen from like Citadel Gate or High Fort or anything like that. Mid fights will happen, but you're really going to see a bit of a focus on the C point. A point, again, is not going to be as contested, but we will see it contested a little bit more than, say, Overwatch or Citadel Gate. I'm excited to see the team fights and get into the action.
Yeah, and get into the action we shall in game 2 as we see this, change up in the roster from Missing Bones. It has worked for them in game 1. Will this map be Russian Mind Games map, or will Missing Bones progress to the grand finals? We can find out in this map. Harbor, of course, you just heard it from the map preview. The midpoint, not as much contention, and honestly, I don't know why Russian Mind Games decided this would be their map, because we saw there in the 2v2s, Missing Bones looked really well, especially when they combined, the Gladiator with someone else, and also we combined Soulip's Centurion with someone else. So they brought a lot of ganking power. Will they be able to match in this game, Sarasi?
Maybe. I think it's interesting to also continue to point out they do have a Kensei, Russian Mind Games does. So this means that the team fighting should be a little bit better, which will help them in this map. But again, it's kind of been back and forth, especially if we're taking Overwatch into consideration. I think a lot of that has to do more with the ganking prowess of both of these teams. There have been a lot of gank opportunities on both sides that just haven't been crisp and clean like we're used to seeing from, like, say, Nemesis, for example, which is why these games are so close. I think if either of these teams can tighten up their ganking, execute it a lot quicker, we're going to see a much bigger point disparity between these two teams.
Yeah, maybe Missing Bones just isn't a scrim team. Maybe they're a match day performer, and performing they have been. As you can see here, the minions kicking off the game for us. Hopefully we see a less unorthodox rotation here from Russian Mind Games. I would say partly the reason why we lost the first game, especially in the early game, was the rotation. And once again, we see they committed everyone to one person to the A point, Daryl on the A point, and the rest of the team went straight to B here.
Yeah, we see almost everybody from Russian Mind Games going to mid, and the reason you see 3 people going to C for Missing Bones is because usually that's where the major team fight will happen, but it looked like that's what they were anticipating, but instead Missing Bones just capped C for free very, very quickly, and now they are in mid in these team fights, and one person from each team is currently down. Now 2 Solips going down, not looking good for Missing Bones.
Yeah, Missing Bones kind of on the back foot here. Of course, Russian Mind Games have managed to capture the mid point and the A point. So far showing that the prowess in that mid fight, as you said, you alluded to, the Kensei bringing up a lot of, a lot of value when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, a lot of value from the Kensei, going to be able to peel really well, going to be able to hit a lot of people, target swap some of these wide arcing dodge attacks or the finisher heavies. I think a big reason that the Missing Bones lost that is because we saw some good ganking with that Gladiator, and we saw just everybody drop there, and because of that they're able to take mid, but it does look like Missing Bones is having something to say about that, trying to regain this mid control.
Humanist would be going out of his mind. We did see a jump attack. Usually we don't see that in competitive games. It's much more reserved from public games, but Meraxis deciding to bring some of that matchmaking experience into the comp scene today. You can see here Amber just going up against the Warlord, and the Kensei decides to pull back, probably regain some health on C. But the problem is here, Meraxis, where are you going to regain health, buddy? You've your team's kind of forsaken you.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of places for Meraxis to go there. He just has to live as long as he can, try and take the time of Missing Bones. And unfortunately, with not a lot of HP, he did not live very long. Setmix doesn't look like he's going to live very long either, although he does have 3-4 Revenge. If there's some proper tag management, Setmix could drop here.
Yeah, eventually I think they just decided to not hit Setmix. Setmix just deciding to kind of back off from this fight, looking to regain some health. Kumeku just stopping Hiran from supporting the team. Nice little bit of 1v1 play here. Headbutt misses into the claw, followed up by the support from the Warlord. Oh, beautiful bit of tagging here on Hiran. Tries to go for the GB into the headbutt light. And there we go. Goodbye, Hiran. And Kumeku clears up the B point to capture it for Russian Mind Games.
Yeah, so again, we see some very, very clean ganking. We saw a guard break there for a chain heavy from the Warmonger, and then we see the Warmonger guard breaking for that headbutt to guarantee the headbutt into light, knowing that there's just not enough revenge for that to be a problem, and they take over mid, and now we see Missing Bones at 350 points, not gaining any points. They have C, but it's contested, so they are at such a point deficit that it's going to be very difficult for them to do much of anything. They have to regain control of the map.
Just as you say that, they capture C point in an exquisite bit of showmanship there. Setmix and Solips progressing over to this B point. Kameku just deciding it's best probably to back off in this situation. They don't have the numbers advantage. 2 people are still down, just looking to respawn now. And probably decided to go back to the A point. B point and C point captured. We can see across the board, we don't have that many feats unlocked here, Sarasu.
Yeah, there's not a lot of feats, and that's, I think, going to be partly because of the map. You're not going to have these team fights where, you know, while you're fighting in mid, that you're going to be clearing minions and everything like that. We're going to really see the heavy characters going to be having more of these feats because they're going to be on these side points, they're going to be defending, they're going to be attacking, and this is where the heavy class really does shine. So like Warlord, for example, we should see them having a bit more score than every of the other characters that we're seeing. We do see Nova kind of getting messed up here by the Centurion, but I think we see Solips drop to a toe stab, and this is not looking good. Missing Bones might be losing this point.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, especially dying on a defending point for someone like Obu. This will definitely progress that renown advantage. You know, Haymaker unlocked here for Darrow. Using it to fight Heren in this 1v1. Heren gets the GB into that top heavy. Nice little bit of a play. The zone comes out there from the Gladiator. Headbutt whiffs into the GB heavy from Darrow. Support is followed in the hopes of the Centurion. But Obu pulls back just to support Darrow as well. Great bit of rotation here from Russian Mind Games. Darrow finding himself out of stamina. Very difficult situation to be. Does have half revenge, but there is no tags from Solips here. Solips gets the win on Obu. Heren just decided to go on the all block. Zone comes out. Nice bit of play there from Darrow to try and stall out that fight until the Meraxis shows up. But Meraxis, health bar completely eviscerated just as he turned up on the point, Sarasu.
Yeah, and this is, we do see Solips bringing the Kensei down, but that gank could have gone a lot better. We just didn't see the follow-up attack from the Warlord to guarantee that punch, and that is why we see the Warlord going down, the Kensei getting more renowned than I think he should. Even though it is a win, you got to look at these small victories for the enemy team as well, because you better believe that other teams are going to take advantage of the shortcomings of Missing Bones, and so far what it looks like is clean ganking, and we're seeing a little bit of that coming into play, even though they are ahead in points, 477 to 730.
Yeah, Solips here, of course, unlocked that Pugio. Really strong feat there for the Centurion. And altogether, now the renown advantage does seem to be swinging in the way of Missing Bones. Will we be looking to push for this home point? Darrow is down, B is being captured, and the point advantage very much in Missing Bones' favor.
Yeah, Missing Bones having 800 points here, and now we have seen a little bit of a reverse since last we really talked about this. Now we see Russian Mind Games only having 1 point and it being contested, so now they can't generate any points, so they are in a very desperate situation. Setmix also in a very desperate situation, does roll because he doesn't want to get caught by a level 3 or happen to get ledged. He has a lot to offer in these fights and he doesn't want to go out prematurely.
What I like here is, you know, Missing Bones have forced the Russian Mind Games to basically reinforce this point A. Of course, we did see someone straggling away, Darrow straggling away here against the Solips. Fully charged jab just doesn't land. Darrow managing to evade the enemy long enough until that jab there. That's what we see, the follow-up execution, the charged heavy from the Gladiator, followed up by the charged heavy from the Centurion, dropping a lot of damage on Darrow so quickly. And I'm guessing that maybe, the synergy between Solips and Setmix, of course, these guys have been playing together for a long time. They have been in the COP scene for a long time, so you could already expect their 2v2s to be very good, but, we just get to see that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have participated in so many 2v2 tournaments as teammates. I remember when I was first getting into the competitive scene that I would watch Solips and Setmix in their 2v2s, and we're just seeing that synergy here as well. And we're also seeing just really good ganking. We're also seeing a Fire Flask absolutely destroying everybody on Russian Mind Games.
you know what? Hiren just took the death there as Missing Bones secure themselves another win. This is, personally, I did not expect them to show that much of a performance today. I'm super excited for this team, Slacks.
Absolutely. Man, what a finisher on a match. Everyone just engulfed in a gigantic explosion. That's what you like to see. And man, that went pretty freaking good. We get to see the big rivalry, Vivid Nas, in that grand finals. We'll go ahead and can you tell us a little bit about that, by the way, for people that might have missed that?
So we saw an utter annihilation there from Missing Bones with the roster swap. Of course, we did expect Setmix to be on the Black Prior, but last minute, he decided he didn't want to be that. He wanted to be a gladiator. He wanted to show that there is more than one gladiator on this battlefield, and it is me, and I'm going to the grand finals.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at that series one more time. We'll walk you through some highlights here of the action that you just saw, much closer than the last one, Mr. Nas.
Yeah, so this one was a very surprise rotation from the earlier in Russian Mind Games, opting to go for the A-point Kameku. I don't exactly know why, but we definitely did see Setmix's Gladiator here shine, assisting their team with the ganks and really synergizing well with Solifs. Look at that beautiful bit of damage there. Incredible teamwork then. And of course, Amber using the tier 4 feat from Warmonger expertly to get as much damage down. And Darrow tried as he could, he just couldn't do it.
Very violent, and then in game two.
Yeah, in game 2 here, of course, we did see, a better performance from Russian Mind Games, but once again, the synergy between Soul Lives and Setmix is just unrivaled in these 2v2 matchups, and there's really, I'm just excited to see how they face up against Nemesis. Of course, we traditionally see them on the exact same comp as Nemesis. It's a very much a mirror matchup as it was in the close qualifiers, but with the additions of Gladiator, will we see Setmix on the Gladiator again? Or will he go back to the traditional Black Prior? Because maybe they spotted a weakness in Russian Mind Games in their scrims and felt they couldn't beat them with their traditional matchup and decided to roll swap on the Gladiator.
Well, it's so strange to me, too, because Black Prior is so good in these games. The ways to make sure that you can't get your revenge built up. And can you talk a little bit, some high-level analysis of this Gladiator versus Black Prior? Because I thought almost every team was running him. How can you not be running Prior and still doing so well?
So I don't exactly know what triggered the change for Setmix in himself. I'm guessing they did a lot of scrims against Russian Mind Games and decided for the playstyle that they might want to go with in the grand finals, required them to have someone that can, rotate for these 2v2 ganks. It has a lot of gang setups similar to the Centurion, and maybe they just felt the Black Prior didn't give as much value as the Gladiator in their scrims.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it is a lot of fun to watch these gladiators go head-to-head. It's a little bit more fun than Mr. Pancakes flipping people all over the place. So I am very happy with how the meta has changed. By the way, let's go ahead and check in on your bracket to show you guys where we are headed. Yeah, it turns out those guys that won the close qualifiers, they're pretty good. Both of our close qualifier teams are going to go into the grand finals to survive. However, last chance qualifiers are still down there in the elimination bracket. So we will find out who will be facing in that honor match after the grand finals very, very shortly. At any rate, my friend, this has been a great day that I've seen so far. Anything out here standing out besides the Gladiator picks? I mean, we've just seen were you expecting Nemesis to have that much domination over the other team in game 1?
I expected Nemesis to come out guns blazing. They were expected for me. But from what I was hearing, Missing Bones were kind of, a bit lackluster in their scrims. They dropped a lot of games against, teams that they should have ran away with their games. And just seeing their performance on game day has been absolutely incredible. And I'm really hyped for this grand finals, only because we're seeing a different Missing Bones here. We're seeing a roster change. I mean, not a roster change, a character change that maybe Nemesis didn't expect. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of an upset when it comes to the grand finals.
Now, let me just remind you guys, we're not just playing for honor, although we are, but it's not just honor that we're playing for money. Okay, you get $8,000 if you win in that grand finals, and second and third place will be fought for after our elimination game. The next game that we will be watching, where somebody goes home, they'll be walking home with $1,000. But don't worry, our players are not the only people winning things. You guys are winning things too, or at least are earning things, because we have Twitch drops enabled Don't forget, sign up on the website, get those drops. It says XP boost every 30 minutes, but I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Every single 10 minutes, you earn a chance to get a combat pack in the For Honor Gratitude Battle outfit. It don't say that there, okay? That's what you get for listening with your sound on. We're teaching you the real stuff there. 10 minutes, ladies and gents. Don't go anywhere. But today, let's move on and tell you what is coming up on our schedule. Today's schedule, you are still in the EU finals. You are going to go for the EU post-show where we'll wrap things up, but don't go anywhere because North America's coming up and they will have a pre-show, a finals, and a post-show of their own. But, you know, Vivid Nas, my boy, very biased for EU. He claims that it's the greatest region in For Honor history. How do you think these guys are going to stack up against NA? You're not even going to... I'm kicking you out for NA, so I want to know what you're thinking about that region.
Look, NA has had actually a pretty good showing. Chimmys, you know, I go back with some of the players there a long time. I met these players, you know, in LA, multiple times in Montreal. So I'm excited to see how they perform. I'm only saying that to be slightly biased to my home region, but I'm expecting the NA show to be absolutely killer because Chimmys played very well. But, you know, the up-and-comers, you know, BBB played exceptionally well in the close qualifiers as well. So I'm excited to see what goes down in that region.
Vivid, would you be able to beat any of these guys in a 1v1? You seem like you're a strong boy. You seem like so good. Just who would you be able to take out there?
Look. So I'm gonna leak some scrims. You know, it's not tradition to leak scrims, but I'll leak scrims that happened. So I played. You know, I was feeling pretty hot. I was like, look, I've been practicing my Warmonger. I'm pretty exceptional this character. So I decided, call my boy Clutchmaster. Yo, Clutch, you want to do a 1v1? First to 20. Let's see how it goes. And you know, surprising to say, I did go 0-20. So, you know, maybe maybe I don't have it just there. I did have some close rounds, I would say, but maybe next time, Clutch, I'll get you.
All right, well, War Mommy stories aside, let's go ahead and get into our elimination match. We do have the picks and the bans from the maps. Still, let you know how this goes. Loser goes home. Winner will be going to the grudge match, my friend. Talk me through these map selections.
Okay, surprisingly, we see Swob happen, selecting that Sanctuary Bridge for Game 1 after the crushing defeat they had from Nemesis. Game 2 going to Russian Mind Games on Overwatch, which is, you know, their Game 1 map, which they didn't have, you know, exceptional rotations in. So be interested to see these map picks, because these were the favorite picks against the previous games that they played, but they did lose on these maps. So kicking it off with Game 1, Sanctuary Bridge. Ceresu, what are you thinking about this map?
Sanctuary Bridge coming up. We have seen this once already, so I am expecting, again, these team fights to really be indicative of who is going to win this. And we've seen Russian Mind Games and Swob happened already compete a little bit here, and so we're just going to need to see some good team fighting from both of them. Again, the home points of the respective teams aren't really going to be contested all that much until after a team fight in mid has been won. So I expect the first couple team fights, whoever does indeed win those, to take over and just snowball the game. And I think it's going to be, you know, quite a different game from what we've seen with Nemesis.
Once again, thank you very much for that map preview, Ceresu. And as we kick off the game, they are playing for the elimination match. Moving over to, as you know, Sir Action Slacks is slapping it, the honor game after the grand final. So be excited to see how these two match up. Of course, these are, you know, 3rd seed and 4th seed coming off the LCQ victories that they had. So, you know, they are playing for, you know, cash as well, but it's also honor, I would say, at this point.
Absolutely, and they've got history. These two teams know each other better than anyone else in this tournament because they've played against each other more, and we finally get to see who will be going home. It is a part of For Honor, you know, heads have to come off eventually. It is just the way that it goes.
And as much as we want to say, you know, Samix is of course going on the unorthodox pick of Gladiator, but these are the OGs when it comes to it. So we kind of match up. Does the Gladiator win this, or does the Nusha win this? Who knows? We'll be finding out in this game.
Absolutely, man. The Nusha, though. Talk to me about Nusha. This is like the only team that runs Nusha. Why doesn't anyone else run it? Obviously, they're not doing too hot with it, but it's got to have some strength.
it's one of those things where.
Why are you laughing,
dude? Look, I'm not. Look. I'm gonna give you the expert analysis here, but what I believe as to why we're running the Nusha, temper in here. But what I believe is they're running the Nusha is because it's just a comfort pick at that point. And when it comes to these high stakes situations, you don't want to be thinking too much about the pressure you might be falling, or like, oh, what should I do in this situation with this character? You know, you're relying completely on muscle memory when you're playing your main pick. And of course, maybe a lot of these people feel that the meta picks just aren't their comfort choice. And what's the point in going, you know, we saw this with Over Easy in the NA section last time around in the LCQ. They decided to switch out, you know, the Aramusha for a more, not the Aramusha, sorry, the Shaman for a more conventional pick, and they just kind of fell on their face a bit, just because it just wasn't what they were used to as, you know, singularly as, you know, can't remember who picked it up, but as a team, they just weren't, used to playing with this Black Prior in their team.
Yeah, I know how that feels. I mean, me and For Honor, I literally only play Warlord. I've never even tried a different character. There's no point, obviously. Warlord is the best character, but just saying, I mean, yeah, going away from those comfort picks, I can see that. But this is an elimination match, buddy. They make one more mistake, they're out. You think they're really going to stick with that again?
I would like to say we might see a character swap here, but you're on the back foot here. You've just lost this series at this point. You're probably not in the highest of spirits, or maybe, you know, mental might be a bit low in the team. So you probably want to go for comfort picks just to stay on top of what you know.
Yeah, I get you. Absolutely. What's your comfort pick, my friend? Is it just War Mommy spam all the time for the feats, you sick animal?
Look, it's either War Mommy spam or it's either that, or if I have Humanist. Usually, you know, if I'm really feeling troll on a particular day, I'll be lining up the Tiandi and I'll be having a bunch of Jormungandrs by my side, and, you know, lining up that heavy into kick and following up with that beautiful Jormungandr slam. Of course, we have to go for the more obnoxious male Jormungandrs, just because those voice lines are so loud and so obnoxious that it gets the enemy teams pretty riled up.
You literally disgust me, Vivid Naz. I love being on a panel with you, my friend. Let's go ahead and take a look at some stats from these teams before we head into it. Swob happens. You know, they're hanging in there, doing pretty good. But look at the takedowns. Now, I'm a simple man. I see 37 takedowns. I don't really care about anything else from Russian Mind Games. What do you think about this comparison here?
Yeah, it's a bit damning, don't you think, Slacks, when you see this on paper? But then we also have to factor in who they were against. Of course, Swob happened played the number one reigning champions of EU, Nemesis, whilst Russian Mind Games had a much tighter games against Missing Bones. Of course, Missing Bones did come out with 2-0 in the end, but I feel like this is a lot closer than what the stat sheets show here.
Yeah, for sure. Anybody that faces off against Nemesis is going to get kicked in a little bit, so we should see a much more even match than our first one here today. I'm pretty excited to see how things go in the elimination, but, you know, that's just the beginning of the Dominion kind of world out there. I'm sure there will be another Dominion series, another chance for these eliminated teams to come back. But speaking of comebacks, my friend, since we got a little bit of time, our players are loading into the game. I want to talk to you a little bit about Griffin, okay? Griffin's not in this game. And as soon as that hero came in, I told you I never stopped playing Warmonger. I've just been getting my teeth kicked in since he's been coming out literally from this character. Are you excited to see this guy in competitive For Honor eventually?
Excited would be an understatement. With feats that powerful, I would probably expect maybe some of them to be banned at this rate, because Griffin has got some exceptional feats, is a very strong bully as well. But I actually recently played a bunch of games with Bodrat and some members of Chimmys, if anyone knows Ravelord and X For Honor Pro, and we ran into a 3-stack of Griffin, and Bodrat was alluding to this character's feats are just so strong to the point where if they have a renown advantage, it's really hard for teams to come back against maybe one Griffin, but multiple Griffins, no chance. We proceeded to lose that game and get utterly trumped because you know, my MMR is a bit lower than Bodrat's, as you may know, but we don't listen to that.
Vivid, I'm seeing a real pattern. Every time I ask you about your games, you talk about how you got destroyed completely. I don't think you've ever mentioned that you've won a game, but we'll get into your sad life story later. I would like to get some highlights from the Last Chance qualifiers, and we might as well bring in Suretsu, who can walk us through what happened.
Yeah, so looking at this is the really incredible 1v3 that we saw from the Nusha. Now, this is a combination of just really good character knowledge from Mascot Dragon and taking advantage of her opponents not really knowing how to properly gank. We can definitely see a lack of, these bash ganks, but these traps coming out here are really just not being punished with these light attacks. The Pukio also just too far away to be able to do anything, and Mascot Dragon knows you're too far away. I don't have to worry about dying. I'm just going to keep throwing traps, and I'm going to just kill you and secure that 1v3. And then for Russian Mind Games here, we have this the kick into that skewer. Again, just a very deadly gank that I actually haven't really seen all that much. The scrims that I've spectated and I've had the chance to play in, we usually just see the composition that you would see out of Nemesis. So it's so cool to see these Gladiator ganks coming out. Gladiator is just able to do so much, and he was actually played quite a bit when CCU first dropped, and when the changes came out, I expected him to be played a little bit more. He wasn't, but I'm hoping that we'll see Gladiator a lot more because we've seen him used to great effect.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suretsu. And we have been quite journey ourselves, a quiet journey, but a very good journey from the opens to the Last Chance to what brought us here to the finals. You've been here the whole time, Vivid Naz. You were making us some videos, the Warriors Wisdom before. Do you have any Warriors Wisdom about these teams, about what we're about to see here?
Well, notoriously, my Warriors Wisdoms have went absolutely terrible so far. I think every team I've rooted for has unsuccessfully not been able to make it past the first stage. So, for both of these teams, of course, I did put my prediction on Russian Mind Games. I hope for them to progress to the honor match, as you've dubbed it, Slacks. And
honor match!
Yeah, Swob happened. But hopefully Swob's Happen does put down a good performance here against Russian Mind Games. They have played previously in the LCQ. Didn't go too well for Swob Happen, but I'm hoping to see something better here.
All right. Well, we're moments away from this elimination match, but I did want to mention something. The world that we live in is as turbulent as the For Honor one itself, and we just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that we were taking everything very seriously. So in our pictures, you see us, we're so beautiful. We do have masks, though. Don't worry, everyone. We are ready, and we will wear them should we get 6 feet close enough. So thank you so much for adding those for us, everyone. We were very disturbed. I have not seen someone's lips in over a year, so very happy that we have those on there now. Thank you so much, production, for helping us.
Yeah, and also just for people to feel a bit more confident about this, if we cut back to the screens of me and Action Slacks, if I, just go over... Oh, wait, wrong way. It's his inverted screen.
Oh, good try. This way,
Look, okay. We're more than 2 meters apart. You can't see my arm. So rest assured, we're taking all the precautions we need in this pandemic.
Thank you so much. I'm sure everyone was very awake and just terrified of what could be happening to us. No one would want to see you or I get hurt from the Twitch chat, I'm sure. But at any rate, we're about to see a lot of people get hurt coming up in our elimination match as our players get ready, my friend. Now, as they load in, I want to talk about the championship match. Here we go. We're going to bring you back to the bracket to take a little look. Nemesis and Missing Bones. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Vivid Naz, but wasn't there some drama on this? Didn't a guy drop from Nemesis and go on to Bones, or am I insane? Is that a different team?
All right, here we go. This is called some vivid lore here for you today. So the original story... The original story, of course, was Setmix used to be part of the UDDA, and he was, him and Clutchmeister were super close when it came to creating the teams that would always crush out the competition. When you have, two best players on a team, it's always going to lead to the same conclusion. But then what happened, some rivalry behind the scenes, I don't tell. And then eventually, Setmix decided to step away from Clutchmeister's team and decided to create his own rival for the EU spot. And so far, Missing Bones has been performing, a bit less so maybe you'd say in the scrims, but they're game day performers we can see here today. They have brought it out of the bag, and a little bit of spice for you here, Slacks. Coming into this, Missing Bones didn't really want to scrim against Nemesis. And I'm guessing this is because of the spicy pick they had coming up. They didn't really want Nemesis to maybe practice against the pick that they had that they've been shown with their set mix.
Wow, that is some beautiful. I love that. Vivid lore. That's my stuff right there. You know, speaking of lore, I've got something for you here. Did you know? I memorized all the lore for Griffin because I thought he was going to be in the series. Turns out it wasn't, but that's not a big deal because I love the lore. Anyway, did you know that Griffin's has outfits from every single faction? You know that, right?
No, I didn't. Thank you very much for the lore.
What do you mean you didn't know that? But more importantly,
I'm making you
he has samurai armor with metal. And the samurai don't, they use wood. It's very interesting, very interesting. That steel. It makes me think about what do the samurai use the steel for if they're not putting it on themselves. It just what's that?
I almost want to put a complaint ticket to Ubisoft, you know, just to get our facts a bit correct. And, you know, what is a samurai doing with any steel on any part of their body?
Well, they put it in the sword, all right? Steel is not for the body for a samurai, okay? You just need a bigger blade, and that's the whole point of it. They don't understand that it could be defensive. It's all offense, baby. Anyway, we are going to load into this elimination match. Our players are having a couple technical issues, so take some time to go to the restroom, get a drink, sharpen your axe. If you're like me, cower behind your shield, and we will be right back for the For Honor Dominion Series Elimination semifinal. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dominion series. We have the bracket coming up here for you to let you know how we doing. Now, we are going to make our way to the grand final coming up very soon. But right now, an elimination match is happening. Russian Mind Games versus Swob happened is currently going on. Russian Mind Game is 1 game ahead. Unfortunately, we are experiencing a game-wide spectator bug right now, which is preventing us from jumping in there. So we will not, unfortunately, be able to get you into that elimination game, but we will be back for the grand finals. Don't you worry. And then we will go to that honor match. But until we get there, let's go ahead and bring in our good friend Vivid Nas to come and talk to us. Vivid, how you doing here, bud? Unfortunate stuff, in the For Honor universe, the entire world split open with horrifying things, and it actually happened in our studio. We had such a accurate representation of For Honor. The ground itself split open, ate a server, ate our intern Jerry. He's dead, and we are now here.
It's an unfortunate situation, of course. Spectator bug is causing us to not be diving into these games as much as we want to see them. Russian Mind Games pulling through, though, which is kind of what we alluded to. Russian Mind Games were playing better when it came to the LCQ previously against Swob happened. But for me, the big ticket play here is the grand finals. It was spicy things for Missing Bones. They were sitting on a pick that we didn't expect with the Gladiator, but I feel they've had a lot of practice on this pick, and Nemesis didn't quite see it coming as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for our grand finals. I mean, we have seen Nemesis just go completely nuts, but nobody knows them better than their opponents. I mean, this match has been fated by the oracles before, and it is going to happen right before our eyes now. I usually don't like to do this to my panelists, but you disgust me after playing games with you, so I will put you on the spot. I want to know, do you think Nemesis will be taking it? Hit me. Look.
Okay. Ooh, see, you've put me on the spot here. Because I want to say I'm liking what I'm seeing from Missing Bones. Look, they threw in something spicy. This is what we love to see on For Honor. A big change to what we expected. People were like, oh, this is going to be Ascent, Warlord, BP, and whatever the last character that I can't get off the top of my head is, roster mirror matchup. But we actually saw the surprise pick when it came to the Gladiator that Setmix had been sitting on this whole time. Yeah. But for me, I'm going to say, hold on to your horses. I'm going to throw it there. Nemesis. Who would have thought?
Okay. I believe in Missing Bones, and I'm going to be 100%. I'm not looking to be the contrarian here, but Nemesis has been on the top dog spot for so long. It feels like they have room to get a little bit weaker. I think that Missing Bones, they've had a lot more games. It's been a lot tougher for them. I feel like they've had more practice. They got pocket strats. It's going to be a fantastic grand finals, in my opinion. And, unfortunately, we will be going back to break now, waiting for our issues to get through, and we will go to the grand finals. But everyone in the chat, please, if you could, ship one out to our boy Jerry. We miss you. We love you. He had no kin. He was a lonely nerd. So don't worry about it. He's one of us. Goodbye, Jerry, and we will see you for the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. It is home of the E-Star Studio, but also the For Honor Dominion Series Grand Finals for EU. I can't take it. I'm so excited to see these teams coming together to play in our Grand Finals match. I hope you're ready in the chat. I hope you got the swords. I hope you got the shields. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Grand Finals time.
When worlds collide, the warrior survives. For vengeance. For clan. For honor. Dominion Series Final.
Every For Honor player knows patience. And now patience has paid off. It's your Grand Finals, Nemesis Esports versus Missing Bones. The elimination match, by the way, those boys, they're still fighting. Swob happened in Russian Mind Games, currently 1-1. We'll be seeing them later, but forget about the peasants. It's time to talk about the kings. And with me, two kings of the esports world. Let's go ahead and bring you guys over to our beautiful panel. We have Humanist and Vivid Nas.
What's up? What's up?
Look, we're happy just to have you back here, Humanist.
Humanist
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So it looks
Go
like I missed
ahead.
a little action there, Slacks.
You know what? Surprisingly, Humanist went missing. Then the game started breaking, and then Humanist returns when the game is back. Very strange, Humanist, but we have made it to the Grand Finals. Nobody's blaming you for anything. Are you ready to see these teams face off? We've heard a lot from Vivid Nas. We've heard a lot from me. Humanist, welcome back to the broadcast. Talk to me about these two teams, baby.
Well, while I was gone, I was just pounding coffee, and so I couldn't be more hyped right now. I don't think it's actually possible. I've been contemplating it. It's, so we're at max hype levels. These are the teams that I expected to be there. Vivid expected it as well. That's what he told me, even though his prediction was a little bit different. I won't blame him. He's a very intelligent man. But this is really what it all comes down to. I mean, Nemesis, these are the top dogs. And then you come in Missing Bones. Do they have this strategy? Maybe the Glad comes in, can throw them off. I don't think so, but this is their only chance to do so.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what they bring out of the bag against this Nemesis roster. They have, they've not been scrimming each other recently, so maybe, Nemesis is a bit rusty against this Missing Bones, and hopefully Missing Bones can use that to their advantage.
Absolutely. As a Viking spammer myself, I hope to see some Vikings out there. I hope to see some samurais. Knights are for normies, but we will probably see many of them in these finals. Let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. It's Grand Finals time right now. We are going into the pick and the bans of the maps. Gentlemen, this has become the battle. Let's go.
So this is super spicy picking bans here. We have, of course, Overwatch. Nemesis Missing Bones did manage to pick up a game here. Harbor going towards Nemesis, and also in game 3, we do also have them picking Temple Guarding. More so a 2v2 split. Whilst Nemesis, surprisingly Missing Bones trying to focus on these more team-orientated maps. But of course, this is a best out of 5, so we do have 5 maps selected from both teams. And with that being said, we have our first map, Harbor. I want to take a look at what Sarasa thinks that these teams can do on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. So game 1 of these Grand Finals, I'm very, very excited to start everything off on Harbor. We've seen this map multiple times today, and I think it's going to be about the same story. Team fights are really going to be more important on the side points. We're going to have an initial team fight in mid, and everything will kind of split off from there. I'm curious to see if the three that Missing Bones sent to see when they played Harbor first will be matched by Nemesis. Either way, this is going to be very team fight oriented, and I'm excited to see what happens next.
Indeed, we all are excited. I'm excited to see Harbor as the first map. And as we get into this, we're going to look at some stats overall. And you can see both these teams, they stack up pretty evenly. Now, Missing Bones, you know, a lot more deaths going down on their side, not as many takedowns. But overall, look at objective-wise, that's what it comes down to. You got to take objectives on these points. And these teams, I mean, either team can do it. Obviously, Nemesis has a little bit of advantage when you stack them up head-to-head. But both of these teams are in each other's heads right now. And Nemesis is the top dog, ready to get knocked down.
Yeah, what's also good to take into consideration in that stat sheet that we just saw, Nemesis did play the slightly weaker opponent compared to Russian Mind Games, which played Missing Bones. So obviously the objectives are very similar. Maybe the takedowns and deaths will be a slightly, slight difference there, but that's only because of the opponents that they had to play.
Yeah,
all right,
absolutely.
fantastic. Now, yes. Gentlemen, we are going to head into this game. Hope you're all ready. By the way, quick note about, let's go. No quick note. The game is on. Let's freaking party. Here we go.
That was a really quick note. I mean, he just jump in. Hey, quick note, the game's starting. Thank you, Slacks. What a guy. So Vivid, for the people just tuning in, for myself, how did this Glad work for Missing Bones? Were they really effective with it?
Surprisingly well, actually. Semix has been quite the pioneer here, following in Darrow's hands, and it's actually worked out for them pretty well. Even against Russian Mind Games, he used it to great effect to get off ganks. And when him and Solips fought with each other, it was quite a sight to behold. And also, I want to say, Humanist, you always like to hear that he always asks people if they use the B point to ledge, and we just saw a ledge there from Clutchmeister, and we also saw a ledge in the previous game in Harbor, so you'll be happy to know that.
Yes, Clutchmeister getting him as Nemesis Esports come out of the gate swinging, make that 1-2 kills, and they'll get the execution as well. And as Vivid said, that was the drop off from the ledge there. You love to see it, and this fight is going to just continue to battle on. Harbor is one of these smaller maps. I definitely enjoy it. Although, there's just not as many minions that feed in or flood into this B lane. And as Nemesis take control of B, they're going to quickly head over to C as well. Let's see if they can capture this, because they've swarmed over as 3. This is going to be Set Mix, just buying time for his team to rotate.
Yeah, he's trying to buy time. You can see him dodging back the way as, just got kind of swarmed by Clutch, Silencer, and Barak there. You can see Clutchmeister just trying to get the GB punish there on the Centurion, was unable as Amber did interrupt that. You can see her just kind of dodging left and right. The team fight kind of going in the ways of Missing Bones' favor, actually.
Ooh! Clutch gonna get put down there. It looked like they did such a good job to kind of juggle, didn't take any damage from him, and they interrupted, heavied, and he's just put down. So Nemesis, they're gonna go ahead and lose their master, as he will go ahead and respawn here shortly. Missing Bones, they're gonna be in the hole. Just about 3 minutes into this one, a couple 100-point lead. Nothing to write home about just yet, but it is a solid advantage just in the first couple minutes here. And now this is where the map begins to rebalance out. You think that, Missing Bones, they're going to try and rebalance, take point B, and maybe point A even gets a little bit of action here.
Yeah, we saw there once again the synergy between Solips' Centurion and Mixter's Gladiator pick. They worked pretty well in closing out that fight as fast as possible. The biggest point on Harbor is stalling is a very effective tactic, only because of how close the actual spawn points are to these side lane objectives. You can see Solips is trying to chase for this point A, trying to deny the regen from Otto here. Should be a pretty easy 1v1 as we see Barak coming in for the assist. Oh my god, Solips. He read you like a book.
Read him like a book. Read him like a comic book. Just a piece of cake, a piece of crumb cake over here. As Nemesis will quickly regain control over A, moving back into B. And then once again, guys, this is just so quick to clear out B on Harbor. You can see there's just not so many minions there. And as they'll do that, they'll send, I think, Barrack right over down into C. As Nemesis say, hey, you know what? We're going to flood right back over. This seems to be the real strategy for Nemesis. They will rotate back to A if they have to, but otherwise just B down to C.
I'm surprised that we saw, just the back of that fight, Heren actually moving away from C, even though we can actually see that Missing Bones were losing this fight. So why did they decide to pull away there at that point? Silencer getting a nice parry into that top-heavy combo from him and Clutchmeister. Solip's in critically low health, probably needing some help from his team, and there we go. Clutchmeister gets the kill and the capture for point C for Team Nemesis.
Kill and the capture. You know, Clutch loves to get that renown fed over to him as he has that corruption unlocked. I think we have tier 2 unlocked for the BP as well. Nice guard break up against the wall. Otto, can you have a little bit of mercy here? He finally will be able to get himself off of that, but Setmix dancing back, takes a nice heavy. Otto continues to chase him down, tries the GB, but gets countered, has the damage, puts him down. One more attack will put him down. Clutch trying to get it, but Setmix having none of it. Running as fast as his feet will carry him. Eventually, Otto will be able to chunk him on down. You can't run away from that synth.
That's unfortunate. Setmix just not getting the support that he needed from his team there. You can see Amber and Solip just cleaning up there, and Otto just kind of saying a big fat nope and retreating to the B point with Clutchmeister.
That's hilarious. It's always one of the funniest moments in the game, especially when you're running around with an ally and you're like, hey, we're gonna go. Nah, actually, we're immediately reversing course. This feels like an important moment in the in the game so far, though, because this is the first time since the opening battle that we've had 2 or 3 from each team move over into the B point. We're spectating on Otto, but we definitely have most of both rosters fighting over this B point. Now, I wonder if we're actually going to see someone climb up and try and drop down from the ledge again. Currently not happening. Varric able to get I'm Amber, taking him down. That's 1 kill, but still holding B, wasting time.
Yeah, holding B, wasting time. This Gladiator trying to do the best to, you know, kind of feint out something from this Silencer, but Silencer's holding steadfast in this matchup. You can see they're kind of losing this mid B fight. And I want to just bring in Ceresu here and as to his thoughts on how the game state is for both of these teams.
The game state is just not looking all that great here for Missing Bones. A big reason is that they're just not able to really survive these team fights. We have a lot of stock basically being put into their ability to gank. They have the Gladiator, they also have the Centurion, but they haven't really given themselves the opportunity to use both of those powerful gankers because they just keep losing team fights, and it's one of the reasons that they are so far behind. But they are triple capping Nemesis right now, so this may turn around.
Thank you very much for that bit of opinion there. Yep, as you can see there, Ceresu rightfully pointed out, they didn't manage to get the triple cap, which I don't know how this exactly happened because they've been losing every single fight coming up to this.
It looked like they basically just, like, Nemesis fully committed to completely retaking B, which meant they stayed there until they killed every single person that was hanging around. So they got B back, obviously. A and C are now up for contestation, but Nemesis, this is where the team communication, the comms really come into play. For any amateurs or semi-pros or any people that played in the qualifiers, I think that's really what starts to separate these teams. You may have the individual skills on your team, but that communication is where it all comes in. And now at about 900 points, Nemesis is looking to close out the deal in this first game. Missing Bones have to hold tight. They're not too far behind. They definitely could secure this one and come back with a shocker in game 1 if they can put it all together. Corruption goes down from Clutch over onto Solips. Solips is pinned up against the wall in 2v1 situation. They'll leave Silencer to clean that up as Clutch wants to drop in with the rest of his team into point C. He's just hanging back. He's like, dude, we got this. A went over to Missing Bones, but B and C remain for Nemesis.
That's some beautiful bit of zoning there, as you saw from Silencer and Clutchmeister, just kind of holding off Solips and Setmix from getting onto the point C. You saw that Nemesis committed all members to point C, and Setmix just decided to rotate from point A to come to point C to aid his allies, but there was corruption there. And also you had Solips critically low, and you also had Silencer holding them back, and Heren and Amber were just kind of left on their own in this 2v2 up to 2v4 situation. And we're into breaking now.
Clutch. Below 50% health. Can the King hold his ground against 2 heroes at full health? It doesn't look good right now for Clutchmeister as he's pinned down with enemies approaching from behind, getting shoved up against the wall from this Warlord. He'll try and get himself a little jab there. It's not going to be enough. I'm Amber able to take him down. Quickly switching over to look at Otto. as Missing Bones in breaking. They don't want to lose any heroes, and thus far they have done a pretty good job. We've got the one-on-one over here action. You love to see it. Centurion, he's going to get the stab into Otto's chest. The knockdown, can he get the follow-up? Not quite what he was looking for, but he's still doing so good. Solip's not taking a lick of damage during this engagement. His teammates have rotated over to C. It looked like they have the numbers and the health advantage. Fires down! It's time to burn, baby, burn! Nemesis, 2 heroes down. Missing Bones are going to have 2 down. About to make it 3 here. Remember, they're in breaking. They're not going to get respawned. Of course, they'd love to pick their allies up off the ground, but it's just so hard to do. Corruption down on the deck. Missing Bones, only 1 member remaining. And Heron, I don't think you're going to be able to make this play.
Defenders win. That was an incredible use of the Fire Flash there from Barak, just knowing what his team needed, stalling out slightly so that his comrades can come and save him to end that breaking scenario. And what a game 1 there from Nemesis, showing their prowess, even with the Gladiator pick, not really bringing much impact onto the battlefield in this one, Humanist.
Gosh, you know, it did feel like in that first or second engagement around point C that they did a really good job with that Glad. They were juggling, interrupting, and getting damage with it. This is probably what they're trying to do, but quickly went away from that as the game started to spiral out of control.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that 2v2 that we saw in the earlier games with Missing Bones and Solips and Setmix sort of mixing up with the Gladiator and Centurion. But I'm hoping they do a better performance on a map of their choosing next in the coming game.
Well, let's go ahead and look at our updated bracket. I believe I'm getting word that Russian Mind Game actually took the series here. So over Swob Happened, 2-1. Swob Happened was able to tie that series up. But that does mean that Russian Mind Game moved forward to the Consolation match, as Slacks has branded it, the Honor Match, where everything is on the line for your honor. But congratulations to Russian Mind Game to go ahead and move that forward. And that'll, I think we'll see that after the Nemesis Esports and Missing Bones winner of the grand final. So really fun stuff. And
you already know this is for the money match. This is already for the money match and coming in first place. You know, the game we're playing for today is for those 8,000 smackaroos. Second place taking a very nice 4,000. And of course, even for the honor match, our players will be walking away with a nice chunk of change in their pocket. And next up, we've actually got Overwatch, which is hopefully Missing Bones' missing map here, and Cereso will run us through it.
Absolutely. So game 2 is going to be played on Overwatch. And again, this is going to be more of a 2v2 type map, not necessarily too many fights going on in the mid lane. Most of the action will probably be on the C point. A point will be relatively uncontested until one of the teams that have an advantage is able to pick it up. So we're going to see how well Nemesis can teamfight against Missing Bones and Missing Bones against Nemesis. We really want to see the ganks coming out from Missing Bones. That's what their composition is all about. We really need to see that come into play if they're going to succeed.
Thank you for that, Cereso. And just to touch on the point that you kind of covered there, this is the map that Missing Bones played very well on against Russian Mind Games. They kind of showed the prowess of this 2v2 pick that they've went for with the Gladiator Centurion, and also still having the Warmonger and the Warlord. Now, Nemesis haven't played on this map today, so it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to the playstyle that's kind of changed from Missing Bones, especially on a map like this. It'll be exciting to see this one, Humanist.
I'm really excited as well. I think, well, not that I think, I know Harbor is a very small map, as has been pointed out previously, and that seemed to play into Nemesis's favor, like you said. So, you know, maybe you get those ganks off. Of course, this is one of those weird maps where like A just seems to be uncontested unless a team feels like, hey, we need to just shake things up and kind of reset the map and pull someone away. So that's kind of what I'm looking out for on these maps.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a strange one, because last time we saw Overwatch, we did see a pretty unorthodox, the Warmonger from the Russian Mind Games team actually went to capture point A at the start of the game. Obviously, it didn't end well for them because they lost the fight on point C and also lost the fight on point B. But I'm trying to wonder, was this a play to get the tier 1 feat as quickly as possible in the hopes that maybe it can help down in one of the later fights or in the early game to get that early push into B and C?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good point, and that had to play a factor into it. I mean, You hope that none of these teams are playing with fear. I think that definitely comes into it sometimes, though, where you feel like, look, we have to shake things up. We have to kind of maybe put our opponent off balance from what they expect or the rhythm of the game that they've developed. And so they go for that kind of cap. But like you said, if they're playing offensively and just trying to get that tier 1 feat out, then that's probably what's going on there. Although it definitely can have the secondary impact as well.
Yeah, I think it could have worked if they, Kumeku was allowed enough time to rotate back to C before his team completely lost the fight. At that point, if they can just stall out on C, they still have the A point. This means that, one of the other teams has to rotate to that A point, get the capture, and gives them the numbers advantage. So here we go. We're kicking off the game. Nemesis on the attackers, Missing Bones on the defenders. You can already see the split here. Amber, Haren going for the C point, hopefully following up Clutchmeister and Barak, which is a very good 2v2 comp from both of these teams.
Oh, I'm so excited to see how this is going to play out here. We do have, like you said, 2 into B, 2 into C right off the bat. This is pure skill and team fighting ability, just to a T in this moment. This is what it all comes down to. And Vivid, getting an early advantage on C, it pays dividends for your team almost like nothing else. This is one of those maps that you just love to control C point. The action, they just keep flooding back in. Like, if someone is able to hold long enough, you get the respawns, people just keep flooding back into C. We're looking at Barrick. He's down low, turns around, able to get the kill. That's going to be his tier 1 feat unlocked right off the bat. Missing Bones, they have 3 heroes dead here in the first minute of the game. Nemesis Esports just flexing. I don't know. Might have to check Clutch's Twitter. He might have just been tweeting live while that happened. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was a really good team fight there for Nemesis. Of course, they both won the C fight and the B fight. Unfortunately, there, Haren, I think, should have tried to stay up a bit longer. Amber was still very healthy. Clutchmeister was on the ground, I'm presuming because he was out of stamina. Barak was very low. I think they could have won that if they just played it slightly differently. You can see here Silencer going out for that B point against Soul Lips, and Haren finding himself at a disadvantage, but this is what Silencer loves to do. He can hold down the point, he can contest, he can wait for his team to come to rotate and help him.
And exactly what he is doing there, and just doing it so impressively, like you said. It's like, he's happy to trade a little damage, but moreover, just waste your time. Soul Lips, kind of in an awkward position up against the banister there. Will go ahead and try to get himself away, but immediately caught by more members of Nemesis that come up to these steps. This is such an awkward place to be fighting because you have the spikes behind you, like at almost 2 angles there, so both teams have to be super wary of that. Neither trying to get over there. Barrick doing a nice job to go ahead and get the kill onto Soul Lips, as Nemesis only up by about 100 points here, doing a pretty good job into this second game to still have the advantage. But Missing Bones, they're holding in here tough.
Yeah, they're holding here pretty well. You can see there, Barak just kind of went down. Silencer versus Setmix. Now, this is a duel that I always love to watch because these guys try and contest who's the best Black Prior. And, depending on who you ask in the community, it'll be different answers. But it's good to see them on these different characters. But now it's a bit of an uneven matchup here for Setmix. Brilliant pin there. Oh my god. I always love a good sequence of attacks there. Auto and Silencer making that work perfectly to get the kill there on Setmix.
It's such, dude, Centurion, every time, like, you get knocked on your back and you know what's coming. You're gonna get a sword right through your chest, and he does it right there. Clutch in a 1v1 over on A. The point that gets a little less attention is where Clutch finds himself a nice little delicious kill, and he's gonna tick over to his tier 2 feat right now. Gonna get himself a little bit of lifesteal with that corruption. And you'd love to see it if you're a Warmonger or Clutchmeister Nemesis fan, because as he gets into these fights, it's just going to get more and more powerful.
This is a really unfortunate situation that we find ourselves here. Missing Bones, most of our characters don't even have their first feat unlocked, whilst we have someone like the Black Friar already on tier 3 feat. We have already Warmonger on the tier 2. And I wanted to bring in Ceresa here. How big is this renowned advantage for Nemesis?
It's significant, and I would definitely argue that the downhill for Missing Bones was that at that very beginning fight, because the two of them were very, very low, and all they needed to do was win the team fight or stall that middle team fight and made it a little bit longer. But because they were not able to do that, what we see now is most of these people on the side of Nemesis having all of their feats, and very soon we're going to see that come into play.
do you think that, you know, the start fight there, do you think it's the maybe Nemesis has had enough practice against this gladiator pick? Maybe they weren't actually surprised in seeing this, or do you maybe think it's something else?
I don't think they're necessarily too surprised. I just think one of Gladiator's weaknesses is he's just not really able to team fight all of that well. And we see that in the composition. They're just trying to get these ganks off as much as they can, but they have to win team fights, so they have to try and separate somebody while they're in a team fight to get these ganks off. And we just aren't seeing that. And because of that first fight, right, we get this point lead, 750 to 200, and it's just looking really rough.
Thank you very much, Sarasi, for that bit of in-game analysis for us there. And as he pointed out, the point lead is huge. Everyone on Missing Bones is dead. Otto's got his 4 feet. Phalanx unlocked. Clutchmeister 4 feet. Silencer 4 feet. Barak he's going to A. He's trying to get this 4 feet.
I think everybody's calling Barak out right now. They're like, dude, you don't have your tier 4 unlocked? Come on, Scrub. We might have to find someone else in the next Dominion series to replace you if you don't get that quickly enough. And it looks like he may be, as he's going to go to get himself a little headbutt into the jab. Another one as well. I mean, gosh, that thing, it just gives you nightmares, like fighting against warlords that you're just constantly getting headbutted against. Now, he is in a 2 versus 1 situation, a little bit of an anti-gank situation. I don't think he's too worried at all. He'll get shoved back there, not too much damage to follow up. Juggling target here, and this is just when Missing Bones just went into breaking, so Nemesis really in solid and absolute control of this one. And you see Missing Bones going to go ahead and drop off, leaving Barak in a 1v1 with Imamber. And apparently he has just infinite brain cells, because he just keeps slamming his head up against the wall and his opponent.
Yeah, no, Warlord's done actually a really good job here, holding off both Mixter and Amber on this point. You saw there, Mixter just kind of noped out and kind of left in the hopes to try and get them to unbreak. They've managed to unbreak here. Warlord has been actually incredible in holding down this point until, you know, Clutchmeister's here to assist. Headbutt light combo lands. Clutchmeister's trying to look for the opening, probably shouted at Barak to get him an opening. There we go. That's the opening we looked for. Tried to go for the top heavy, saw that it wouldn't land, so he just decided to feint out of it. Heren gets the GB punish, doesn't ledge him actually, which is surprising enough. And once again finding themselves in a 2v1 situation, pushing him off the point and realizing that they're unbreaking again.
Yeah, and breaking. Oh, gravity! Oh. Hello. Yeah, that's not what you like to see if you're a Missing Bones fan. It looks like they are able to come out of breaking once again, so he's going to be coming back. An unfortunate situation if he got dropped off like that, and of course you were breaking, but very quickly it looks like 40 points or so they're going to be right back into it. Nemesis, you know, kind of failing to close this game out here at the end, but also Missing Bones, you know, fighting hard.
Yeah, we're fighting hard, but unfortunately just the renown difference is just so huge. We touched upon it earlier. You know, you have the Warlord, even he's got his 4 feet, and he was the one slacking off in the team, as we said. But Meister just kind of moving in. At this point, it'll be really hard for Missing Bones to unbreak. They would have to capture A to unbreak, but I don't see this happening. So they're probably just going to look for the last team fight here. And if a miracle happens, they win multiple team fights, capture all of these points again, maybe something can happen.
Yeah, gosh, I mean, I keep going back to this, Vivid, but I think, I mean, you got to do it. We're in the finals. They have smashed their way here. I am just so impressed with what Nemesis has achieved. And while this game hasn't been closed out as effectively as the others that we've seen in the past, it looks like they're going to close this one out if they maintain course here and go up 2-0 in the grand finals in this best of 5. And it's nearly a flawless performance from A to Z from Nemesis Esports. They have to feel so proud of this team as an organization.
Yeah, they've come a long way. It's the sort of thing that they're constantly looking to adapt. They're constantly looking to play against any team that's willing to give them a scrim. Any team, if they're losing from a team, they'll try and learn from it and just basically pick up on points that they might have missed out. We did talk about, you know, earlier, Otto did switch out of the Shaman. They saw that, you know, the EU meta was evolving to requiring the Centurion for ganking, had a bit more reliance on the actual ganks, and they just decided to swap out. Otto surprisingly swapped out just before the close qualifiers. No one really expected it, and it's just like it feels like it's always been there. Like he's had, you know, he's had no time to practice on this pick, and it just feels like it's always been in this roster.
You've always been there, my friend. And oh, you know, the thing is like most of these professional players, especially let's talk about Clutch for a second. This guy has won either an actual organized tournament or community tournament on almost every single hero in the game. So if you're talking about a player like that, yes, he has his mains, but he can also pick up any other hero and perform to a high level with it. And most of the players on both of these teams can do exactly that. As we look at, once again, Nemesis continuing to hold strong here. Just an awkward melee battle here in the B lane. Solips, he's going to go ahead and get a little stab as he knocked Clutch down. Clutch, once again, throwing out his corruption. This is going to cause Missing Bones to just spread and run like the Dickens.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, you know, at this point you can see Missing Bones have actually caught up and both teams are breaking. And I feel like Nemesis could have had this wrapped up in a bow tie much earlier than this.
Yeah, you would think so. And maybe just a mental breakdown. Breakdown in communication, breakdown to something. But ultimately, it looks like things are going to be going their way. Now, Nemesis, they do lose one, but Missing Bones has 2 down. And they cannot respawn right now. It's going to be just 1 remaining here. Now, Nemesis, it's time to just play Roundup. They're going to find this last hero on the map. Looks like he's hiding over in point C. Not a great place to hide, I think, said Mix. And now put up against the corner. He's going to have heroes pounding on him, getting tossed. Throw him down. Throw him into the pit. Throw him into the pit. Oh, Lord have mercy over here. Somebody help this guy.
Oh, the haymaker on the kick there just lands on Setmix to finish it off and put Nemesis 2 ahead of Missing Bones, Humanist.
Well, once again, Nemesis able to lock in another win, another victory in their column. Now 2-0 in this best of 5, 1 game away from money time. I know Clutch probably has big plans for that money. I'm impressed with Nemesis, you know, coming in, not dropping any games, but I gotta say, Missing Bones, they held really strong there in that one towards the end.
Yeah, at the end, they won a consistent amount of team fights. It was the miracle play we were alluding to that they quite needed. But I feel like Nemesis also cut them a bit of slack and tried to limit test a bit. But, you know, this was meant to be Missing Bones' favorite map. I was really hoping to see them pick this one up compared to game 1. And you just kind of see it's all lying on this game 3 for this team. Of course, we do have Temple Garden coming up next, which was Nemesis' favored. And especially, you know, with Brace on that Warlord, it's a bit threatening going onto this map.
I gotta say so, and I think Nemesis, when I think this map, let's go ahead and throw it to Ceresu to break Temple Garden down.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so game 3 going to be on Temple Garden here. This is very familiar to everybody who has been watching and the players. Point A is going to be very similar to Overwatch. We might see somebody go there, but the main point is going to be the C point. You're going to see a lot of 2v2s happening there. You might even see some ledges. Keep in mind that there's only a very small portion of the C point where you can't be ledged by an experienced Warlord player. We know Barrack is that experienced Warlord player, so we'll see if he can get those fishes and if he can secure this 3-0 win.
Well, there you go. Ceresu, our resident expert, breaking it down so wonderfully. And a shout out to Ceresu, who I think he's done such a great job to help kind of, you know, just enlighten us and shine some light on areas, you know, where our game knowledge is lacking. And we get into this one, Temple Garden. Like I said, I think Nemesis, I think Temple Garden and Clutchmeister fighting on C. Vivid, what can Missing Bones do to come back in this series?
They really need to win these first 2v2 fights. We can see here, you know, Setmix and Solips, the notorious 2s, going off to B, hopefully embracing Auto and Silence and maybe trying to look for the win here. But Amber and Heren going up in that deadly Barrack and Clutchmeister combo. Of course, Warlord versus Warmonger Mirror here on C. Didn't go too well for them when it came to Overwatch. Hopefully something different is going to happen here.
Let's see if they actually fight to the death on B, or if they get a hero low and rotate somebody over into C. Right now, we're going to go ahead and spectate Clutch early on here, as he's going to get the break, try to follow it up with a heavy chain. Doesn't quite connect on him. He gets guard broken. A little bit of damage, able to come back through, but he definitely has advantage. If he can get one more heavy, it looks like he'll be able to get the kill. His team able to turn it around on him a little bit, and now Clutch, he's kind of spectating his ally. This Warlord on Warlord mirror action that you talked about. No, and you notice their positioning. You know, like Saresu said, like Vivid said, he's not putting his back to the pond here, the koi pond, the piranha pond, whatever you want to call it. He's gonna make sure he doesn't get shoved into the water and drown. And now Nemesis, as they're able to get a couple kills in B, they flood into C. Strong advantage, and Clutch. Oh, there you go. There's another one for your collection, bud.
Yeah, he loves his pop figures. You saw there using the slightly longer execution, extending that respawn timer. And once again, they just lost both fights on B and A. Solib tried to go for the consolation prize there, capturing A. We have Amber here already corrupted. Feet one already been unlocked for Clutchmeister. Revenge being procced there by Amber, trying to go for the full charge claw. Guard break caught by Clutchmeister, trying to create some distance. Now, the point of that is he's just trying to basically elongate the duration of Revenge, where Amber can't do anything. Gets the fully charged claw into the heavy, and we have a full-out brawl occurring here on the B point. Humanist.
Yeah, an absolute brawl going on right now. You look at Clutch, he's got his corruption on cooldown. Oh, a nice little skewer. He's going to get the shove back onto Heron. Heron, now in a 2 versus 1 situation, should be fine. Clutch is going to drop off that, turn around, try to find some damage with his ally. And this is just between B and C over here. Missing Bones, they have 2 heroes that are going to be moving out from spawn point, as this is just a really awkward situation, waiting to try and get the advantage. Everybody getting low. Barrick's able to get 1 kill. Make that 2? No, he just gets the kill onto Solibs there. So a pretty good job. Just a very dirty melee of action over. Vivid, if I get an action like this, I'm just throwing zones.
Yeah, you'll just be throwing every arsenal you have in your toolbox there. Setmix gets put into the pond. Clutchmeister's just finishing off Amber, getting that execute. And that was just a questionable fight to take off point. You can see there, Haran just charging in to C a little bit too late as he gets pounded away by Barak. And there we go. That's what we said. The koi pond, the piranha pond, you'll just get knocked in there. Goodbye, Haran, and goodbye your health bar.
I would like to believe they are koi piranhas, a new version, some sort of hybrid that has been bred just for honor. I'd also like to bring in Saresu just for a second, because we've talked about the strengths of Warmonger's feats. Saresu, can you just kind of break down this Warmonger for me as a hero minus the feats? How strong is this if she's not able to unlock those feats?
So Warmonger, without the feats, is still a solid character. I mean, she has unreactable offense with her bash at level 1 to level 3. You have to make reads, which makes her a very, very strong 1v1er. She can clear mid relatively well with unlocked 2 heavies, but her team fighting isn't as good. But of course, we introduce that corruption, it becomes a lot better.
Absolutely. And before I let you go real quickly, you see a very strong performance out of Missing Bones on a map that Nemesis picked. What do you attribute to that early on here?
I'm actually kind of surprised that Missing Bones has been able to really bring this back. They've been losing their team fights. They've made some very weird rotational decisions, like Hiron coming in there and just getting ledged, and it kind of staggered the fight. But I think they're just trying to pick up their team fighting and do a little bit better in rotations. I'm not really seeing too much of an opportunity for them to gank and play to their composition strength, so they're just picking it up in team fighting, and hopefully they'll clean up their rotations just a little bit better.
Great. Thank you once again, Saresu, coming in, bringing that knowledge bombs for us. And as you said, we do have the Warmonger, didn't have tier 1 feat unlocked. Solips now has it, but getting stabbed in the chest, dropping very low over here on C. Nemesis not happy that Missing Bones has taken a lead, and we really haven't seen much of this. Amber on his back will get cut down as we look over to Otto, trying to get the charge up there. We'll go ahead and get canceled off. Guard break, stalls him out a little bit. Heavy comes through, but not able to follow it up as Clutch now comes in. Poison on the blade, corruption down. This is where everybody wants to stack to just be getting damaged, but they can't do it because Clutchmeister's corruption is zoning everybody back, and because of that, Solips is just getting pounded up against the wall.
Yeah, it's actually quite kind of incredible. You can see here Clutchmeister already nearing that tier 4 feat. But what was unfortunate there was Missing Bones Amber actually had Corruption Blade for so long, but just couldn't land the hit on Otto. Maybe fishing up for the hits a bit too much, and it just kind of led to Amber's demise there. You can see here Amber just grouping up here with Setmix in this 2v2 matchup. Silencer kind of having to back away. Clutchmeister stepping up and taking quite a bit of damage here. We can see tries to go for the charge heavy there. Mixer does not land on him. He's going for these constant dodge. Parry successfully there from Amber. Stab into top heavy, but just wasn't enough as they allowed Clutchmeister to get this revenge. Pops open Amber. The bomb comes down. He's using this for the health right now. Trying to get a GB on there. Mixer just trying to see what he can do. Light attack lands a bit of health there back for Clutchmeister. And just a sticky situation here for Mixer, even though Missing Bones had the advantage here, Humanist.
Oh, he goes for the uppercut. He doesn't connect over here. Clutch is still alive. Unbelievable plays from the most sensual gamer himself. The king of For Honor holds his ground over here. He wants game 3. He wants the series, Vivid. He wants the money. He wants the honor. And he makes the play. Now, Missing Bones over here, struggling on A as well. Nemesis, it doesn't matter if it's the leader or the support on the team. Everybody is stepping up to the plate when it matters the most.
Yeah, now I feel like we're just, you know, fiesting here. Amber just kind of going in on their own. Clutchmeister should be able to clear this up quickly. Mixer does come in to help. Silencer gets that amazing flip, takes out Amber there in the back. Clutchmeister completely low health, decides that, nope, I'm sorry, Silencer, but you're on your own, Barak. Go in, buddy. Does pop in the 4 feet. Shields for everyone today, my friend.
It's a party. Shields for everyone. They're free 99. Get yours while orders last. Right now, Silencer. He's over here trying to interrupt for his ally. Clutch was down on less than a light would have taken him down. A block attack would have taken him down, and he manages to stay alive through it. So impressive. Eventually will be cleaned up, but it looks like it's too little too late as Missing Bones are 50 points away from being put into breaking. It's a triple cap. The map is on fire. Everything is going Nemesis's way. Oh, Missing Bones are not okay.
Yeah, once again, a really high-value Fire Flash there from Barak, landing them the kills there that we were needing on C, allowing the capture point there. And we can see, you know, they've already captured both the points. Of course, you know, Missing Bones are no longer in breaking. Barak trying to clear up this point B, followed up with Auto as well. Amber trying to stall him as long as possible, landing the Corruption Blade. Obviously, this keeps his allies at a meter distance. Of course, trying to follow some social distancing rules here. Barak kind of going sicko mode here, pops in the revenge, gets a bunch of damage, but just dies there to Mixer. Top heavy lands and gets the execution.
They need to have like a new feat that's just a mask. You get like a tier 2 feat, and Corruption comes out, you throw your mask on, reduces by like 90% damage incoming. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time as we see Setmix over here doing himself a little bit dancing as he takes down Auto. Missing Bones in a dire situation here. If they die, they are not respawning. Nemesis in full control of this map, well over 1,000 points needed for breaking. We look over to Setmix. He's pulled out the Gladiator for this tournament. Here in the finals, he's made it work earlier on, but not so far. This is where it all counts, Vivid. We look Setmix, he's looking for one target. He'll switch back over to the other. Does he know who he's attacking? I don't know, maybe he does. Hyren doing a great job. He'll get himself a nice little ledge there. And it's gonna take a while for that respawn. Missing Bones have 2 down. Nemesis, 3 heroes onto 2. Hyren doing a good job over here, but needs to peel for his allies. You need some hero plays. Now is when you have to land everything. Block every attack coming into you. You can't miss a parry. Shove him off the ledge. I think that's the call. And that will be that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nemesis Esports take game 3 and the series. What a performance.
What a performance.
My goodness gracious. Woo! Sorry, I'm excited. Nemesis, they won, gentlemen. They're back. They did it as we expected, but what a fashion. Just pushing people into the koi pond. Oh, those delicious piranhas will be eating tonight like kings. What a match. Woo! That was pretty insane, guys. Pretty insane stuff. Any final thoughts closing up that bad boy?
Gosh, for me, I predicted Nemesis coming into this because they performed at such a high level in everything we've seen from them. Everybody we've talked to said, hey, Nemesis are the top dogs. We have a chance to knock them off, but it wasn't really unexpected, but the way they did it, it was like you said, Slacks. It was delicious, and as I like to say, nutritious.
It was domination, evisceration, annihilation at the top level play there, as Clutchmeister loves to say. But we just saw a team playing on a completely different level to everyone in the league. So it was very much deserved from Nemesis. They put in the time, they put in the work, and now they've got some cash in their pocket.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of the series for the highlights you guys can walk us through in Game 1.
Sure. Game 1, this was on the smallest map of the 3 that we got to see played. I believe Nemesis actually chose this, and they did a really good job. Now, Missing Bones kind of, they went back and forth. They tried to back cap, and I think Nemesis punished that incredibly well. There was a lot of contest over C, but when it came down to it, Clutch and Barrick making the big plays.
Yeah, and then in Game 2 here, we had, a slightly better performance when it came to Missing Bones. Of course, we did have that miracle run for the team fights there at the end. But unfortunately, even on a map they selected, they still went on the back foot early on, losing those 2v2 fights, and Nemesis just kind of clutching out the victory in the end.
Yeah, such an incredible performance. Even the ledges coming through. That's why they talked about the Warlord so strong getting those ledges. And Nemesis's map of choice, once again, Temple Garden. Clutch loves fighting on this C point, and you can see why. He doesn't matter if he gets down to 1 health. He's going to stay alive. He has lifesteal. And when it mattered the most, his teammates over on A made the hero plays. They juggled the damage. They landed their heavies. And Missing Bones, I was impressed with how long they were able to stay alive through this. They even had the advantage early on, but ultimately, fall to Nemesis 3-0.
Absolutely, and there you see it in the bracket, 3-0. We have a grand champion. The Kings have been crowned, but we're not done, my friend. We still have our consolation match coming up, what I like to call the honor duel. This is what matters the most to me. Winners can be winners, but it's the true test to see who is going to get their revenge. And they are still playing for a prize pool. First place, 8,000, of course, already going to Nemesis, but it's up for grabs. Double the money in the honor match in second and third. Fourth place already snagged. So we are about to see these two scrappy, angry, defeated warriors come back and go for that victory. Gentlemen, you don't get to see too many things like this, in this world. The guys that get eliminated, they lose. They don't get to have that moment to get revenge. But there's so much angst and rage in these teams. I can't wait to see them beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah, some angsty teens. I don't know, but ultimately, Slacks. Yeah, I think there's two ways that a professional player's mind can go after losing or not making it to the finals. You can kind of mentally give up, or you, like you said, you're full of rage, and then you channel that into victory and a little bit of money for the bank.
Yeah, once again, we're getting to see that ultimate matchup of Darrow's Gladiator versus Mixter's Gladiator. So it'll be interesting to see. Of course, we very much enjoyed this game in the first series. So it'll be exciting to see how they do in the second series. Will have Russian Mind Games adapted to the playstyle of Missing Bones with this new Gladiator, or will they fall to it again?
Yeah, we did see it. It was a straight up 2-0 last time, but it was a lot closer than what we've seen from Nemesis and their opponents. So we should have a heck of a honor match coming up here today. It's very much like the single player campaign of the game. You think it's over, you think the enemy is gone, but no, the guys get together and they continue fighting for 15 more years. That's what I like to see. Anyway, so we're about to get into this beautiful honor duel here. All the steel on the line for the points. But at any rate, we are going to have things popping up very shortly. Gentlemen, do you think we actually might see an upset? Do you think they've had time to really reinvest and reimagine themselves?
Gosh, I gotta say, The only upset will be me being upset if we don't see some super dope performances here. And I will add, I would like to see someone just throw in maybe another hero that wasn't played before. Of course, there is money on the line, so probably not.
Yeah, well, it'll be exciting to see how they do actually perform here. Of course, you know, you got to think about the mental of both of these teams. RMG just coming from a loss on Swob happened in the previous series in the elimination bracket. And of course, we just had Missing Bones dropping down from the grand finals. You said it, would they be filled with rage or filled with sorrow? So hopefully they can put that aside and let their emotions for later on, because right now we still got a bit more for Honor to do.
Absolutely. And one of the best things about not being a pro player is that you don't need to live through these horrible emotions. You can just sit there, watch, and get free drops just by watching. So every 30 minutes of cumulative time, which means you could shut off the stream and come back. Why would you, though? You get an XP boost ticket. But just for watching, every 10 minutes you get into a raffle to earn a combat pack and an Honor Gratitude Battle outfit. So don't go anywhere. Leave it on. Engage with the chat. Congratulate Clutchmeister and keep on watching because we still have this Honor duel coming up. Whew! Don't go anywhere. Please, get those drops. Gentlemen, favorite cosmetics in the game. What do you wear? Okay? I need to know. Best taunt. I'm a flute boy myself. I like to play the flute. I like to kick the flute into people's mouths. I like beautiful music. That's what I'm about.
I was going to ask you, do you even play multiplayer or do you just restart the campaign every single time you finish it? I think that's what you do. I played with Slacks a little bit before. I can attest that he is just a flute boy. My favorite execution, I play Jormungandr mostly. My favorite execution is the one where he takes the guy's head off and then sticks the hammer into his neck and then he kind of like takes it out. And the best style effect is gotta be the avant-garde Chimera Bird. It is so dope. If you guys don't have it, it was with this last season's Battle Pass. Get it.
This kid.
This guy's been talking about. He's been talking about this cosmetic our entire play session yesterday. He was like, "Look at the Battle Pass, Section 9, the best cosmetic you will see in a video game." And you know, testify. I do like my style. Recently, I got called out by one of my friends, Jack, who I play a lot of For Honor with. He said that I'm a pretty plain person when it comes to cosmetics. I always like to use, you know, white colors on my characters when it comes to their armor pieces. But then recently, I've switched it up. I've decided to go full graphics design, and I use the most horrendous coloring on all of my characters. And for anyone in the chat, yeah, if you're not using the 200 IQ execution, we're not friends. I don't want to hear from you. That's the only one.
All right. Gee, well, that was the most IQ conversation we've had so far, maybe lowest IQ, as we move in to our consolation match. Ignore what it says. This is the honor match, and we are going to go into the picks and bans of the map. Let's go ahead and take a look.
All right, we can see here, of course, this is a best out of 3 going back to the old format that we had. Missing Bones selecting this Temple Garden. Maybe seeing that Russian Mind Games didn't really have the best game on this previously before. And also selecting the Overwatch, which was the unorthodox play that we said from Russian Mind Games. They did set Kumeku on point A. Will we be seeing that again? We'll find out if it gets the game free. But for our first game, we'll be kicking it off to Saresu to give us a map preview and Temple Garden.
All right, yeah, so we are into game 1, Temple Garden. It's going to be a very interesting match. Both of these teams haven't really proven too much that their team fighting is top tier, and that's what this map is going to test, that we have seen multiple times today in the EU Grand Finals. So, again, we're just going to see A point. It's going to just kind of sit there, exist. We're going to have some team fights in mid, team fights in C, but the most important thing is just going to be who can take advantage of their team fight wins and who can gank properly.
Ooh, who can take advantage of those wins? Yeah, Vivid. Tell me about it, Vivid.
So here, actually, I want to see more of the 2v2s that we saw in the first series. We saw Missing Bones very much taking control of these fights. And will we be seeing the questionable plays? Maybe we won't see the rotation to point A here from Russian Mind Games. Hopefully not.
Well, I'm always a fan of questionable rotations. It definitely it makes me feel a little bit better about myself when you see these guys do some of those things. And like I said before, I think it comes down to, like, at least for me, it's like I'm losing. I'm like, I got a back cap right now. I can't do anything else.
Yeah,
Now, can we talk
I
a little
remember
bit
from. Go for it.
Yes, your previous games that we all know and love, you disgusting animals, just memeing on people together. But anyway, well, I'm interested in Temple Garden Point A. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because in that last match, it was legitimately ignored until for quite some time. So, Vivid, I'm going to put this one directly to you as our smart boy. Can you tell us why on Temple Garden you just let A go?
The problem is have you seen how far away A is from the rest of the points? It's like, you know, might as well climb Mount Everest if you're going to go up all them set of stairs just for a single point. The problem is, if you're looking for those fights on B, you don't have the quick rotations that C allows. You got to climb up the first set of stairs, then the second set of stairs, then you got to wait to heal, then you go back down. It's kind of like that, you know, the SpongeBob meme where it's like something super far away, but it never gets closer. Monty Python sort of esque.
All right, well, we are into the game, and now you know everything you need to know. We are down in the honor duel. Gentlemen, I cannot wait for the cast. Let's see some toe stabbing from these Centurions.
Ooh,
oh, excuse
stabbing.
me, from the Gladiators. Oh, very offensive.
Stabbing toes. You're taking Glad's, I don't know, whatever, a little bit of attention away from whatever the case. Thank you once again, Slacks. We are into this one. Vivid. This is the Consolation. This is the honor match for these teams here. And of course, a little money still on the line. I think this is going to be a really fun one. How about you?
It's going to be extremely fun. Of course, you know, I would rather walk away with $1,000 than $500 if I was one of these players individually. So, of course, we aren't seeing any changes to the comps. The only, you know, big change here that when I see these fours picks, I do expect the Kenzie to have a little bit of high value if we're constantly bunched up, but I don't expect it if we're playing on Temple Garden today.
You know, we were talking about the map, Temple Garden, and A just being this point that, you know, it feels useless, but I mean, you obviously end up using it for different reasons. I think one of the things that's so annoying about it too is that you do have like this height advantage, which means in most maps you can drop down and get executions. You know, you drop down when someone's running by, but you can't do that here because people, like, they run by so fast that if you try, you just drop down and kill yourself.
I honestly have never met someone that has an addiction to ledge kills in my life, Humanist, okay? The amount of times that you've mentioned to me in yesterday's play said, oh, can I ledge here? Can I ledge here? Can I ledge here? It feels
the
like,
best thing in the game.
Like that's all it goes for your brain.
You tell me if there's anything else in the game, and don't disagree with me, Vivid. Tell me, is there anything cooler of like a highlight that you could put into slow motion than someone dropping off of like a high ledge, just like flying through the air and stabbing them with their sword for an instant kill?
Okay, maybe not anything cooler than that, but we do have our game on the way. Once again, Russian Mind Games going for an unorthodox play. Darrow going for that point A, 3 committing to point B, but just allowing point C to be vacant here.
3,000 IQ activated Russian mind game, playing the mind games already. I think the ESP has kicked in. They know exactly what Missing Bones is trying to do. It's unbelievable. Setmix dropping down incredibly low on health already, not where the Glad wants to be. And he's got himself in look like a 2v1, but it's just a 2v2 as they both continue to juggle targets, juggle damage. Setmix continues to drop low, and it looks like they will be able to get the first kill off onto Setmix. Missing Bones is going to not only lose one, they're going to lose two. Russian Mind Game capped A. They take advantage on B. Well, actually, Obu's going to have to rotate himself back up to A. They're all going to heal up at A. Here we go.
This is actually incredible play here from Russian Mind Games. I think I understand as to why they committed the play to A. At first, it kind of puzzled me, but it makes sense. They are the better team fighting comp here. You saw it there when they committed to B. They went for the team fight. They knew Missing Bones would commit members to C, so they decided to commit members to A, then meet up for the point fight on B, because you can't just leave players on C. You've got to commit to this 4v4. And they forced Missing Bones' hand, which is actually 600 IQ play, Kameku.
1200 IQ, possibly even more if you add other multipliers into it. Kameku gets the corruption, spreads Missing Bones out here. Solip's doing his best to go. He gets the jab. Can you get the follow-up? Yeah, there it is. No stamina for Kameku. This is going to go ahead and try and regenerate. Solips will take a moment to reset himself and try to go heal on point. But that's going to be War Mommy chasing him down to C. Let's see if they can get that kill as we switch over to see Setmix finding himself a kill. Looking for another one here. Gets the guard break, and he's going to get the trident to the chest. A nice little execute there as well. Have some mercy, Setmix.
Oh, no. It's in the poop.
That's not right.
But I want to say the out of stamina punish that came out there from Solips earlier when he went for the light whiff into the top heavy, that's just to prevent them from regaining stamina, because of course if he did do the jump attack, the enemy would have a full stamina bar to play with after that.
Yeah, it's a similar interaction on the Hammer Slam, and I nearly every time charge them right back up to full stamina because I'm not a pro player. But these guys are doing just such a great job, like under pressure, under fire, no mistakes being made in that situation. Solips, such a great Centurion, and you'd love to see it as well. Headbutt going to be dodged off. He turns around, he gets himself the guard break. The punish, tries to throw him up against the wall. A nice heavy, he gets the top light as well coming through. Missing Bones doing a pretty good job over here, and this is in Russian mind game territory. Actually, you see how they have him pushed up against the ledge over here? This is where like nobody fights right next, like in the middle of this icon. This is the only place someone could drop off the ledge and get a kill if they were going to try and do it.
Could it be? And we can see once again Missing Bones playing to their strengths, trying to split up these fights into these 2v2s, and they've been performing admirably. Once again, this is how they want to play. They don't want to be bunching up in this mid fight and presumably losing it as they did earlier on in this game. We can see Meraxis kind of got a nice little renown boost here. Two feats unlocked for the Kensei.
Meraxis playing this Kensei to a high level, executing, looking to just stay at the edge of the fight, and I think this is so evident in his gameplay. The moment you move in, though, he gets caught. Solips knew exactly what he was doing, and his ally will turn to look and face Solips, staring him down, not enough. Kensei moving in, trying to get the kill onto Setmix. It's not going to happen. Solips gets the disrupt. He wants Meraxis, but Meraxis is, I'm out of here, bud.
That was beautiful. The charged heavy there was obviously intended for the Kensei. He saw Meraxis behind him, quickly tap targeted and got the fully charged punish there. Pretty well played there from Solips. You can see here Amber going up against Darrow here on point C. Darrow, nice GB into that top heavy, going to use one of the longer executes. If he knows better, there we go, capture C as well, and nice little renown boost for the player. Oh, there's your head.
Have mercy on the toes. Little toe stab in action. This is Slacks. That's his favorite thing about Gladiator. He's just the toe stabber, the toe destroyer. And you see Slacks focusing on that, of course, for good reason. Look over towards Darrow here in this B point. He's having some fun with his other Gladiator mirror match buddy over here. Iron. Yeah. On this Warlord. Would love to shove some people into the water, but they just haven't been fighting on point C.
Yeah, exactly. We can see here Haran just kind of pulling back, sees one of his allies fall down, and he's still pretty healthy. Probably going to fall over to Kameku. Darrow does interrupt there, and zone attack gets successfully parried into that top light combo there by Darrow. Tries to go to guard break, whiffs, gets the toe stab. Meraxis here to assist against Haran. Haran just trying to stall out to get some opportunity. Maybe someone's coming to save him. Gets the light parry there into the side heavy. Tries to go for the light. Dodge bashed there by Darrow just as he's pulling away, realizing he's probably not going to win this one.
So, Resu, I'd love to bring you in here just for a second to kind of talk about this game and how we've seen the points balance so far. How would you react in a competitive match if you see your opponent focusing on A and making those rotates into B? What's going through your head?
If I see my opponents trying to focus on A and B instead of C and B, I wouldn't be all that worried. I mean, even though we did see them take A at the beginning and they were able to win that initial team fight, we still see them behind in points because, again, it's just much easier to rotate from C to mid, and that distance to get to that team fight quicker is helping out Missing Bones more than it has been with Russian Mind Games trying to focus on A. And this is why, again, you just see so much action here. It's just the better point. So an unorthodox start, I don't think it's been working out all that well. But yeah, if my opponents are doing this, I'm just going to keep playing my game. I'm not really worried.
All right, thank you very much, Saresu, for bringing those knowledge bombs in for us. And it's interesting, I don't know if we caster curse them right there or not, but or Missing Bones, but Russian Mind Game, and maybe this is the Mind Game. They put focus onto A and B for so much portion of the game that when it comes down to it, when they're so close to putting a team into breaking, they switch to C. They take control of the game, Vivid.
Yeah, they've been playing really well after, you know, losing to quite a lot of 2v2 matchups. They've kind of decided to go back to the original, let's just try and fight as a comp, because I think we're better as a 4. And you can see that's kind of been working out for them. They are on 997 points, about to put Missing Bones onto breaking. We have Obo here in the Warlord mirror. Haran out of stamina, Obu obviously just out of health basically. So it's going to be a bit of a hard one. If he does get Haran, it's going to be a dire spot here for Missing Bones.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Obu's gonna be able to get this, not by himself anyway, but guess who's here? Dun 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 dun! Maraxis is here, able to help his buddy Peel. And Hiron's now in a situation that he'd prefer probably not to be in. He'd like to switch over and find a kill, but he's not gonna be able to do it. He does get one jab, but quickly they're able to follow up. You know, it's like you go for that attack, you try to get a kill, and then you leave yourself vulnerable. Unfortunately for him, his ally is just a little late to the party. Setmix now has shown up, but he finds himself in a 3 versus 1 situation. His allies on the map have fallen like flies. He will fall, and now this is going to be game 1. Russian Mind Game, really dominant performance. They played with my mind a little bit there.
I honestly think it was an excellent start to the game that they had. I did not expect them to commit for members to A and only B in the hopes to force out a team fight from Missing Bones. I think they were confident in winning that team fight and won it, they did. And when the game devolved to a lot of 2v2s, you saw the pain points in how they play. But when it comes to these massive team fights, these 1vx situations, this team's got it on lock.
I think it was just so well played because when you are being the aggressor, when you are setting the pace, you make your opponents react to that. That puts you one step ahead in any competitive game you're playing. Russian Mind Game truly living up to their name there, because when it mattered, they switched it up, and Missing Bones had to react. It was just a little too slow, and Russian Mind Game able to close out game 1 in a pretty dominating fashion for those last couple hundred points.
Yeah, it's almost like, going into the next map, which is very favored in the play style of Russian Mind Games when it comes to like something like Sanctuary Bridge. Will, Missing Bones be able to come back to this one? Maybe they've kind of locked down their new way of playing. Now, Saresu, can you take us through Sanctuary Bridge and what that may bring for this matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we've seen before, Sanctuary Bridge is going to be a huge team fighting map. And I'm kind of seeing a pattern here. Both of these teams really trying to test their team fighting, even though sometimes the compositions doesn't necessarily reflect that. So again, point A, point C, these are both going to be contested at the beginning or capped at the beginning. Everything's going to go down to the B point. Whoever wins these for initial team fights are going to be winning this map in all likelihood. So we really need to see ganks, really need to see good team fighting, and whoever is able to do that will secure the victory in a heavy fashion.
In a heavy fashion? Oh my god, I want to see the game end with a heavy, and it will truly be in a heavy fashion. This is one of my favorite maps in the entire game, and I think we see it played for good reason in the Dominion series, as these teams know that the strategy plays into it so much, but strategy has led us only so far. You see how everything's played out. Nemesis Esports 3-0 in the grand final, and we are in the Consolation, the honor match, as Missing Bones are down 0-1 in this best of 3. If Russian Mind Game can take game 2 on Sanctuary Bridge, they will be our second place team overall. And you know they want it. That's going to double their prize money if they can make it happen. Vivid, do you believe in Russian Mind Game?
Look, I do very much believe in Russian Mind Game, especially in how they've been playing these fours. And this is their favorite map. This is a map that they've performed well in. This is a map that they know. And this is a map that they've probably won when it comes to the scrims that they've played. But of course, we've not seen this with the new change up in Missing Bones' Gladiator. So hopefully maybe that will have enough impact in the hopes to get the win. I want to point out, Meraxis had a really good game on the Kensei in the previous game, racking up the most points that we had in that game. You saw him perfectly time all those dodge heavies to see when the opponents opened up. And hopefully that Kensei will have a lot of value when it comes to one of these 4v4 styled maps.
It's interesting that you bring up the Kensei there. I mean, that's a hero that we were talking about last time we were playing, and you had some pretty good advice, like when you're fighting up against the Kensei. Maybe for some other rookies like myself, what are you facing a Kensei? What's going through your head?
When I'm facing a Kensei, the problem is most Kenseis, at least the most Kenseis at the level that most of us will be playing in, they'll have the influx. It's like an urge. It's like the Spider-Man meme where he's like trying to hold the urge, and the urge for them is to dodge heavy constantly. They'll see red and they click dodge heavy. All you have to do, feint it, look for the parry punish, and trust me, you'll be fine. Same with Griffin. Griffin are inflicted with the same problem that most Kensei players have, and it's the urge. I need to dodge heavy. I've got GB vulnerability. Let me dodge heavy. Just watch out for it. You got it, boys.
All right, For Honor and competitive For Honor subreddits. I want to see some memes, boys. I think there's some good memes material there. We could lock it in maybe with some comics. We have some wonderful community artists in For Honor as well. And as we get into Sanctuary Bridge, we talked about how it can be snowbally. Suresu mentioned how this is one of Russian Mind Game's favorite map, if not their favorite. What do you think makes it their favorite specifically? One or two reasons, Vivid?
Well, one of the main reasons is these guys have been playing exceptional when it comes to team fights. They've got the better comp, I think, for the team fights with the Kensei. Meraxis has been superb on, tap targeting, getting those dodge heavies in, getting the longer range of the Kensei in. Zone is very good as well. And once again, if we look back in the previous games that we've had, when it came to Nemesis on this map, you saw the snowball. Let's say we take down the whole team. We're pushing to the home point at this point. We can hold them off there, and it will make it much harder for the team to, bypass the enemy team just because of its linear nature. You've kind of got to commit to these fights when it comes to Sanctuary Bridge.
Is there value in trying to sneak past for that back cap? I mean, because intuitively, I think when you start to get, these points pushed in towards your side, you're losing what should be your advantage, the point that you're spawning closer to. How much value is it in sending one or two players to try and back cap and pull people away?
Maybe. At that point, though, if you're sending... It's all a numbers game. All of For Honor is basically a numbers game, especially when it comes to this high level. If you're at a numbers advantage, you're probably going to win, especially when the skill discrepancy between players isn't that high. Less so if we're playing, in our MMR with our pub games. But when it comes to these players, being at a numbers disadvantage is actually not favorable at all. Because let's say you go for the back cap. You've got the back cap, Humanist, but your whole team's just died. What are you going to do now? You're probably going to lose your home point.
Now I got to cap B.
Someone's going to come back to collect their home point, and then B's going to be captured as well.
Well, that's a strong disadvantage. For a man that is disadvantaged in many ways, let's go ahead and bring Slacks back in here to kind of just join us in this conversation.
Thank you so much for that great segue there, Humanist. Yes, welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for that next match, and we have some more questions for you, gentlemen. Now, being a For Honor nerd and noob like myself, I did want to ask if you think that this is any chance to bring out a pocket pick. We've already seen the Gladiator out, but we've seen some other teams running some other heroes. Do you think there's any chance at all we can get something on this grand last games?
I mean, if there was going to be a pocket pick, it would come out now. But the question is it for fun, or is it because we try and throw them off guard and it's just like it's also something that they're good at playing? We have to remember that this money is a double of the prize pool, going from third to second place, which for these guys could mean a lot, So I think that we probably don't ultimately see it because that game was closer than I expected.
Yeah, I honestly thought, Missing Bones had that game, especially on a map favored for them. But then we saw Russian Mind Games just kind of come back, and I feel like we've got a tight competition in our hands. And if they were to make a little pocket pick, it would very much surprise me.
All right, fantastic. Well, interested to see if we get any different maps as well. We've been kind of seeing the same old, and Vid, I'm going to put this one to you. Any reason that maybe we're not seeing some other maps? Is this just the best comp map there?
Yeah, it's the comp maps. Sometimes a lot of the maps in For Honor are either really heavily attackers favored or defenders favored, and some of them are just not comp viable from what the scene deems, the competitive scene deems. And like, what we see here is what I deem to be the very best maps when it comes to the competitive scene. And my favorite, which I haven't seen today, which makes me very sad, I've said this to Humanist, whenever we get a map vote, if you don't vote Citadel Gate, I'm just not your friend anymore. The Citadel Gate
I thought you were Sentinel.
The best map. No. Sentinel is a cursed map, and Ballista should be removed from the game.
Whoa, bro, whoa, what's wrong with Sentinel? It's hype. It's a big boy. It's good to have a big boy. Pro players, all they want are those tiny little maps where they can plan out all their things. Chaos, Vidnod. Chaos is good.
Exactly. We thrive in chaos.
That's right. All right, gentlemen. Well, we're getting some word from our teams to see if we can get into this next match. Now, I do have some scary news here. We might be having a very similar error that we've had before. Because remember, we had to actually drop out of that elimination match to keep the show rolling and to keep the energy hype. Unfortunately, I'm getting reports that a giant crack has appeared in the server room again. And actually, Jerry has climbed out of it, yet he seems to be a different person entirely, and he is rampaging in that room. So we're actually terrified. Many of our people have fallen. However, we will see if we can get to this next match. There is a world, however, where we might just have to, tell you guys in the NA show. We don't want to keep you here for an hour and a half as Jerry is eventually brought down with a ton of tranquilizer darts and several beats to the head. I am sorry, stuff happens. It's just like in the game, okay? The Knights, they had a beautiful life. The world was great, and then the entire world went to hell. They had servers too. It's in the lore. Look it up. And they were destroyed in that great cataclysm. But at any rate, yes, I do hope that there is more adding to the lore. Vivid Nas, do you care at all about the single-player lore? Be real with me and just ignore that several Ubisoft employees are watching. Just give it to me for real. Do you care as much as I?
Look, I may be, if not the biggest fan of the lore in For Honor, of course. Hoping that the lore gets expanded a lot more.
Ready, fight!
I enjoy the characters that have been added in. I enjoy the memes that have been added as part of the lore, and props to them for keeping all of these events to further flesh out the lore when it comes to For Honor.
All right, well, fantastic. I really want to have a lore contest with you where we bounce back and forth asking each other extremely nerdy questions until one of us falls. But unfortunately, production has asked me not to do that for several weeks. So we are not going to do it. And we are going to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. Russian Mind Games has 2-0'd Missing Bones. This is actually insane. This is something that we really need to talk about because this is a huge upset. But we have an entire show for that, gentlemen. We have something called the post show. So stay right here. Don't go anywhere. You've been through the EU finals, and we have made it to the EU post show where we're going to wrap up this entire day. But don't go anywhere. We're at the halfway point, ladies and germs. We're going to be going to the NA pre-show right after to see all those guys. We will see you in just a moment for the post show. Alrighty. There we go. We are back in Las Vegas for the post show for EU to talk about these teams, the grand finals, the honor match. And I would like to, of course, start our conversation with the fantastic grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the post show for EU For Honor Dominion Series. It was a hell of a ride. We still have Humanists. We still have Vidnaz. I know many of the chat were clutching their pearls in case Humanist did not make it this time, but he is here. Gentlemen, I would like to talk about that grand finals. It went the way many were expecting.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think our resident in-game expert might have predicted Nemesis. I can't remember. We'll have to rewind the tape. I wouldn't want to call anybody out like that right now. But Nemesis, in dominating fashion, just rolled all the way to the finals and then 3-0'd their opponents to go ahead and lock in that first place prize pool. I'm incredibly impressed on the individual level and on the team level, Vid.
Yeah, it was incredibly clean playing there from Nemesis. They've kind of looked like they were the hot front runners for basically the entire competition, and they just kind of showed off in the grand finals that there wasn't really many competition there in the first place because they were just leagues ahead from what we had. But what's a silver lining for me for this whole competition is actually the incredible talent that we had come through from the LCQ, the unexpected players, the ones that weren't even very much known in the comp scene. And that's what something like this tournament really highlights. And it's kind of been incredible to watch this journey that some of these teams have had.
Absolutely. And speaking about that journey, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to let you see what happened here. Now a lot of this was kind of expected, right? We had our last chance qualifier teams facing off against each other. They went down in the uppers. The uppers stayed in the uppers. But this honor duel is what I want to talk about. Russian mind games, losing in the beginning, and then they take out Missing Bones, who have just been such a strong team throughout the entire tournament. 2-0'd them in the honor duel. That's fantastic. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Let's get on to some highlights here from Nemesis and their great journey into the finals.
Well, let's do it. I mean, Nemesis, they are getting kills early and often, making the rotations happen. Here you see them in their first game. This was on Harbor. And it was an interesting one because we were thinking, hey, maybe there's a chance that they're going to fall behind, making a couple mistakes, letting C go over to their opponents, but they cleaned up really quickly. And once they did, there was no turning back.
Yeah, and then in game 2, we saw here very much the same. It was utter domination, but actually Missing Bones did kind of come back in the end with the Miracle Run fights that we saw, but which couldn't really go against the prowess when it comes to, this Black Prior and Centurion synergy that they had, Barak's Warlord that's been absolutely decimation, and, Clutchmeister's plays.
Speaking of Clutchmeister, here's Clutch. Ladies and gentlemen, look at Clutch in his natural environment in Point C on Temple Garden. As he drops down to less than 10% health consistently, and fights back from it using that corruption to max advantage. And while he held C down nearly single-handedly, of course his teammates helping, the rest of his buddies over on Point A, the kind of uncontested point, the point that people don't pay so much attention to except for a Russian mind game. And ultimately, a dominating fashion, a dominating way to close out game 3. And you can see right there, the king himself, 15 objectives. You want to talk about takedowns? Barak, 70 takedowns for himself, 13 kills. Gosh, that is just phenomenal.
Yeah, these two players just on their own, absolutely dominating that match and that entire day that we have seen in EU. But EU's time has eclipsed. It is over. We must go into a new world, gentlemen. So I want to give you some time to say your thoughts, to potentially say goodbye, because you will both be executed after this is over and we get new talent in. So thank you. Oh, I know, but use this time wisely. And yeah, please just run us through your thoughts on EU and say your toodaloos. Oh, and talk NA, for goodness sakes. We need to know what we're in for.
Hey, then, shout out to every single EU team, every single player that was in the open qualifiers all the way through. to the last chance, and here the teams that have made it to the finals. One of my favorite teams didn't make it there. Pickup Truck, Tote Mind. I'd love to see them. I hope there's more Dominion series in the future, and we can see some of these teams that didn't make it a little further with some new teams and stuff like that. As far as NA goes, from my perspective, I think NA is, and Vivid said this, a little drama filled. You know, there's a little bit of back and forth action there, some smack talk. A lot of these players know each other from scrims over time. It's really exciting, just as much as EU. You definitely want to watch that.
Yeah, no, the EU so far has been, well, it was an incredible journey. Of course, Nemesis coming out on top. But what really surprised me is hopefully it reinvigorated people's passion when it comes to the comp scene. And hopefully we get to see a lot more stellar teams coming through, you know, the unknown members of this comp scene. And they have shined so far and have put up a stellar performance. So I'm really excited to see what the future of EU For Honor has to hold. And when it comes to NA, you already know I'm backing my boys, Chimmys. These guys I've known for years when it comes to all the way back from the open beta. But what's surprising is I'm really expecting to BBB put up a really good performance when it comes to the grand finals. They have been winning a lot when it comes to their scrims, and obviously their performance in the close qualifiers really shined through when it comes to the NA section. So I'm excited to see what goes down there.
Absolutely. Well, our time is nearly here. We're about to jump into NA. If you've been enjoying the broadcast so far, don't worry. You've got another broadcast coming up. So goodbye, Humanist and Vivid Nas. I will miss you so much. And the NA pre-show is coming up, my friends. So don't go anywhere. We've got another show for you with more For Honor action. Keep your booties in the chair and get ready. Slacks here. We are moments away from the grand finals of the North American For Honor Dominion Series, the best of the best that North America has to offer. I am pumped! But I'm not the only one. The community's also pretty excited. Check out all these hashtag For Honor tweets. Our first tweet is from Era Di Lupi. As one of the least competitive people, I still enjoyed watching the Dominion series. The production quality was great. It is, isn't it? Pretty beautiful stuff. But don't worry, you'll get better. All you have to do is watch. We hope you're watching today. Our next tweet is from Flabitty Boss Man. 80 days played on hashtag For Honor. 109 20 hours. Now, that is crazy to think about. But hey, time well spent, I think. And our final tweet from Brutals of Brutals Battle Battalion itself. Looking forward to getting that dub in today's finals. Hoping no clowns, chimichangas, or assassins get in our way. Well, I do hope we do see clowns and chimichangas. Maybe not assassins. Either way, can't wait to watch you guys play. Now make sure you follow us at For Honor Game and use the hashtag For Honor to stay involved. All right, enough about the community. What about these finalists? Cap? Tell me about these people.
Absolutely, Slacks. I can tell you exactly who they are. So over the last 2 months, we have had hundreds of teams trying to make it through the Dominion Series, and here in the finals, we now have 4 remaining. Our first finalist and #1 seed is Brutals Battle Battalion. Brutals has created a brigade of top players in North America, and every operation has resulted in mission success. The second finalist is Chimmys. While their team has nothing to do with chimichangas, this team has rolled through their competition, leaving their opponents' dinner plates empty. Coming from the last chance qualifier is our third Team Killing Service. Led by Prince, this team of executive security will stop at nothing to ensure their royalty becomes king. And our final team is Uwu Gang. This is the only team in the entire Dominion series to get knocked down to the last chance qualifiers, but still claw their way out. Nothing is going to stop their smiling beacon of light from going out. Today, these teams will give us their final battle cry, but I heard that Sohinki has a little bit more from our competitors. Sohinki, what do you have for us?
That's right, Cap. We got to talk to some of the players and see how they've been preparing for the finals. Let's get to know a little more about their training.
To get ready for this tournament, Team Killing Service has been practicing as much as possible, and we've been putting in as much time as possible after work and whatever. We get in the lab, and we try to take scrims from anybody. We just been going at it the whole time. I think in finals, our biggest threat will probably be the Chimmys with Bodrat. That guy is just untouchable, but we're gonna make it work somehow. And I think this tournament is stacked, so we're really gonna be put through our paces, but I think we can make it to the end. I think this tournament, these other people in the tournament need to watch out for us because we're kind of an unknown and they don't know what we're capable of because we're growing every day.
To get ready for the finals, our team's been practicing nearly every day, whether it be gang practice, scrims, 1v1s, anything. I think the team we're going to be facing in the finals is Uwu Gang or the Clowns, but we're not going to let them take it because we want that cash prize and we want to win.
To get ready for the finals, me and my team have been on for the past couple of weeks playing in matchmaking and playing in scrims. I feel like our biggest competition who we're going to be fighting in the end is Chimmys. They're a great team. They got a lot of strong players, but I feel like we'll be able to get this win, and I feel like we got it in the bag. So we're ready, and we're stoked to be playing.
The way my team has been preparing for the upcoming tourney is we've been practicing and scrimming every single day. The teams I believe we will be facing is, I'm pretty sure all of them, it's going to be a stomp. And I'm pretty sure the last thing everyone's going to see and chant is Uwu Gang.
And one last thing, just to make these finals even more interesting, we're activating Twitch drops. We've got guaranteed XP boost tickets every 30 minutes, so make sure you keep watching for all those in-game goodies. Back to you, Slacks.
Thanks, Ohinky, and if you think 30 minutes is too long, don't worry. We are moments away from the grand finals of the For Honor Dominion series. Keep it here. Slacks here. We are moments away from the grand finals of the North American For Honor Dominion series, the best of the best that North America has to offer. I am pumped! But I'm not the only one. The community's also pretty excited. Check out all these #ForHonor tweets. Our first tweet is from Era Di Lupi. As one of the least competitive people, I still enjoyed watching the Dominion series. The production quality was great. It is, isn't it? Pretty beautiful stuff. But don't worry, you'll get better. All you have to do is watch. We hope you're watching today. Our next tweet is from Flabitty Bossman. 80 days played on #ForHonor, 109 hours. Now, that is crazy to think about. But hey, time well spent, I think. And our final tweet from Brutals of Brutals Battle Battalion itself. Looking forward to getting that dub in today's finals. Hoping no clowns, chimichangas, or assassins get in our way. Well, I do hope we do see clowns and chimichangas. Maybe not assassins. Either way, can't wait to watch you guys play. Now make sure you follow us at ForHonor Game and use the #ForHonor to stay involved. All right, enough about the community. What about these finalists? Cap, tell me about these people.
Absolutely, Slacks. I can tell you exactly who they are. So over the last 2 months, we have had hundreds of teams trying to make it through the Dominion series, and here in the finals, we now have 4 remaining. Our first finalist and #1 seed is Brutals Battle Battalion. Brutals has created a brigade of top players in North America, and every operation has resulted in mission success. The second finalist is Chimmys. While their team has nothing to do with chimichangas, this team has rolled through their competition, leaving their opponents' dinner plates empty. Coming from the last chance qualifier is our third Team Killing Service. Led by Prince, this team of executive security will stop at nothing to ensure their royalty becomes king. And our final team is Uwu Gang. This is the only team in the entire Dominion series to get knocked down to the last chance qualifiers, but still claw their way out. Nothing is going to stop their smiling beacon of light from going out. Today, these teams will give us their final battle cry, but I heard that Sohinki has a little bit more from our competitors. Sohinki, what do you have for us?
That's right, Cap. We got to talk to some of the players and see how they've been preparing for the finals. Let's get to know a little more about their training.
To get ready for this tournament, Team Killing Service has been practicing as much as possible, and we've been putting in as much time as possible after work and whatever. We get in the lab, and we try to take scrims from anybody. We just been going at it the whole time. I think in finals, our biggest threat will probably be the Chimmys with Bodrat. That guy is just untouchable, but we're gonna make it work somehow. And I think this tournament is stacked, so we're really gonna be put through our paces, but I think we can make it to the end. I think this tournament, these other people in the tournament need to watch out for us because we're kind of an unknown and they don't know what we're capable of because we're growing every day.
To get ready for the finals, our team's been practicing nearly every day, whether it be gang practice, scrims, 1v1s, anything. I think the team we're going to be facing in the finals is Uwu Gang or the Clowns, but we're not going to let them take it because we want that cash prize and we want to win.
To get ready for the finals, me and my team have been on for the past couple of weeks playing in matchmaking and playing in scrims. I feel like our biggest competition who we're going to be fighting in the end is Chimmys. They're a great team. They got a lot of strong players, but I feel like we'll be able to get this win, and I feel like we got it in the bag. So we're ready, and we're stoked to be playing.
The way my team has been preparing for the upcoming tourney is we've been practicing and scrimming every single day. The teams I believe we will be facing is, I'm pretty sure all of them, it's going to be a stomp. And I'm pretty sure the last thing everyone's going to see and chant is Uwu Gang.
And one last thing, just to make these finals even more interesting, we're activating Twitch drops. We've got guaranteed XP boost tickets every 30 minutes, so make sure you keep watching for all those in-game goodies. Back to you, Slacks.
Thanks, Ohinky, and if you think 30 minutes is too long, don't worry. We are moments away from the grand finals of the ForHonor Dominion series. Keep it here. Sir Slacks here. We are moments away from the grand finals of the North American ForHonor Dominion series, the best of the best that North America has to offer. I am pumped! But I'm not the only one. The community's also pretty excited. Check out all these #ForHonor tweets. Our first tweet is from Era Di Lupi. As one of the least competitive people, I still enjoyed watching the Dominion series. The production quality was great. It is, isn't it? Pretty beautiful stuff. But don't worry, you'll get better. All you have to do is watch. We hope you're watching today. Our next tweet is from Flabitty Bossman. 80 days played on hashtag For Honor, 109 20 hours. Now, that is crazy to think about. But hey, time well spent, I think. And our final tweet from Brutals of Brutals Battle Battalion itself. Looking forward to getting that dub in today's finals. Hoping no clowns, chimichangas, or assassins get in our way. Well, I do hope we do see clowns and chimichangas. Maybe not assassins. Either way, can't wait to watch you guys play. Now make sure you follow us at For Honor Game and use the hashtag For Honor to stay involved. All right, enough about the community. What about these finalists? Cap, tell me about these people.
Absolutely, Slacks. I can tell you exactly who they are. So over the last 2 months, we have had hundreds of teams trying to make it through the Dominion series, and here in the finals, we now have 4 remaining. Our first finalist and #1 seed is Brutals Battle Battalion. Brutals has created a brigade of top players in North America, and every operation has resulted in mission success. The second finalist is Chimmys. While their team has nothing to do with chimichangas, this team has rolled through their competition, leaving their opponents' dinner plates empty. Coming from the last chance qualifier is our third Team Killing Service. Led by Prince, this team of executive security will stop at nothing to ensure their royalty becomes king. And our final team is Uwu Gang. This is the only team in the entire Dominion series to get knocked down to the last chance qualifiers, but still claw their way out. Nothing is going to stop their smiling beacon of light from going out. Today, these teams will give us their final battle cry, but I heard that Zohinky has a little bit more from our competitors. Zohinky, what do you have for us?
That's right, Cap. We got to talk to some of the players and see how they've been preparing for the finals. Let's get to know a little more about their training.
To get ready for this tournament, Team Killing Service has been practicing as much as possible, and we've been putting in as much time as possible after work and whatever. We get in the lab, and we try to take scrims from anybody. We just been going at it the whole time. I think in finals, our biggest threat will probably be the Chimmys with Bodrat. That guy is just untouchable, but we're gonna make it work somehow. And I think this tournament is stacked, so we're really gonna be put through our paces, but I think we can make it to the end. I think this tournament, these other people in the tournament need to watch out for us because we're kind of an unknown and they don't know what we're capable of because we're growing every day.
To get ready for the finals, our team's been practicing nearly every day, whether it be gang practice, scrims, 1v1s, anything. I think the team we're going to be facing in the finals is Uwu Gang or the Clowns, but we're not going to let them take it because we want that cash prize and we want to win.
To get ready for the finals, me and my team have been on for the past couple of weeks playing in matchmaking and playing in scrims. I feel like our biggest competition we're going to be fighting in the end is Chimmys. They're a great team. They got a lot of strong players, but I feel like we'll be able to get this win, and I feel like we got it in the bag. So we're ready, and we're stoked to be playing.
The way my team has been preparing for the upcoming tourney is we've been practicing and scrimming every single day. The teams I believe we will be facing is, I'm pretty sure all of them, it's going to be a stomp. And I'm pretty sure the last thing everyone's going to see and chant is Uwu Gang.
And one last thing, just to make these finals even more interesting, we're activating Twitch drops. We've got guaranteed XP boost tickets every 30 minutes, so make sure you keep watching for all those in-game goodies. Back to you, Slacks.
Thanks, Zohinky, and if you think 30 minutes is too long, don't worry. We are moments away from the grand finals of the For Honor Dominion series. Keep it here.
The following is a special presentation from eStar Studios. Carry on.
Gentlemen, welcome to Las Vegas, home of eStar Studio, but more importantly, home of the For Honor Dominion Series. We've been coming at you for months now, but the time has finally come. You know why you're here. I know why I'm here. It is the Grand Finals pre-show for North America. Ladies and gentlemen at home, it's been a long time coming, and I'm here with the greatest panel any man could ask for. Anyone could. It is Cap and So Hinky. How you doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing great, Slacks, especially since you got my name right for once. I'm a little bit surprised. I guess you really put on your game face for the finals, huh?
Thank you so much. Yes, it was very hard, Cap. I've been calling you Dota Capitalist, my sweet little boom boom for so long, and it's good to call you just Cap. Hopefully next broadcast you'll just be Ka. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
that's right. Thank you to my Viking wife. But what's up, So Hinky?
I'm definitely really looking forward to today. We saw some good action in EU, but I think things are going to be even more hotly contested in the NA region. So really looking forward to seeing these matches, and I think it's going to be a close one.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our format. In case you guys missed our other shows, shame on you if you did. We had open pools coming up first, our unlimited teams coming in. Then we had the qualifier. That was closed. The two top went here today. If you lost the qualifier, down to last chance qualifier, then you had to claw your way back up, leading to today. The grand final. Only the greatest. The cut has been chaff has been cut. I don't know why you say that term. I don't know why I attempted it, but here we are. We're at the final, and here's the prize pool, baby. First place today, $8,000. You show up, you get eviscerated, you cry, you still make $1,000. And either way, this is good money, my friends. But what are we doing? How are they making this? Well, they're playing Dominion, baby. Never heard of it? Well, here's a little thing explaining it. Dominion is a 4v4 team-based fight to control different areas of a single battlefield. Each map contains 3 zones that can be captured to gain points. Zone A, B, and C. Zones A and C are captured by staying in the zone for 6 seconds without any opponents. While in Zone B, waves of soldiers fight in a game of tug-of-war where you push their army to the opposite side to gain control. A team earns permanent points for every second that they control the zone. Once you reach 1,000 points, you're breaking the morale of the enemy team, and they will be unable to respawn. Kill all your opponents while their team is breaking, and you win the game. One thing to note, just because your team is breaking doesn't mean defeat. 100 points can be stolen back by capturing an opponent-controlled zone, and the battle is never over while one of your warriors remains alive. Remember, it's more than just for glory, it's for honor. Dominion, baby, the best of the best. Team fights, 1v1s, throwing people off a ledge over and over again, and even feeding tiny little fish. Cap, thought on Dominion?
Well, I have to say that I've been enjoying Dominion. I've been enjoying learning For Honor as a whole, but I feel like Dominion is really where you get to see the strategic complexity of the game come through and not just the mechanical skill of the players. Obviously, it's nice to be able to see both of those intertwined, and I feel like now that we're in the NA Finals, we're going to see the absolute best of the best, right, So Hinky?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. Dominion is really, I think, the promise of what For Honor is. You know, you can do your 1v1s and you can do your brawls, and that's fine, and they play out kind of like a typical fighting game might, but Dominion is really what makes this game stand apart. It's something that I've always wanted to see become a competitive thing from the beginning. The whole breaking mechanic I always thought was just something that was like made for esports. So I'm excited to see that we're finally doing this, an official Dominion tournament, and I'm so happy to be here in the finals.
All right, I too love Dominion as well. It's a great mode for a coward like me. You can just run, tell your teammate I'm switching, and then just keep running from everyone, and you're still being useful. We won't see any of that today. These guys aren't cowards. They're the best of the best. In fact, I want to see a little bit about these boys. So how about we introduce you guys to the teams playing here today? First up, we got Brutal's Battle Battalion. I've been practicing that 100 times, and I said it perfect. Then we got Chimmys themselves coming up with Team Killing Service at the end. And, of course, the Uwu Gang, one of my favorites to say. First match of today, we got Brutal's Battle Battalion versus those Uwu boys. Winners of that will go to the grand final. Losers of that will go on to elimination. Same thing with the other series. But here's a special caveat, brothers. Grand final happens. We crown a king of North America, and then we head to the Consolation match, or as I like to call it, the honor duel, baby. You take the two losers and you make them fight as we sit with our goblets of wine, laughing and praying for them to see who gets second and third place. Every single battle needs someone ready for revenge. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and take a look at Brutal's Battle Battalion, brothers, as they did a pretty darn good. First place, 2-0 match record, and 9,000 average points. We asked these teams a little bit about themselves and what made them think that they were going to win this tournament. So let's let Brutals tell you about themselves by themselves.
I feel like my team can win the championship because we all have really good synergy together, so I feel like we have a pretty good chance at winning.
Winning the championship just means that I get to prove that I'm one of the best players in the game because, in my opinion, just making it this far doesn't really mean anything. So just to prove that I'm one of the best players on one of the best teams in the game would be awesome.
And next up, we have Chimmys, who, despite the fact that they may be ranked second here, and yes, they did not actually manage to take that first seed in the first qualifier, what did we see was from the pregame interviews, we saw that everybody had Chimmys as the final team that they were going to face off in the finals. And so it looks like they're kind of the favorites here. So we're going to go ahead and hear from the favorites about why they're going to be taking home all this cash.
What makes our team the best is our crisp rotations and always doing the correct thing at all times. We make less mistakes than every other team, and that will show.
Just as a player playing on that team, it's just fun, fun group of guys to play with. They're knowledgeable about the game. They're good guys. It's just a fun time.
My team will win the championship because we are the best in NA. We have been for a year, and that is not changing. The other teams will be lucky if they even get a map on us.
Right, and what Brutals was to that original qualifier, Team Killing Service was to the LCQ. You see that 2-0 record and an even higher average point total. Team Killing Service, a little bit of an unknown for a lot of us here on the casting side of things, but they came through and they looked really impressive. Let's see why they think they're going to take the finals.
My team will win the championship because ever since the last close qualifier, we've just been having constant scrims, constant game practice. I feel like we're not really too concerned about the other teams.
We've been grinding ever since we bought into this tournament. Every time something doesn't work, we look for a way to either change it or make it work. We just have the drive, and I think that's what is going to push us further in this tournament.
And last but not least, of course, we have the Uwu Gang coming in fourth. They're our final seeds, our underdogs, if you will. And I sure hope that they make it for some time. We didn't ask them why they decided to name themselves that, but we did ask them what winning the championship would mean to them.
Winning the championship would mean quite a lot. Simply because it seems like we're the most looked down on team. Everyone seems to underestimate us.
Everybody plays to win, so we obviously just want to beat the best that are out there. It would mean a lot to the whole team, really.
All right, Uwu Gang trying to come in from behind and surprise their enemies in this tournament. Now, I want to talk about these teams, gentlemen. What do you think about them in general? Give me some thoughts, Cap.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that we have a favorite when it comes to Chimmys, since everybody kind of pointed them out as potentially the strongest team. And Uwu Gang, I love the fact that they are the clear underdogs because we saw them in the first qualifier. They didn't quite make it through. They went to the LCQ, the last chance for them. They managed to make it through just barely, and now they're here in the finals. And the best part is it's been a couple weeks between each one of these qualifiers. So Uwu Gang, despite being underdogs, could just get better and better, right, Sohinki?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think the thing that stands out to me about NA is just how closely matched a lot of these teams are. Of course, a lot of people knew on the EU side of things, hey, Nemesis is the team to beat. And a lot of these teams are targeting Chimmys as the #1 team, but I really think that the difference between skill levels here is much closer. And I think it's going to be some exciting games here. Definitely not as many 2-0s, I would think, as EU.
Well, we will soon find out, my friend. You have high hopes for this competition. You think it's very close, but I want to hear about your hard calls. Gentlemen, I want you to do your predictions right now. Who do you think will be crowned North America's greatest For Honor Dominion players? Cap, you start, because I know that you know less than Sohinki, and I don't want you to cheat.
Hey, that's absolutely true, but I've gotten more predictions right, and that's just dumb luck. And maybe dumb luck is exactly what Brutal's Battle Battalion needs to be able to take this because, hey, they were already the first seed. Plus, I was listening to that interview. Chimmys, to me, they sounded very confident, maybe a little too overconfident, you know?
Yeah, potentially. And as you pointed out, basically every team that I've said is going to win has gone out in just absolutely ridiculous fashion. But that being said, I think I'm going to stick with my number one pick from the first qualifier tournament. I think Chimmys is going to take it. I saw some recent scrims that they did against Nemesis, actually, and they managed to take a couple maps. I think they're really, really strong. They've got some pro players in there that have been around the scene basically since the beginning of For Honor. So I feel like I would be foolish to choose against Chimmys, personally.
All right, well, we've done a lot of talking, we've done a lot of planning, and a lot of thinking, but that time is over. The time now comes to grab our swords and get to that battlefield. Gentlemen, let me lay out what's going on here today. We've already been through EU, been there, done that. Any pre-show is done. We are on right now to the grand finals. Stick around after that for the post-game show where we wrap up the entire day. But enough talk! Bring me the murder! Bring me For Honor! Let's go!
Driven by forces ancient and unforgiving. Truth is forged in conflict and blood, found at the end of a sword. When worlds collide, the warrior survives. For vengeance, for clan, for honor. Dominion Series Final.
I've been right here, my dear, waiting for Honor Dominion Series NA Grand Finals. Woo! Welcome, gentlemen, to our games here today. We have a fantastic series, we have a fantastic day, and we have a fantastic bracket. Let's take a look. Game 1, Brutal's Battle Battalion versus Woo Gang. Winner of that will go to the grand final, and then our next game will be Chimmys versus Team Killing Service. Losers go to elimination, winners go to grand final, and then we will see that consolidation after. Of course, we have here my sheep, my wolf, my dedicated boys. Welcome back. Are you ready for this game 1?
I'm very, very ready. I'm not sure which one is supposed to be the sheep or the wolf in this equation, but I'm hoping I'm the wolf anyway. But I guess we're going to see who's the wolf and sheep when it comes to this first matchup of Brutal's Battle Battalion and Ubu Gang. I feel like even just announcing their name, you can kind of see difference between the teams. One you're going to hold a lot more seriously than the other one.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, as you are considering the very serious Uwu Gang, it's hard not to look at how silly Brutal's Battle Battalion is, right? That's exactly what you meant, right, Cap?
Exactly. I'm trying to make Uwu for life.
Uwu! Anyway, yes. Let's go ahead and see how we got to this moment, where the history of these teams come from before they meet their untimely demise. Welcome to the road to the finals. They're banging against the door. Brutal's Battle Battalion, they won that close qualifier. First place, followed up very closely by ya boys, Chimmys. they got second in that bad boy as well, and they are here to fight yet again. Meanwhile, clawing their way up from the last chance qualifier was Team Killing Spree. They went in there, they opened it, and then the guys that got knocked down and they got up again, and they never gonna keep them down. It's Uwu Gang coming in for this first match. So we have the guys who won the closed versus the guys who clawed up from the... Oh my god, we don't have time to talk about this! We're going straight to the maps! The teams are ready, they are picking, they are banning their maps. Let's go ahead and discuss what this means for our opening match.
All right, getting right in here, we see Temple Garden picked by Brutal's Battle Battalion. Clearly liking that more 2v2 style. Uwu Gang going with the opposite, Citadel Gate for game number 2, perhaps preferring more team fights there. The bans coming out are Harbor and High Fort. You know, the picks seem pretty balanced, of course, and we have your favorite map at the end here for game number 3 if we get there, right, Cap?
Yes, Sanctuary Bridge, where we just go ahead and have a brawl down the mid lane over and over again. But, you know, it's been a little bit since, like a week, 2 weeks since we last casted some For Honor, so let's go ahead and get some real good expert insight from Suresu, who's going to talk a little bit more to us.
Thank you, Cap. Appreciate that. So yeah, we are going to start this all off on Temple Garden. And if you've been watching with us from the EU Dominion series, we've seen this quite a bit. So in this map, we're going to see C and B being the main contested points. Point A, not really going to see too much happening there. Usually the team that takes the points C and B will maybe take A, but you're going to see a lot of team fights on C. You're going to see some ledges on C. If you see some good gameplay, you'll get some fishing, but watch how they go to C and B at the beginning of the map. They may surprise you where they set people.
You know what else might surprise you? Twitch drops, baby! Just by watching this broadcast, you get 30 minutes of cumulative viewing time. You will get XP guaranteed. But for you lucky duckies out there, every 10 minutes you're going to get put into a roll for a combat pack and a For Honor Gratitude battle outfit. So if you haven't signed up for Twitch drops, what are you doing? Go ahead and click that link and get those things. You will be happy and surprised. Maybe not as surprised as one of these teams, as they are eliminated in our first match. So let's get on to it. It is going to be Brutal's Battle Battalion versus Uwu.
That's right. Thank you, Slex. As our opening match is indeed between these two teams. And if they get knocked down, they do not get a chance to get back into that grand finals. They are just going to head down to the elimination match, where they, at best, can hope for the consolation match. So we're going to have a 2-on-2, as Suresu was talking about. Nobody cares about A, at least not right now anymore. The true battle is going to be in B, and all important, the C point, which is where people want to make kind of their home base, right, Sohinki?
Yeah, this is obviously, as we've said over and over again, the point that is going to allow the fastest rotations into B, and B being extremely important because of those minions being able to farm your feats on some of your characters like Warmonger, as we see Mambino there getting a parry, but obviously his teammate coming in, making sure that he peels for him. This is a high level. He's not just going to get punished immediately. However, he is getting very low now. One hit away, and this fight's really close, making sure that he doesn't have those tags on him, so he's not going to get the revenge. He does actually pop the revenge up, though, not getting to pop it, and this fight is... It looks as though the Thrillnew manages to take it for Uwu Gang over on C.
Ever so barely, but he managed to hold on. Thrillnew able to, with all his experience, able to hold on to that C point, and a great start for Uwu Gang. Meanwhile, though, it does look like they lost the B point. They lost that 2v2. As we can see, they have taken A and B as a result. But the anchor position of C is still to the point of Uwu Gang, which means they're going to be able to rotate off of that point over and over and head into mid. We'll see if that rapid rotation is enough to be able to allow them to win in this mid fight. We can already see enough feet that we already actually have Corruption out on Wooden Toaster. We're going to follow Brutal here on the Warlord as he dodges back away from Quispy Queen on the Centurion, trying to put some pressure in. Mr. Warlord Brutal, he's just trying to take any fight that will be given to him.
Yeah, and the thing that you're going to notice, the reason that C is such a good advantage is exactly what you're seeing right here. This fight often will break out after the initial break into a 3v3 in mid, and you're going to be able to swap out much easier. There's a very slim bridge leading in from C, so it's not just the rotation speed, as they are going to close out another kill here, but it's the fact that you can peel for your team and allow them to go back and heal on C and swap another player in, so it's sort of like an infinite third player that's able to come back into the fight.
And we're seeing now as ThrillNew heads back to that point. His team is able to get the execution. Mo, he ends up going down as the new player to Brutal's Battle Battalion, who recently replaced Karma, is here in the finals and needs to be able to show up for his team. They need him most, as the B point is currently being controlled up. Looks like Brutals will get a chance to try and push it back, but again, as you were saying, that rapid rotation just kind of meaning there's always a third man on the field. ThrillNew being pressured heavily up here against the rocks. We have the Kensei coming in, trying to help him out as much as possible. Rival keeping his flank, trying to protect it as much as possible as the Warmonger from Mambino comes in now. Gets into the fray as we just have it all up around. Nice guard break into solid heavies from both sides, and that's going to be Rival getting the execution and the delayed respawn.
Yeah, that was incredible coordination there. You saw the guard break into the heavy, directly into the punch, into the double heavy to close that kill out. Just excellent ganking on display here early from the Uwu gang, who is coming out really strong. The points are very even, but they are starting to take control.
Brutals, they may have to change something up if they don't manage to win this team fight, as it's looking like it's not going so hot for them, as more and more getting low. Flips ThrillNew on the ground with a revenge still on the opposing Black Prior here. Tries to dodge away to the side, but he's trapped up against the wall, and he will go down. But Quispy Queems is going to try and get some vengeance here, kicking Mo back, finding the opening with the unblockable, going to be able to bring him down. Quispy Queems will make sure that indeed Uwu gang still holds that B midpoint.
Yeah, Quispy Queems now going to address this back cap attempt. You saw he was originally going for the res, but Sarai came in onto the C point, and now we're seeing just an absolute beatdown, getting close to that ledge, so he decides to roll out of the mix up here. The kick comes in, expertly dodged, and now, of course, the backup comes over from, Mamba, who is now going to make this a 2v1. Those punches, the fully charged punch, and that is going to close out that kill there, as Wooden Toaster is going to rotate over toward B to regain that point as well.
Now, it looks to me like Sohinki, with a little bit of that back cap, it did make things a bit more chaotic. And do you think that plays into what we were kind of referencing earlier, which is Brutal Battle Battalion kept on losing that mid fight in part because of that C being controlled? Like, it feels like they kind of need to change something up, right?
Yeah, I think that they were looking for it because Sarai was coming in on the respawn saying, you know, maybe we can get this cheeky little back cap while the B fight is finishing up. Quispy Queems, however, was very aware and made sure that she came in and addressed the back cap before it became a problem.
Corruption fades away on ThrillNew. Rival starts backing up the stairs here, but it's a long way to go back to their home point onto A, and it looks like he's going to get double teamed here. Toaster trying to get in from the side with Kensei. Well, he needs a little bit more. The revenge is kind of stacking up on Rival, so they got to be careful. They got to let those tags drop if they want, but now it's a 2v2, so it's made a little bit better. And they still are yet to be able to finish up Rival here as he bides his time, waiting for the opportunity to come in. And Mo is actually able to finally win and take down Mambino. And now they just keep up the pressure as Wooden Toaster, out of stamina here, does manage to dodge to the side, but the guard break catches him in the end. And he's going to try and dodge away here, but looks like confidence is just breaking here for Uwu Gang, who may have gotten a little bit ahead of themselves. Wooden Toaster's going to rotate on out, and ThrillNew will make sure he takes the fight and forces Mo back to that 8 point.
That was really good composure from Wooden Toaster there, who was making sure to roll at the proper times. Black Prior, of course, does have those undodgeable attacks, so really good reads on exactly what he was trying to do there, and then ThrillNew coming in with the peel. Saresu, what's going well right now for Uwu Gang? Obviously, they're winning these fights in middle, and they seem to just have the really strong control of C. What do you think is really giving them the edge in these fights?
I just think they're, as of now, they're just team fighting a little bit better. One thing I did want to highlight there is one of the weaknesses of Black Prior, and some of the reasons that why you might not always see him is Mo had a very low HP target, but Black Prior is just not able to chase. So Toaster was able to get away, and Kensei is one of the slowest, if not the slowest, movement speed character in the game. Black Prior still was just not able to catch him out. So Twin Toaster being able to go back and heal for free, and it's really translating, potentially translate into some map control, but we're actually seeing them drop here, so maybe it did work out for them in their favor.
Yeah, thank you, Suresu, for that analysis. We did, of course, see Brutals now taking control of B, winning a team fight, and sometimes in these really close matches, it's just one team fight is all you need. You see Mambino here trying to take back control using those unlock heavies to clear the minions while he's trying to fight 1v2 here in this gank situation. Finds himself out of stamina. The punch is going to come in, but not a maximum punish, though. He was, the Black Prior was out of stamina himself. He's going to try and rotate back towards C, though. And we'll see if Uwu is able to take this map. It looks like they've taken control of A as that sort of consolation, but we're not sure if they're going to be able to retake B in this fight.
Knocked down, but unable to get the punish there as Crispy Queems is attacked by the opposing Centurion. Looks like Kensei in the mix here. Does manage to get a heavy hit onto rival Crispy Queems, holding on. They really need to take back this B point if they want to be able to put the enemy team into breaking as quick as possible here as we're getting close to the end of the game here. Rival swiftly dodges a kick to the left-hand side, really just needs one little light and he will go down, and that is where the pressure is on, and it seems like Rival is more than man enough to be able to take this pressure. And nice, another dodge, and actually managed to win it in the end. Crispy Queen's the one to go down. Wooden Toaster is now left in a 1v2, and now it's a 2v0. He's going to be knocked down into the respawn, and it looks like Brutals may have just won the fight that they needed to be able to turn this game around as they now hold C, will quickly push in B. That's going to go in their favor, and this may just be a last-ditch effort here from Ubu Gang to bring this game back, as it felt like they were controlling it for so long, but what changed so much?
Honestly, it's just been the last two team fights. Brutals came in here, and especially on B, managing to stay in there. That was incredibly clutch plays from Sarai, managing to stay alive on 1 HP. You saw some clutch sinister shields coming from his teammate as well, able to stay alive in that gang situation, then of course win the fight. And honestly, Uwu Gang, they've been in control for most of this game, at least 60% of it, but now these last couple fights have been so disastrous, they're finding themselves breaking, and this is not where you want to be. We'll see if they try and play for the double breaking, though. Getting chased down is Thrill New by Warlord. He's gonna come in here with, oh no, actually manages to counter guard break that. No punish coming in there as well there on the guard break attempt. Goes for a flip, manages to not get guard broken there as well. Nice 2v2 here we're seeing. It does look as though Uwu Gang is on the back foot still, as we see some revenge being triggered off as well. Sarai on the side here. Kensei trying to maybe turn around zone attack. He's going to not be able to avoid it. Headbutt comes in, and he's just finding himself on 1 HP here. Such a close fight, but 3 players of Uwu Gang go down. That is all 4. Wow, that game ended in a heartbeat. It is going to be Brutals taking game number 1 despite that strong early control from Uwu Gang.
Yeah, they held on for so long in that 2v2, but sadly, the other 2v2 did not go so hot, and next thing you know, it was just the full team that was on top of them. I'm actually so surprised that Uwu Gang lost that, because it felt like for like 60-70% of the game, I was looking at Uwu Gang, they're holding C, that's a point we want to be able to hold. We're winning team fights in B continuously, and then just like 2 team fights, and all of a sudden the game has completely turned around. I also saw like we had the tier 4s that were pushed in at the last moment there for Brutals as well, whereas I think Uwu Gang, I saw their Warmonger still didn't even have tier 3, I think. So sadly just missing out on some of those last team fight pushes, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it was, and it's possible there was a 1v1 one at the same time as one of those team fights on B, but after, I would say, I think it was like the 3rd or 4th B fight, all of a sudden it looked like Brutals had control of the entire map. It must have been maybe Sarai going in on that back cap again, but after that B fight over, they already had control of C, so there must have been a 1v1 on the side there that was won as well, and yeah, after that 3rd fight, maybe it was just all over. It seemed like for Uwu Gang, they struggled to get the control that they needed back in the center.
Well, it looks like we are going to be heading to an interesting game 2. I love the fact that we highlighted that NA is going to be really close, and we already have this game 1 that was super, super close. But we do have to talk a little bit about what is at stake here, because this is what the teams are fighting for. $30,000 total prize pool for the Dominion series, which is pretty hype. Just for NA here, being able to get into first place is $8,000. So that you cannot get first if you lose this first series. You just get knocked down to lower bracket. You have to play the Consolation finals. At best, you can get second. So this series is all important for these two teams. And we'll see if Uwu Gang is able to bounce back here on a Citadel Gate, where Suresu has a little more for us.
Yes, thank you very much. So Citadel Gate, second map that we are going to see today. This one we actually haven't seen, I don't think at all in the finals that I can remember. This is going to be a very rotation-heavy map with team fights happening in mid. Both teams will cap their home points, but everything will really converge here. I think that they're picking this map, Uwu Gang, to really take advantage of their Kensei. Kensei can clear well, can team fight well, and Kensei does thrive in this environment. It hasn't been working out for them too well, but let's hope it works out for them here on Citadel Gate.
Yeah, I believe that Citadel Gate was in fact Uwu's pick, so perhaps preferring this more team fight style. That being said, though, the last map actually more broke out into team fights over B. There were maybe some 1v1s on CNA that happened, but there was a hotly contested B point, which is not something we're used to seeing. Usually more 2v2 focused, but Citadel Gate, we're definitely going to be seeing those team fights in middle. Who do you think is going to win here, Cap?
Well, you know, I had Brutals going into the finals, but Uwu Gang made a really good argument in that first game, even if they didn't manage to take it in the end. I'm kind of interested. So do you think that you're kind of talking about a little bit of the backcapping and winning a 1v1 on C? It seemed to me like Uwu Gang was winning lots of those team fights like we talked about. An open map like this is still open to some backcapping and forcing those kind of like 1v1s and 2v2s. Do you think that's something that we're going to see Brutals do, since it kind of worked for them in the first game?
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's all going to depend how this first team fight is going. A lot of times, if you see that the fight is very even, you'll go for an immediate backcap to just prevent healing and try and clutch it out on that point. So it really kind of depends how this first fight breaks out.
We'll see if anybody gets particularly low, and if they're forced to retreat, what's going to be happening, who's going to be pursuing on that. Kensei with the nice double block here, dodging as Mo tries to get on the offensive here with the shield. Bumped into his own ally there for the Warlord, gets pushed in. Crispy Queen's going to pop a revenge and put on the pressure. Oh, nice heavy coming in from the side as Mo ends up going down. Executions, and it looks like once again, maybe Uwu Gang's going to walk away with the victory of the team fight here. It's a 3 versus 2. Got to be a little careful here, though. Wooden Toaster, as he approaches that home point of the enemy team, has to actually rifle himself away here. Mambino may have to do the same. Maybe it's better just to try and clear out B at this point, because it looks like pursuing was not the ideal situation. His rival has been able to keep it up. The Warlord charge doesn't quite catch Mambino. He's able to back it up, and looks like they are both able to stay alive, but it's going to take a bit for them to heal up, get their 4 men back into play. So as a result, it is going to be B taken back over by Brutal's Battle Battalion.
Yeah, we saw actually 2 players going down there on Brutals, but Sarai was sitting right near full health while everyone on Uwu Gang was very low. So they went for that quick back cap, but Sarai was able to go and address it and actually force the members of Uwu Gang back to their home point to heal those of them that made it out alive.
Yeah, Sarai rival certainly did a very good job. There's Mo, going to take the Black Friar Ditto here against Thrill New, as he gets a little bit of helping hand from the Warmonger. Still, the Centurion pressuring, though. Sarai has been doing quite a lot of work lately in this series. He's already doing a nice little bit there, swinging over, switching targets to be able to bring down Thrill New. Now it looks like Crispy Queen's going to get chopped down as well, and that is just a clean team wipe there, as Brutal's Battle Battalion able to dominate the team fight in mid, and they can even... No, they're actually... You know what? Let's not be greedy. We're not going to try and take the enemy home point. We're just going to cycle in back to our home point, heal up, and just be content with holding B.
Yeah, really good decision making there coming out from Brutals. They saw that they were a bit low and Mambino was coming in on the res, so they decided to swap the twos in. 2 of them went back to heal, 2 of them stayed and cleared mid, and now the 2 that were mid are going back to heal, and they're going to be joining this team fight once again in the middle. And you really hit the nail on the head. Sarai there doing some great team fighting in that 2v2. Really clutched it up for Brutals there. I was about to compliment Quispy Queens, who was coming in on the gank, and then it was Sarai who really outperformed.
Yeah, it seems like, for me anyway, it felt like this is just the difference in the Warmonger play. That's Sarai doing so well on that Warmonger, such a great team fighter. Already has corruption onto each other. Okay, so we're going to see who the better Warmonger is, at least when it comes to a 1v1. And Mambino and Sarai. Oh, nice big heavy as Mambino tries to make it more of an interesting team fight with 3-on-3. Switching targets, Sarai puts a little pressure onto Quispy Creams, who managed to actually push into the fire the opposing Centurion. They're all playing around this fire. A dangerous place to be. Mambino. Oh, nice block there from Sarai. Really good awareness as he was trying to finish up Mambino where he could. But up against Quispy Creams. Oh, what a play! Goes for the switch up there and changes targets to be able to finish off Mambino. Now left in a 1v1, out of stamina, but it doesn't matter. He gets it back with some nice dodges. And now, let's see if he can actually win yet another duel. Oh, stab to the chest, brings him a little bit low here. Only need 1 heavy, really. Gonna get a kick. Okay, no longer a 1v1. Natron says enough of this business. We're gonna go ahead, finish this off so Sarai can go back and heal.
Sarai is just playing out of his mind right now as he's going to address his back cap, leaving it up to Brutal right now, though, as Thrillnew is attempting to take over the point here. And, of course, Natron now coming back to address this. This should be a relatively easy cleanup as we do see the rest of Ubu respawning now. However, now we're ending up with Mo coming in, and it looks like Mo and Natron are going to be having trouble clearing out this Warmonger, who's just deciding to run to the back of the point with the corruption to avoid the gank. Actually kind of forcing, this is really interesting, forcing a 1v1 situation right here because of that corruption, not wanting to take that extra damage to his team. So now we end up with this Warmonger versus Centurion duel. Natron deciding to roll out of the mix as we see the cavalry coming in now for the rest of Uwu gang. Quispy Queens trying to get involved. Mo now finding himself in a 1v2 situation. Nice guard break coming in there, and that is going to be the double heavy to close that kill out. They're even, I couldn't tell actually if they, yeah, it looks like they got the execution. Excellent parry there coming in from Mamba, who is going to force Sarai back onto the point with his team. That was such an interesting play coming in. Corruption being ticked out now so that he doesn't have to fight 2 at the same time. Quispy Queens, however, with this punish. Oh, actually gets interrupted from behind there as Natron comes in. They're fighting so hard to get this point back, but Uwu Gang is getting such a big advantage from all of this time spent on Brutal's home point.
Brilliantly done by Mambino, as you said, and really just a classic. I mean, even I know, you just do not get lured into War Mommy's dungeon like that, you know? That's Mambino's home. He just owned that little area, and now as a result, they have been fighting on this A point and contesting it for so long. They are getting a monster lead, and it feels like Brutal's Battle Battalion just cannot seem to root the enemy out of this area. Get the weeds out of here. Looks like finally, okay, maybe we will clear it up a little bit, and this is an opportunity. They're a bit down in points. They've, you know, whenever you try and take the enemy point like that, or even just contest it for a while, when you do finally lose that team fight, you are susceptible to some serious pressure and a heavy push in from the other side. So we're going to see them clear out B, and Baby Day in turn will go for the enemy home point. Saresu, what do you think? What do you do in this situation?
Well, I mean, if you're the Brutal's Battalion here, you want to try and push your advantage, which you have. If you notice, that fight on A was extended for so long. Uwu Gang had their home point and kept control of mid for quite a long time. They were able to stall on A. So you really want to take that team fight win that you just had, turn it into the map advantage, and we do see that. But even though Brutal's Battalion is ahead by a couple of points and they have 2 points capped here, they are actually behind on hard points. So don't let that fool you between the hard and soft points here. It's a very, very close game here in game 2.
Yeah, thank you, Saresu. This is just dead even, it seems, and I wonder if we're potentially going to see double breaking, or if one side is just going to clearly take this victory, as we have tier 4s up everywhere. We got to watch out for that phalanx coming into play. As Wooden Toaster throws out the arrow. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Take down Mo. Don't even need to use the sword to do it. Oh, there's the corruption bomb. That's going to go down, and that is going to make the team fight a certain mess. forcing a lot of 1v1s as Uwu Gang is going to try and back themselves up a little bit. Wooden Toaster sees some low. Oh, managed to jump forward. Natron's not going to be able to get away. Crispy Queens make sure of it. So Sarai able to dodge back. Nicely done. Plays onto the stairs here, but the real news is going to get to the other side if possible. Starts chopping away at Sarai. Sarai, can he hold on for his team? He needs desperately to be able to take this. Dodge over to the side. A 1 versus 3. He's not going to last long, though, sadly. He does end up going down, and now it's the hunt for the last man. Brutal. He is going to play back to his A point, and sadly they are breaking, so there's not much he can really do. So Inky.
Yeah, there's not much he can do, but he did play for the double breaking. So if we see a 1v4 from Brutals, I'm gonna throw my headset against the wall. I might have to leave the cast. This is gonna be a problem. Brutals against the world right now, as we do see Uwu Gang slowly closing in, making sure that he's not going to be able to get any weird cheeky reses, using Rush to maybe run behind and res one of his teammates. They are waiting these out, and now Brutal is surrounded. Crispy Coons with the Pugio going to come in. Obviously, Double Heavy's going to come out. Oh, and just forced to the ledge, does manage to stay alive, gets the revenge. You know, I've seen crazier things happen in pub matches, but these are no pubs. He does get a ledge,
push him off, push him off!
Oh my goodness. That is already one. No, he tries to go for another. Brutal sitting at about half HP. This is doable. He does have Juggernaut. Manages to get that counter guard break. Is going to pop the Juggernaut now, so he cannot be interrupted by attacks. But everyone on Uwu Gang is basically, they must be shouting in comms, just don't get ledge. Brutal now flexing himself, just seems to be walking around, accepting these hits, and of course he is going to be finally finished off from behind, but oh my goodness. You know, when you turn a 1v, yeah, I would say, you know, you get about a 99% chance of losing when it's 1v4, but if it's 1v3, you know, the odds go up significantly.
Yeah, not bad by Brutal in order to get that one cliff edge, but in the end, they do end up going down, and it does mean we managed to get a game 3, which I am not disappointed in the slightest. I feel like it would have been a disservice to actually have a 2-0 one way or another, just because both these games came so close, and they both came down to just that last team fight. You know, like you win so many team fights in a row, but if you don't win that last one where you're in breaking, it doesn't really matter. So it's good to see that Uwu Gang was able to take at least one game here, and we're going to get the honor of seeing a game 3 here in the For Honor Dominion series.
Yeah, man, Thrillnu must have just been yelling in the comms, if any of you gets guard broken, I swear. That was so close. But we're going to be heading into the third map, Sanctuary Bridge. Suresu, tell us about this map.
Absolutely. Sanctuary Bridge is going to be our game 3 map, and this map is all about team fighting. You have the home points, which we capped at the beginning, but almost everything's going to be on the mid lane. Once the mid lane fight is over, you're going to see the winning team usually will push the enemy's home point, because this map is so small and it snowballs so easily that it's just the correct strategy to do here. And I am kind of worried because the team fighting from both of these teams have been not as good as they could have been. I think it's more in favors of BBBattalion, but we'll see if the rotations from Uwu Gang can bring it home for them.
Yeah, thank you for that, Suresu. Heading into Sanctuary Bridge, and as we talked about in our preview for today, NA really close in this first series, not disappointing so far. The score is, of course, 1-1. Uwu Gang was impressing me that game, and they had some really good decision making. Mamba, especially in that back. In the back of point A, really holding on and letting his team get that map advantage. But now we're heading into a little bit of a more straightforward situation in Sanctuary Bridge.
So if I had to break these up into like 2v2 partners, since that is something that Natron and apparently Sasuke have been playing 2v2s for quite a bit. But on the other side, we've seen Sai and Thrillnu. Apparently, they played a lot of 2v2 tournaments. And I look at these team sheets, and every single one of them says, oh, we're like the best 2v2 in NA. Like, you can't all be the best 2v2 in NA. So in your opinion, which team has had better synergy just among, like, you know, the combo plays or the setups and that sort of thing?
I think they've both been pretty evenly matched, and I think you hit the nail on the head last game. It's honestly coming down to who's been playing more solid on the Warmonger. We saw whoever was, you know, getting those those corruptions off in the fight and really controlling the pace of things. We're kind of controlling and dictating how the fights will playing out. We'll see who comes out on top this game, Mamba or, of course, Sarai.
All right, we're going to be watching Wooden Toaster here. He's going to be playing the Kensei, usually trying to play the outer edges of the team fights and just trying to wait for those openings that come in, as it is just a bloody 4-on-4 right now. But I can see they are getting a little bit low here on Uwu Gang. Maybe forced to retreat and give up B. Let's see if they... oh, Sarai just keeps on pump faking that one. Threatening the heavies where he can. Oh, actually, they do manage to get one down on the side of... Brutals. Yeah.
Brutals, yeah. All right, it does look like, though, Brutals is coming out on top as we have a fresh Black Prior, coming into the fight now. Quispy Queens is forced to retreat. Is going to, no, doesn't actually get the kill on Natron and is going to get taken down after that guard break. And now Thrillnu, who is coming back into the fight himself, is forced to just sit in the middle of A and trying to protect his home point from being back capped there. Just sort of a stalwart wall standing in front of an entire Brutal squad. And I think we're just going to see, though, that Brutals, they've been playing it a bit slow when they get the advantage in these early fights. They're not going for too many back caps. They just want to play solid and make sure that they're controlling the map.
Yeah, I mean, what a dominant position that they were in to be able to win a team fight like that. Getting those executions to delay the respawn, plus the fact that they were quite healthy after the team fight as well. We saw both the Warlord and the Blackbriar, the Warmonger rather, looking pretty healthy. Like, you got to feel good just being able to clear out B and knowing that there's a very good chance you're going to be able to win the next team fight as well. But we'll see. Thrillnu is certainly trying to pressure here as Natron. He gets a little bit low. Black Prior getting help from that Kensei as well. The revenge is going to go out, though, on Natron. See if he's able to... Oh, no! Thought he was going to be able to dodge that, but no. The Centurion keeps locked on and is able to get a stab to the chest there.
He just let that heavy rip, and unfortunately, Wooden Toaster, sitting on the side, was not able to do anything because he was out of stamina. However, the action has collapsed back onto Brutal as Quispy Queens is attempting to chase him down, throwing out that heavy toward the Kensei, of course, so that it cannot be parried by Quispy Queens. And now things have switched sides now. Just another really close game, and the fighting is just constant on B.
Swinging through. Oh, gets knocked down there by the punch. Mo, got to be careful of those flips. Mo, though, is taking several shots to the back there, as it seems like maybe they're focused a little bit too much on the Centurion. They're going to try and keep out the pressure onto Natron as he tries to dodge backwards here, see if he can get back to the home point, but no. A quick stab to the face is going to be able to bring him down. Mambino is on the edge here, though, and so close to the enemy home point. Is going to find himself quickly surrounded. Brutals, though, is out of stamina, so won't be able to keep it up. He just plays the outer edge of the team fight until he's ready to go. Tries to throw in some heavies here onto Thrillnu, just dive it onto him where he can. They finally do manage to win that fight. See if they can clean out B here. With only 2 remaining on the side of Uwu Gang. They're going to play it slow, wait on their home point until they're 4-man up again, it seems.
Yeah, that was really good play from Brutal there, realizing that his teammate needed a little bit of help closing out the kill on Thrillnu, and also that they were feeding just a little bit too much revenge. So getting off of there so that his tag would go away and letting Natron finish the job, and of course, taking out Thrillnu immediately after that with those nice headbutts.
Now, what do you think about this decision where they, I thought maybe they were going to wait for their full team to be up, but they actually kind of pushed forward as just 2, kind of a 2-on-4. Do you feel like that's okay? Because the revenge tagging, you're kind of okay with trying to take that team fight, even if it comes at a cost. As you can see, Wood Toaster here, he may actually end up falling before the whole thing is done here as he tries to dodge away, but really good pursuit again and again and again by Mo, and Natron is able to take down Crispy Queens as well.
Yeah, I think Brutals just realized that they had won the team fight a little bit, even though they had a couple members of the Uwu Gang respawning. So they just wanted to take control mid and just figured, you know, if we do end up getting in trouble, we can always fall back behind the minion line and just go and heal, and that's exactly what they did. And now they've pushed these minions up the middle as Natron gets a nice parry there. Double heavies do come out, but it's not quite enough to close out the kill on Mamba. He will go down now, though, and Brutals really starting to take control of this game. It is a 500-point advantage almost coming out. Of course, not all permanent points, but while they control B, they are getting really close to breaking Uwu Gang.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like Uwu Gang, if they do manage to win this last team fight, jump down and taken out. Oh dear, Brutals. They're going to push in, make sure that the enemy is put into breaking here. Uwu Gang, they're going to need to win this last team fight. It feels like maybe even just push down and take the enemy point as well, just because they are so close to that breaking. We'll see what they're able to do here in this final fight into B. Sarai, a little bit low on stamina here. He's going to dodge backwards, just keeps on getting away from the fight. He's going to apply their corruption where he can here. As does manage to get it, Mambino pushed and pushed and pushed and knocked down, and pretty much he was near full, and he gets completely taken out by that nice combination of the Centurion plus Warmonger. And now Sarai's not going to let up just now. He sees Wooden Toaster, low on stamina, up against a wall, perfect position, gets the throw into the wall to knock him back a little bit more. His revenge ticking up a bit, but his health is that much lower. Actually does manage to get the revenge here. Maybe can turn some damage around, but it's not looking good for Uwu Gang. They pretty much need a miracle here out of Wooden Toaster. Needs to be able to win this 1 versus 3, and he's just not going to be able to. Got some damage in. Quispy Queems now in a 1 versus 4, but sadly, no one's really low enough. You're going to have to use this revenge to some excellent effect and get the revives and, do a whole lot of things. Otherwise, you're going to be heading down to the elimination match. And, Crispy Queems does manage to get the execution at least, and will do some serious damage to Mo now. But sadly, her teammates are ticking out, so even if she does manage to win this fight, there's going to be no revives available anymore.
Yeah, no revives available, and now even if for some reason Quispy Queems is able to triple cap, she would not be able to unbreak her team. So this game is all but over. Quispy Queems would have essentially have to 1v4 like 7 times in a row or something. It's just not going to happen. And just some really, really impressive team fighting here from Brutals in this last game. They had a little bit of a shaky game too. You know, Mamba made that really interesting play on the A point, but they came back strong, won the team fights, and that is going to be the series.
Yes, much like her final end, where she didn't quite fall all the way down the cliff. She was able to hold on for a while, but ultimately it doesn't matter. I do lose. They're going to be heading down. Brutals Battle Battalion. They are heading to the final. They're going to be playing for that first place, our first team to be doing so.
She didn't deserve that. She fought so hard. She didn't deserve to die 2 feet away from the ledge. Oh, goodness gracious. What an amazing series. I mean, that's what we've been excited about. Over in EU, a lot of 2-0s, a lot of domination. That one could have gone either way the whole time. But, man, that was just so much fun to watch. Honestly, like, it seemed like Uwu did so good in game 1, and they just kind of started running out of steam, Cap.
Yeah, sadly, it felt like they were so close to being able to win that second game. You know, just one team fight. You know, one of those teams is going to go. If they lose that team fight, they're going to go into breaking and probably just lose the game from there. And it just they couldn't quite clutch it out. And in the end, they just seemed kind of outmatched on Sanctuary Bridge. That was a much more one-sided game 3, sadly.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to be going into a replay of this series, starting off, of course, with game number 1. Uwu Gang had a very early advantage, making sure that they had that C control. But we talked about it a little bit. It broke out into a lot of team fighting over on B. And then, of course, Sarai, I believe it was able to take point C during that fight. And then it was just closed out. Really close to, honestly, whoever won that game, it could have been anyone's series. But going into game number 2, things were equally close until, of course, it was Mambino at some point making that really interesting play on A, bringing Uwu Gang into the series. And it was, of course, Brutal trying to do this insane 1v4. He was able to get 1 ledge kill, but ultimately not able to be the hero that his team needed. And that was going to be Uwu Gang taking game number 2. And then Quispy Queems forced into the same exact situation. Unfortunately, no double breaking here. It was just Quispy Queems falling onto rocks and getting her leg stuck in the terrain in the process.
My God, the brutality. We will see a Battle Battalion making it to the grand finals, but I gotta admit, a little selfish. I'm kind of happy that Uwu Gang is down in the elimination match. That means that we might see Uwu Gang for the rest of the day. They have to play this elimination, then they play the consolidation potentially. But forget all that. We got to move on to our second opening match. It is Chimmys. And let me stop talking. The boys are ready. They are raring to go. We're going to go to the map selection to capitalist Sohinki. Use those big boy words. What is good about this?
All right, we're heading into Overwatch. This is a pick from Chimmys, and I'm actually not surprised to see this. I've talked to a couple members of Team Killing Service who really believe that team fighting is kind of, their forte. So Chimmys deciding, well, we're going to take it to a map where it's much more focused on 2v2. Although I'm eating my words a little bit because then Team Killing Service comes and picks Temple Garden, which is also a 2v2 map. So honestly, I have no idea what to expect. I know these two teams have been scrimming a lot, and I believe Chimmys has gotten a bit of the advantage there, but we'll see. I think it's anyone's game, and they both seem to have a similar game plan.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up on Highfort, a map that we haven't seen a whole lot of. So, again, hoping for a Game 3 just to be able to get more eyes on that, as it hasn't really been seen a whole lot in Dominion Series so far, usually banned. But, Saresu, what do you got for us here in this matchup?
For this matchup and in this map, where as it was said earlier by Sohinki, 2v2s are going to be very, very important. You're probably going to see a 2v2 on B. You're probably going to see a 2v2 on C. Every time I try and call out, hey, watch what these teams are going to do, they never send 3C and 1 mid. Maybe they'll make a liar out of me this time. But either way, point A, you're not going to see too much happen there. Point B and point C is where everything's going to be, mainly point C. So the stronger 2v2 and team fighting team will win this map.
All right, and for those of you watching at home, you also can win. You can win a few things. In fact, every 30 minutes that you're watching, you could be winning XP boost tickets for your in-game character, but also you could be winning every 10 minutes a combat pack or a For Honor Gratitude Battle outfit. Make sure that you're signed up on the website. Scream into the chat, show yourself combat pack, and hopefully it shall come. But while you're waiting, we've got some stuff for you to watch. In fact, we have got our next match coming up. Who's ready for Game 2? Sohinki, Cap, Utalist. Let us take a look.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting series just because Chimmys is what kind of everybody puts as their favorites to be in the finals. And they thought that Uwu Gang was going to be their rivals when it came to the finals matchup. They're already wrong about that, as Brutals was able to take down Uwu Gang. We'll see if they're wrong about being able to bring down Team Killing Service, especially since they said in the interview the teams would be lucky to even take a map off of them. Who do they think they are, Nemesis?
I guess they think they're Nemesis. They were able to take a couple maps off of Nemesis, so perhaps considering themselves the Nemesis of NA as we see this 2v2 breaking out onto C as expected. We got Bodrado, of course, and it looks as though Shigs is there with him, and Naughty Warlord and Scorpion going to be the 2v2 on the side of Team Killing Service. No one really getting an obvious advantage here, but Bodrat sitting on the side at about half HP as we see, I believe this is Scorpion on the Kensei.
Yeah, Scorpion is able to put some pressure down here. The Scorbrand, oh, good, dodged away, Scorpion. There's Shigs. They're trying to put him into the corner here. Does manage to get the guard break. They get the double heavies. Beautiful combo. Mushka tries to come in and interrupt everything here, but instead he's going to be laid to waste pretty quickly as he's knocked up against the wall. Mushka, just a sliver. Oh, does manage to actually bring down Scorbrand at least, but Shigs is going to make him pay for that one. Doesn't let him get the revenge up, and as a result, Shigs is even going to get enough renown to be able to get the Corruption Blade up, as well as holding that all-important C point.
Yeah, that fight on B, we didn't really get to see it, and it's something that I definitely want to focus on here. We have Rohit, who was playing Kensei the first time we saw him, is now going to be on the Warlord as he gets ledged there by the Centurion. Prince making quick work of him as they are now going to attempt to heal up on A. It looks as though Scorbrand is trying to come in and stop that, but we see Naughty Warlord protecting his teammate, being the good Warlord that he is. Obviously, the role of the Warlord tends to be the peeler, and he's able to do that for Prince right there.
You know, that fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I mean, that was definitely a shame on me situation. Wished for that same ledge attempt twice in a row and got him the second time. So, Scorpion playing out here in B with Mushka on the Warmonger. As they've already cleared out B and they're holding on to A, so even if they don't have that all-important C point right now, they are still pretty happy at just being able to control 2 up. This isn't the same kind of consolation prize, right? This the C point compared to what it was on Temple Garden.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so, but you know, this is interesting. We saw earlier in EU that Russian Mind Games, one of the games, attempted to just sort of play A and B on a very C-favored map in Temple Garden, and we're seeing kind of the same thing out of Team Killing Service here. They are fighting over C right now, but seeming to be content to just hold A and B.
Prince on the Centurion, he was the one to try and pressure this point, and he may be punished for it. He's gonna get a helping hand, but maybe we're gonna see him, bounce back as he needs to be able to heal up. We'll see. Suresu, what do you think about this play that is coming out? The team's not quite doing what is kind of expected, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting game so far. The thing I wanted to point to, there was a bit of a 1v2 going on in the mid lane. You saw Shigs, who was on the Warmonger for Chimmys. He was on the outside of this fight, and he actually got himself killed to minions as to not feed Renown. And then Mushka, who had the tier 1 on Warmonger active, actually kind of just wasted the feat because there's no tier 2 or tier 3 available for Mushka. So then the point of it is just to separate the teammates, but they were already separated. Shigs died to minions, nobody got Renown, the gank really didn't work, so we're seeing a little bit of a lack of execution here on the side of Team Killing Service.
Yeah, now Shigs might just be able to win this 1v1s again, Mushka, as well, and stay ahead when it comes to the feats. Thank you for all that great analysis. Mushka does indeed end up going down, and Shigs continues to display the dominance on the Warmonger.
Yeah, fighting now, heading a little bit over towards C as we see a 1v1 with Scorpion and Bodrat. Scorpion going to attempt to move on to C, at least move the fighting onto the point as this is breaking out now into a 3v3. Bodrat attempting to get that undodgeable, but not able to save him there. Is now going to turn his attention over to Prince. Eats a kick for his troubles, and is going to eat a heavy now from Scorpion. Scorpion is trying to stay on the outside of this fight as the Kensei and really just be that annoying initiator as things open up. He's going to eat a bash from Bodrat, but not actually any damage. Excellent light there. Scorpion being pushed back against the wall. Eating a little bit of chip, but a nice heavy now over onto Shigs. I'm wondering if he's going to try and get off this point. They do have control of A, and this is starting to look a little bit like a losing effort as we do see a Fresh Health Scorebrand joining the mix.
Yeah, it's interesting how many people hold Bodrat, the player that we're watching right now, in such high esteem. As his teammates have said it, you know, this guy's kind of crazy. People think he's scripting. He plays so well. Unfortunately, though, doesn't play well enough to stop that execution as a naughty Warlord comes in. And Team Killing Service, they actually named Bodrat. They said, we don't know how we're going to beat him, because Bodrat's pretty insane, but we'll find a way. And sure enough, they find a way to be able to hold this C point and actually have the triple cap. So they're looking real close to breaking. Of course, that's not actually going to put them to breaking. We're going to have a push that comes in from Chimmys, and we'll get some points back, no doubt. But still, they're going to get a lot of tick points over time here as they take the fight onto B and see if they could stall things out. Hell, if they win this team fight, we may actually have a quick end here to game number 1. But Rawit trying to take multiple duels just all over the place as we're trying to push onto points. Mushka trying to pump back over to C here to get a little bit of heal. Shig's not going to let him do that. Warlord, he goes ahead, uses that feat, and see if they can hold on to C with this Warlord just being so tanky and hard to bring down.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly why those long executions are really, really helpful, because they're sort of on the side of Chimmys, just streaming into the fight, and while they were able to take control of B back, they're still really struggling to get control of the map, kind of trickling into these fights. We'd actually see one of them jumping off the ledge there, avoid that renown feeding, but also just to make sure that he's got a faster respawn timer, as he figured he was probably going to end up losing his life there.
B does get pushed in by Rawit. As you see Naughty Warlord, we'll have to keep an eye on him because he's got the Fire Flash ready to go. And one team fight like that. There's a Fire Blast, does manage to nail Shigs. Scorpion is still in the fire there as well, and he's got the corruption on him, so it's not even like Warlord can really help him out, but Scorpion's doing a good job with this Kensei as the one-trick Kensei spammer. Shigs ends up going down, Scorpion holding his own, and he's allowed to be able to rotate back over to see, it looks like, as Scorpion hot in his tail, doesn't want to let him, but look at that, Naughty Warlord. The good use of that, just kind of grabbing onto Shigs, not letting him get so close. As a result, Scorpion gets a decent bit of heal back up, and we're going to see that Juggernaut feature as a Warlord, once again, wants to be able to hold onto the C point. They'll use any feats they have to be able to do so.
Yeah, Mushka attempting to come in. I can't quite see if he's got Corruption Blade off cooldown, but he is now going to join this fight for Team Killing Service as Shigs and Bodrat. Oh, wow, they actually go into breaking, and they're both going to get ledged. Oh, no. This could be the end of Chimmys in game number 1. We were expecting Chimmys to go all the way, and when, you know, obviously the Sohinki curse coming into play here as Mushka is going to get pushed off of the point by Rohit. That nice charge coming in. It's not going to be enough, though. It's already 1,100 points for Team Killing Service, so they're going to have to win more than just this fight, with one of their members already down to that ledge kill.
See Rohit desperately trying to get some charges here onto Prince. They know they need to be able to just quickly win these fights while these players are individually separated, but sadly that's not the case. It's going to have to sit here and hopefully just hold with Shigs. They do have the Corruption Bomb that's going to be laid down, so it might be an opportunity to be able to win this fight. Was that a dodge from the arrow? I think so. Rohit managed to escape from that damage. Scorpion looking for his opportunity to be able to finish off Shigs. He ends up going down. Now Rohit pushed up against the edge here, gets the revenge off, but he's in danger of being both pushed off or falling low to health as soon as this revenge shield ends up playing itself out. And sure enough, the execution ending it in style. Team Killing Service are able to take the first game. Chimmys, they talked a big game. They said teams would be lucky to be able to take even a single map. Well, Team Killing Service, they do just that. They look very lucky indeed, Sohinki.
Yeah, and posing in a nice fashion there. A little bit of voguing at the end there even. But we saw that one fight that broke out on C that they ended up, Team Killing Service ended up winning, and they even got the long execution at the end of it from Naughty Warlord. And really, that was kind of the beginning of the end. It looked like Chimmys really struggled to get back onto the map at that point. They did exactly what you're supposed to do. They all headed toward that B fight to see if they could win it, but they never really had all of their team there in the fights when they needed them. And Team Killing Service just ran away with the game from that point.
Now, is that something to do with the map? I've noticed, like, when we've been casting For Honor, I see some of these games, and sometimes it's just like a back-and-forth bloodbath where, yeah, like, you know, a team will lose a fight, but they won't really, like, take full control of the game. It seems like, you know, another team fight comes in, the enemy team wins it, we just kind of have this back and forth. And then some games I see where we saw, at that moment that you pointed out, I noticed that as well. It's like, boom. We had Team Killing Service winning that one team fight, and it felt like they were just on the side of Chimmys, never able to get back into the game. Is that a map difference, or is that a mistake being made by the team that is behind? What is it?
I think it's just one of those things where when you're losing the fight convincingly, a lot of times the fight swings in a really bad way for you. But when you're able to peel for a teammate and get him out to go heal, and, you know, people are kind of trickling in and out of fights, that's when you kind of see those constant brawls going in on B. But when your entire team goes down at the same time, obviously then you get those situations where you're really at a huge disadvantage. But now we're going to be heading into game number 3. Suresu, why don't you cue it up for us?
All right, yeah, so in this game, we are going to have Temple Garden, a favorite of the Dominion series. So we are going to be looking for these team fights on C and on mid. We're not really going to pay attention too much to A. We're going to see some ledges on C, but these team fights are going to be very important because we have these gank characters, and we're seeing ganks coming out from both sides, but they're not as strong or as concise as they could be. So that's what I'm looking forward to this, and Temple Garden gives that opportunity because you win that team fight on C, you can get a quick gank on the person that's left, and you can take the rest of the map.
Alrighty, Suresu, thank you for that, and we'll see who ends up having the upper hand here. I said going into game 1 that Team Killing Service really liked their team fight. That was what they felt like their strong suit was, but now 2v2 maps in a row. Things were really close until that one fight. Who do you think's got the advantage here, Cap?
I don't know. It just looks like, to me anyway, Team Killing Service may have a bit of the momentum just off of being able to take a game one like that against such a strong team like Chimmys. I imagine that you're looking into this like, okay, we can beat these guys. We can win 2v2s against the kind of expected best team of NA, no problem. And I think that confidence is probably going to help them a lot. But we'll see how they do. That C point, we've got Scorpion and Naughty Warlord, the Kensei and Warlord duo up against Shigs and Bodrat, which is the Black Prior and Warmonger combo there. And then we have a B2v2 fight as well. Suresu was pointing out with nobody on A right now. That'll just all come down to who kind of wins that B fight. It's Naughty Warlord. I always find it interesting how we watch people weave in and out in these 2v2s. The Scorpion swinging his blade around, dancing around. He's not able to get a whole lot of hits, as sadly he's a little bit low already. Naughty Warlord looking for that headbutt, is actually pressuring Bodrat a decent amount, but ooh, big guard break, and now Scorpion may end up falling here, and his team has already lost the 2v2, so we're going to see rotations coming in from the Warlord on top of that. So Scorpion, it's looking like it's not going to go well for the opening of this game 2 for Team Killing Service.
Rohit coming in there after that 2v2 victory in mid, and now they're just going to take full control of this map, already with control of point A. I have to imagine the teams are probably going to end up collapsing in onto B. We already see Prince making that rotation as Mushka attempts to go and get that consolation point, as we tend to call it, up against Scorbrand in this 1v1.
Well, apologies. We've actually been calling him Bodrat just because they had the Black Prior, but apparently it is their sub Rave Lord, since Bodrat was having some issues. So maybe that says a little bit of the reason why Chimmys has been having some issues here, and just didn't quite look themselves in that game one, but they're going to have to shake it off and persevere anyway. Scorbrand here on the Centurion does manage to get the big execution. That is certainly going to help things out quite a bit as he now turns over to help out his ally. Prince is pushed in, knocked out. Okay, now that's looking pretty good as they're able to take over A nice and easy. Chimmys maybe back into form here, so Hinky.
Yeah, we were mentioning that substitution, and of course, you know, sometimes when you're playing with a sub, it kind of depends what your preparation is, but obviously you gotta, you know, you dust off the old sword and get in there, and you're not usually necessarily practicing all the time as a sub, but you do have to be ready, so we'll see if maybe Ravelord here is in the form.
Naughty Warlord gets a bit low, Rowit. Oh. Gets charged, bumped into the wall, but not that big of a deal. They were kind of letting the tag fade away on a Naughty Warlord, not bothering to chase him down. Tries to go for the charge, and does manage to get him. Knocks him out. Rowit brings down Mushka, and is looking to be able to take down Prince, and maybe they can get the revive on this C point as well. Puts a bit of damage there onto Prince. He gets the revenge, has it ready to go, and is throwing out some hits onto Ravelord where he can, but the revenge is now faded away. Not going to be a 1v2. He's got some help coming in, but unfortunately Scorpion just immediately gets shredded up, and so does Prince. As they trickle in, is not looking good whatsoever for Team Killing Service. They just, what you're talking about, seeing Hinky, just not quite as good in the 2v2s. They seem to be losing a lot of them, and as a result, they just always feel like they're outnumbered with the rotations that are happening after a one fight for Chimmys.
Yeah, Scorpion doing a good job of staying alive here, and Prince actually getting that revenge, was able to survive for a long time for his team to come help. Unfortunately, as you said, they're sort of just trickling in here. However, Ravelord taking a lot of damage. Now we see Rohit, who is low as well. It is a 1v3 situation here, but this is definitely very winnable. Dodging that headbutt's going to get the bash. Doesn't actually go for the light, though. Is now going to get doubled heavied, and this is looking really, really bad for Mushka. Mushka now getting guard broken from the side. A lot of times... Oh, the heavy's going to come in. He just lets it rip, and that's going to close the kill out. A lot of times those guard break attempts are just to open someone up for a heavy. No one was able to do it. However, we did see it was Scorbrand there who was closing out the kill. Just lets that heavy rip from the side.
Very nicely done. And now they're going to head over to B and contest this before we had the side of Team Killing Service managing to fully take it and get some points onto their side of things. Scorpion He's had a tough time on the Kensei. I feel like losing out on a lot of 1v1s. Is some of this a matchup problem, or what do you think it is? Because I feel like he is just struggling, specifically when he gets isolated, just not able to do a whole lot.
Yeah, I think in the 2v2s, he's eating a lot of sort of little chip damage from the side, especially when he's going up against someone like Scorebrand, who now, of course, is getting pushed into the fire on the side here. Rohit now going to try and chase down Mushka, and it looks like he's going to move into C, just make sure that he can try to hold this bridge. Scorpion trying to come in now. We're going to see him in exactly the situation you mentioned, a 1v1. Is pushed into the corner. Nice headbutt there. A light is going to do a little more chip damage. Catches the dodge. Going to get a max punish here against the wall. That side heavy does so much damage. Scorpion gets headbutted again. One more is going to do it. Oh, he throws out the out of stamina light to close the kill out. Absolutely just reading the pressure coming in from Scorpion. A bunch of disrespect there from Rohit as he now tramples over the corpse, and his team is going to take control of middle.
Very well done by Rohit, man. It felt like, yeah, we watched, I was talking about that point, and Scorpion was doing some good damage when it came to overall team fights, and then that 1v1, once again, just kind of suffering. Now Mushka on the Warmonger, just trying to push out all these minions that are in the mid lane, but this Warlord's not going to let him do it. Centurion in the back right now as Scorebrand. Ooh, he's actually getting a little bit low. Plus, he's got that rock. He may be pushed up against. Nice guard break. Is going to be able to finish him off. Mushka, nicely done.
Yeah, Mushka a little pump faking there as he kept on changing targets and kept turning around and tagging Scorebrand. For some reason, I believe Scorebrand was probably just looking for some openings, maybe with punches or maybe just to interrupt what he was doing, but Mushka doing a good job of target swapping there.
Shigs. He's going to be left high and dry here, out onto the stairs, out of stamina, constantly pressured by Mushka as he looks to get his second kill in a row. Guard break, counter guard break pretty easily, no problem. Nice, parry back, hits the skewer into the wall. Nice bit of bleed damage in there. Naughty Warlord's going to help out, though. This is not a fair fight, and he's just hoping to be able to finish him off, but, oh, I thought that was actually going to be able to land, but he gets a block in time. Bush is going to retreat back to the point, see if he can heal up. Shakes, holding on against the Naughty Warlord, is really putting in some work now, and actually gets the help from the Centurion, who's going to come in from the side with the feet as well, so Shiggs has got a bit more shield to work with now. This Naughty Warlord's not going to find it so easy to bring him down. The shield fades away, though, out of stamina, up against the wall, means a nice, easy hit is going to be able to finish him off. Shiggs held on for a long time, but eventually he does go down.
Yeah, and this long execution here is going to make sure that Chimmys is going into this breaking scenario already starting off with a 4v3. It's going to be really, really difficult for Team Killing Service to turn this one around. What you saw there was Naughty Warlord got the guard break. He was trying to let his teammate get the execution so that he could get some health back. A little bit of a misstep there. Should have probably just closed the kill out because neither of them hit the heavy in time, and that's why you saw that fight turn around so heavily.
Rush up here to the A point. It feels like Chimmys have really taken this momentum. They've gotten so far ahead that they are being more and more daring at where they are on the map. Not fearing to pressure up into the enemy home point. They're going to stop that healing. Make sure Naughty Warlord doesn't get a whole lot. Push into the corner here. They're going to get the shield. The Fire Blast goes out. They don't really care. They just want to wipe out. If it's friend or foe, they'll hit everybody with that Fire Blast just to be able to wipe out the last two on that point. Take over A, as after all, putting them into breaking doesn't really matter if they do damage to their allies. They just need to finish up this game 2 so they can head into game 3 and see if they can make their way into the finals. Scorpion, last-ditch effort here, pretty much all for show, just seeing how long he can hold off. You're going to get the long execution, a little bit of taunting. They're going to remind Team Killing Service where their place is. You may have taken game 1. They say it's all luck, baby.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a bad omen there going into that A fight, seeing their headless teammate in the midst of everything, and it's going to be Chimmys who closes that game out in style of both teams posing on him. It must be an NA thing, the voguing, I don't know. But that was a very, very convincing performance from Chimmys. Two similar maps, two very, very different outcomes. We did see that the first game was a lot closer than that one. Chimmys really seemed to be in proper form going into game number 2.
Yeah, let's talk about a little bit of how these teams got here in this format. Of course, we've been talking about what is the possibility when a team loses this, where are they going to be headed? Well, we're going to take a look at it right now. So in this open pools that we started off, we had a bunch of teams, whole lot of teams actually playing through these open qualifiers. They did manage to head into the main qualifier where 2 teams went forward. Then the other 2 got knocked down to last chance qualifier. We got 2 from that, and that is how we got the 4 teams that are here today. Here's a little bit of better graphic to explain what I attempted to say. It's better for visual learners, and I'm definitely one of those. So that is how we got everybody here in these finals, and that is where we're at right now. We're at a game 3 here, and it feels like NA is just as competitive as you were kind of talking about, so Hinky.
Yeah, things have been really close. This is already going to be our 2nd series that was not a 2-0. This is exactly what we were hoping for, some really good for Honor, and we're going to be now heading into our 3rd and final map of this series. So Resu, bring it in.
All right, so now we are going to be at High Fort, and this is exciting because in the first series we saw Citadel Gate, and now we're seeing High Fort. This is a map that we don't see too often purely because of its size. Rotations are going to be so important on this map. You're going to see the main fights on C and mid. A will still be contested, maybe a little bit more than others, but what you have to watch out for are rotations on this map because of its size. You're going to see Warlord using Rush on cooldown, and you might see this Kensei pick really start to hurt Team Killing Service because he's so slow to rotate. It's going to be difficult to keep up with Chimmy's rotations.
Thank you for that, Suresu. And yeah, nice analysis there on that Kensei pick. I'm imagining they're probably going to stick with it. You know, they're going to stick to their guns going into this game number 3. And of course, we do see Scorpion there still on that Kensei. I have to imagine, yeah, on a big map like this, if they get a disadvantage, it might be hard to break back out onto the High Fort here.
So just this first initial fight is just particularly important for Team Killing Service. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. And it's just important, I think, on this map to get off to a strong start when you don't have a fast rotating character. You know, we saw some Gladiator earlier, and a lot of times that character can rotate and force, you know, back cap situations, but we're not going to be seeing any of that here as our teams are now breaking off into their 2v2s.
All right, well, this is not the time for Scorpion to be losing any of those 2v2s or 1v1s, so let's see how he does in that C point. Shigs and Rave going to be holding on to Blackbriar and Warmonger and Naughty Warlord, trying to put himself on the front lines to give the Kensei the openings that they need to be able to get those big heavies in. Already getting Shigs up against a wall here. An awkward position to be. Scorpion. Oh, nice guard break there as he's been... Oh, he's actually switching targets there, but they do manage to get the block anyway. So it was a nice little interesting attempt to be able to get some nice damage onto Rave. But now having some issues with this 1v1. Once again, switching targets where he can over to Rave as he lets Warlord take the brunt of the damage, and it looks like Shig is dropping a little bit low, tries to go for a guard break, but no, countered pretty easily there. Scorpion out of stamina, back up against the wall. Uh-oh, now we see the rotations coming in as that is not good. Scorbrand's gonna make his way in and out as he gets clipped almost immediately. Okay, all right, win the 2v3, no problem. We said, gotta shine here, Scorpion, and he's gonna shine big time with an execution to hold on to the C point.
Yeah, the fight was looking really bad for Team Killing Service. Actually, Scorpion and Naughty Warlord were both falling very low in health. We saw the rotation coming from Scorp, but just kind of put himself in a bad position. You saw him dodge behind there, and that guard break came through and just was enough to knock him off the edge. We do see, I believe this is Shigs, though, getting a kill here. So while Rave and his friends over on Chimmys are trying to get back out on the map, they're going to put the pressure on A, but Team Killing Service with a very large advantage here.
They did a good job. They took C, swept through. Prince, though, unable to hold A for long, as that was a very neat execution by Shigs, as with that Centurion combo, getting the knockdown, then just getting the land in all those heavies. As Shigs may have lost that initial fight, but now he's coming back with a serious vengeance onto this B point. Has the tier 1 feet ready to go. See if he pops it here to keep Scorpion isolated. He does. Scorpion not going to be receiving any help from allies. Well, let's see if Scorpion is able to take this momentum he got initially from winning those fights, take that confidence, and keep it up and winning this 1v1 up against Shigs.
That was really good composure from Chimmys, honestly. What a terrible misstep by Scorebrand there, but they're both fortunately for them, their teammates were already over on A, trying to retake control of part of the map. They were able to do so, but Shigs is getting low now. Scorpion, oh, he does actually eat that heavy in the middle of his dodge, and Ravelord is going to take out his opponent as well. So now, just as I was praising them for getting back out of the map, they win a big team fight in middle. We do see, obviously, Rohit on that Warlord getting the out of stamina knockdown, the punish, and that is 3 down for Team Killing Service.
Yeah, it almost looks like they may be able to cheat the triple cap here. Zanati Warlord's going to try and hold on to C for as long as possible here, but it's not looking so good. As they finally find the opening that they need. C is taken, and near triple cap, B still being kind of contested here, but holding on to A and C, and I'm sure they, I wonder what they do here, if they're going to sandwich onto B here, or if they're going to try and boost a little bit. It looks like, yeah, they're going to keep one to boost and maybe contest B with the other one, while it looks like 2 are going to go for A here. As Prince, he's been struggling quite a bit on this Centurion. Feels like every time we see him on screen, he's just been dying. Oh, look at that. Rowit almost had him there. Immediately caught him with the guard break, almost tossed him off the ledge there. Is Scorpion, though, barely able to hold on by just his tippy toes, and is able to get away from that ledge. Still got to be careful, though, because he's trying to dodge around. Taking some big hits, and he sees his ally definitely needs to help. Prince, oh, he just got taken out. I saw that. He got guard broken as he was trying to dodge. He tries to stop the execution. It's a bit too late for that Scorpion. And now 1v2, having a hard time. Shigs may have got his number once at the very beginning, but Shigs, it's been all him lately as he continues to get execution after execution. And I believe, did I just see that right? He's got, yep, his tier 4 already unlocked. He went from losing an initial fight to now having tier 4s ready to go with still plenty of time left in this match.
Man, that was, honestly, it's just been such an incredible comeback from Chimmys as I immediately start cursing them. They're losing that fight over on C. But, you know, we've seen 2 triple caps this game already. We saw it was Team Killing Service who had the early advantage. And I want to go to Saresu a little bit here because Chimmys was able to break back out onto the map. You know, it's not something that you would have expected to happen so quickly and so easily. What was it about their play that allowed them to recapture control?
I think it's just taking advantage of rotational mistakes that we saw. One of the players from Team Killing Service, I'm blanking on the name, that went up to the A point. Both players from Chimmys were full HP. There's really no reason for there to be a 1v1 or 1v2 fight on there. Then Scorpion rotated in to try and help his teammate, but I don't think anybody really needed to be there in the first place. There are other more important parts of the map to take, and I think that's a big reason why you're seeing the points switch the way they are.
All right, thank you for that, Saresu. Yeah, I believe that was Prince that went up there, got real low. Scorpion tried to come in and help him, and that was the end of that fight. So maybe just Chimmy's taking control of maybe a little bit of inexperience from Team Killing Service, maybe just a couple bad rotations as well.
Yeah, that, you know, it's funny how in these team games, you know, one person makes the wrong positioning error, and then save a friend syndrome comes in. Oh, I gotta help him out. Next thing you know, you've kind of given away the advantage that you built up for yourself off of just strong fundamental play. But it looks like right now, we do still have Team Killing Service holding on to C and B, so not the end of the world. If they may have lost control of the game, there's still plenty of time to be able to make the comeback here. Rowit putting Prince up against the rock with the Warmonger coming into play as well. Prince is getting sliced and diced right now. Oh, Prince is just having a rough one right now. And Scorpion, he is not faring that much better against Shigs either, as he has routinely been losing these duels. Let's see if he's able to hold on to it here on B. Oh, gets flipped almost immediately as Rave is able to find that opening. Did manage to get the revenge, though. And maybe he can at least finish off Shigs. They're going to push him into the flames. He's still got the revenge shield, but not for long. That's going to burn out. And down he goes. Scorpion falls. Now Naughty Warlord's going to try to hold on to B, but it just cannot feel that good when you are just throwing bodies just to keep B contested. And that's it. You're not actually even winning anything. Meanwhile, the enemy team's just rotating people out, keeping the renown high. There may even be a second corruption bomb that comes into play just because Shigs used that first one so quickly. Prince shows up on screen. We see him go off a cliff again, so we'll see him in another 10 seconds. It is just, it's rough for Team Killing Surface. I'm surprised the points were as even as they are.
Yeah, they managed to regain a little bit of those permanent points here with that control over B, and now the game is basically dead even, basically a 15 to 20 point difference as we now see Score going in against Mushka. Mushka, some nice defense there. Charges that full punch is going to be rolled out of, just kind of getting out of the way of that mix-up, and now the fight heading over towards C a little bit. I'm not sure who that is on low health running behind him. Looks like Naughty Warlord trying to run in with that crashing charge. Is going to get punished for it as Scorebrand chases him down with that heavy, and it's now going to punch Mushka in. No, not quite into the wall. There it is. There's the punch. Actually, guesses on the dodge attempt, lands the guard break, and that's going to be an execution for Scorebrand. Some excellent play there in that 1v2.
Captain Scorebrand comes through, and they definitely really needed this last little push to potentially be able to win this game, as Prince in some trouble here, backed up. Oh, stumbles over the cliff. He is going to say goodnight, and we may be heading into break and very soon. As Scorpion, he's going to be laid low as well. Now, Naughty Warlord. Well, he's got the fire. He still have the fire flask up? I think he does.
Yeah, I think you might be right, and unfortunately, though, he finds himself over on C, and B is really where he would want to find himself to unbreak. Mushka's coming in here trying to save his teammate. He charges up that corruption. We'll see if he's able to get that onto Rohit. Guard break attempt there, but no damage coming in here from Shigs. Getting dangerously close to that ledge now. The punch, he's actually going to knock him off the ledge. They're going to put him back into breaking. That is really unfortunate timing for him, as he is now out of the game with no chance to res. We do see, though, that B is, while B is in transition, C and A are both capped. They could look, no, it's actually 1,100 points now, so they can't even look to uncap there. This looks like it's going to have to be a 4v3 effort.
Yeah, they're going to have to put that Fire Flash to work if they want to be able to take that A point and then have the big fight onto B. Scorpion's going to contest it for now. Hopefully his allies will take that A point and rotate in pretty quickly. Scorpion trying to dodge away here, but Scorebrand, he is keeping it up right now, laying in the blows, punch after punch. Looks to be able to finish off Scorpion here and will do so. Scorpion's down. Now 2. It looks like the Fire Flash did go out. Naughty Warlord, though, pushed into the flames of the cart. Another flash going out. Prince is going to fall, and the rest of the feeds, there it goes. That is going to be Chimmys stumbling on the initial game, but dominating when it came to game 2 and 3 in the end. Looking like the favorites that we held them up to be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I really have to shout out the team there. They did such a good job after being triple capped early. We talked about the importance of getting that early advantage, and it didn't end up mattering. Team Killing Service getting taken down despite winning the early fights, and just really good work from Chimmys on having good composure, getting out onto the map. Slacks, we got another close one. What did you think of that series?
Woo! That's what I like to see, baby. I mean, we knew that Chimmys was ahead in that one, but man, Killing Service put up a hell of a fight. I am loving North America, brothers. It is just brutal. It is wonderful. But we are so close to greatness. Now, your boy there, who was the Warlord player again? That was Naughty, right?
Or Rohit?
Naughty. If only he played Warmonger, then we could truly go to Naughty War Mommy's dungeon, as Cap put it. So we're so close to greatness, but we've seen so many great things so far. These teams will be heading into the later bracket. Gentlemen, let's wrap up that series with some general thoughts. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'd love to be able to see a little bit more of that series, and hopefully we'll be able to do so with the replays, because it felt like that was just such a story from going from game 1, where we had Overwatch, which was Team Killing Service's favorite map, and they showed it too, at being able to win that initial game. We saw off of the back of just like one like really strong team fight that Sahingi pointed out, and they just felt like they kind of kept control. I don't know if maybe Chimmys just were, like a little bit nervous, or just lost their composure for a bit, but then they came back hard on Temple Garden, right, Sahingi?
Yeah, they came back really hard. This was probably the most convincing game of the series. They got control, and they just did not let go. Team Killing Service not quite looking like they exactly knew what they wanted to do on this map. You know, there were a couple times here they had early advantages, but it was in game number 2 and ultimately, obviously, in game number 3 that we saw Chimmys with the composure, with the experience coming in, and that's exactly what we saw in High Fort. Scorpion and the boys, they had a good game plan going into High Fort. Unfortunately, Scorpion had that little bit of a misstep on point C, but it was Chimmys. It was them coming back out onto the map, getting that A point when Prince made that little bit of a misstep that allowed them to get back out there. And wow, what a performance from Chimmys. And honestly, I'm just so impressed with their composure. It was in that game 3 scenario. They found themselves down, but they managed to come back.
I mean, honestly, great showing from both teams as we head into the bracket here. We're going to go through this elimination game. One will go home, Killing Service or Uwu Gang, and after that, we'll be heading into our grand finals, which is now known. It is going to be the Battalion versus Chimmys. I am super, super hyped for this grand final. We've seen things be so even so far. However, the elimination match right now, somebody's going home in 4th place, and I love both these teams. I really do. Uwu Gang, who wants to watch these guys escape your line of sight? I certainly don't. I like to know exactly where they are at all times. And what are you thinking, boys? We're going to be heading into that very soon. Any thoughts on this team's matchup?
All I know is that Slacks has to choose between a naughty warlord, which he seems to be fond of that name, or Uwu Gang and Crispy Queens. I feel like when it just comes to name, Uwu Gang has got to be a little bit more fun. But I feel like I don't know. Uwu Gang impressed me, and I thought they were the better team like after that initial series. But we held Chimmys up to such high regard. The fact that Team Killing Service was able to take one game against them, like, I don't know. It'll be hard to say.
Yeah, I agree. However, you know, Team Killing Service was the team that absolutely just blazed through the LCQ. So obviously there are no slouches over there on that team. They definitely know what they're doing. A lot of really talented individual players there. And, you know, I think if they clean up a couple of those little mistakes, we're going to see them in the future be really strong contenders perhaps. But they're not out yet. You know, we got that Consolation match coming up. But right now we have the Uwu Gang going up against Team Killing Service, and I think I really like Team Killing Service personally.
Well, you do. I love the Uwu, of course, but let's remind everybody what we're playing here for today. It's not just for honor, we're also playing for money. You get first place, $8,000 going home. That is going to be up and decided coming up soon, but 4th place will be decided next. We will find out who is going to get eliminated from this tournament after these months and months of roads getting us here today. So pretty exciting stuff. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what you guys could win. Twitch drops, baby. That's right. Hope you notice right under the game title, it says link account. You should do that. Every 30 minutes, you get a little bit of an XP boost, no matter what. But every 10 minutes, you get a roll for potentially getting the combat pack and the For Honor Gratitude Battle outfit. So don't be like Cap, who has not filed for his Twitch drops. I am team viewered onto his PC right now. Be like Sohinky, who has signed in about 4 or 5 times on different accounts and is doing his best to get all of them. Anyway, everybody, let's go ahead and talk about our show here today. We have had such a long but beautiful day, and you are right now in the NA season finals. But don't go anywhere after it's over. We're going to have the post show. We have so much more For Honor for you, though, so don't go anywhere as we are about to start our elimination match. Gentlemen, the time has come. Cap, if you had elimination from this game, you had that $1,000, which cosmetic would you buy?
I actually wouldn't get any money because when they try and send me the check, I would tell them that I didn't play for money. That I played for
Wow. What would you do, you idiot? Listen, moron, they're going to give you the money. So, Hickey, with your and Cap's money, what would you do with that $2,000?
Well, I see. I would take that $2,000 and I would immediately convert it into steel. You see?
Yes.
Dump $2,000 worth of steel into the game. I'd get every execution, make sure I had the longest ones ready for those convincing team fights and some nice short and sweet ones for middle of team fights. You know, perhaps some Just Dance emotes in there. Who knows? But I'm all about the steel.
Fantastic. I do the same thing. I send people messages when we do 1v1s, and I say, we're playing for pinks. If you beat me, I'll pay you $1,000 worth of steel. Then right before I die, I disconnect. Just to make sure that I never have to pay that. But anyway, you know, my sadness aside, let's get our booties ready for this next series. You guys did the last chance qualifier. Here we go. It is time to see these boys again. Elimination time. Let's go over to the map and see what they have banned out.
All right, starting off on map number 1, Team Uwu Gang is going to pick the Temple Garden, liking those 2v2s and perhaps knowing a little bit about Team Killing Service, knowing that they prefer those more team fight heavy maps, but prove me wrong immediately. Game number 2, we're going to Overwatch, another 2v2 heavy map. So a lot of these maps being played today, these maps where there's not really a home point situation. Seems like teams are really looking to play on these maps where you split off into 2v2s, there's one point of focus, and that's exactly what we're seeing for games 1 and 2. But then game number 3, Cap, we do have Sanctuary Bridge.
Yeah, if it ends up proving to be pretty even, you know, both teams even out on the 2v2, okay, we're just going to decide it in a massive brawl of 4 versus 4 on Sanctuary Bridge. But let's go ahead and talk about Ceresu and Temple Garden one more time, baby.
All right, yeah, one more time into Temple Garden. Again, we are going to be seeing these team fights on C and B. In this match in particular, keep in mind and keep track of who wins their fights on B and who wins their fights on C, because you're going to see that rotation from the winning team over to make sure that they can secure that point and maybe turn it into a triple cap. It's not something that, you know, we see all that often, but if a team is really dominant in their 2v2s, it's very easy to get that triple cap. You take A, you continue to take mid, and take the rest of the map. I think we're in for a great game.
Thank you for that, Ceresu. And yeah, heading into Temple Garden, we actually did see those triple cap scenarios at the start of the game. Sometimes we say that A is that consolation point, or the team fight's very even in the middle. Sometimes we'll see the losing team head up there while the winners go, and they reap the spoils of the one team fight on their nice little temple in C. But yeah, we're going to see Team Killing Service versus Uwu Gang. I'm excited. We'll maybe see some surprises from Uwu Gang. Perhaps a little bit of an upset. What do you think?
I think it is absolutely possible, seeing as Uwu Gang has just kind of gotten better and better as time goes on. And they came oh so close to being able to bring down Brutal's Battle Battalion at the very start. But we'll see. It all comes down to this starting 2v2 on C and B. We've got on C, Thrillnew and Mombino up against Scorpion and Naughty Warlord. You see this duo playing this C point quite a bit, and I feel like I haven't seen them actually win their duos very often, but maybe they'll be able to do so here against Uwu Gang, as Naughty Warlord's already put a hefty amount of damage onto Mombino. It's nice, good flip going in there, and a sweep across with some hefty damage. Mombino gets a guard break here. Nice big heavy hits. Ooh, it looks like on the other side, though, Crispy Clean has already killed Mushika, so it looks like the fight is going well for Uwu Gang on B, so it's all important for Naughty Warlord to be able to finish off this fight on C, and indeed, they do manage to do it.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Scorpion on that Kensei before, really coming through there, making sure he was taking advantage of the openings that he was getting from Naughty Warlord. So I really liked what I saw there from Scorpion. However, we do see exactly what you mentioned, the rotation coming in from Uwu Gang, and Naughty Warlord finding himself on 1 HP, trying to dodge his way out of that fight. I have to imagine as soon as they get one opening, they will turn this into a one-team fight. But Scorpion doing a good job there, opening up Wooden Toaster. Actually, I can't believe they're staying alive here. Scorpion manages to close out that kill, and he finds himself now on 1 HP, but the rest of Uwu Gang has come in. Prince joins the fight, along with Mushka, so now actually the numbers are in the favor of Team Killing Service. Now turning into a 3v3. The bash comes through, but nice protection there. Scorpion's managing to stay alive, will eventually get taken down by Thrillnew. We do see a potential ledge situation here as Mushka is getting pushed back toward the wall. Unfortunately not being... Oh, he does get the guard break, but covered by his teammate there. Naughty Warlord now coming back in off the respawn. Wooden Toaster getting bashed up. Eats a light. He's going to try and get out of this fight now. Manages to retreat toward the back. Mushka trying to chase him down. Is going to get the kill there with that undodgeable.
Beautiful stuff. I can't believe Scorpion lived so long that he basically held on until a Naughty Warlord came back to play on this C point. The brawl has just really not ended here as the corruption's going to be laid out. Onto the Black Friar, Thrillnu, no longer having allies, doesn't have to worry about that, but he does have to worry about a 1 versus 2 that is not going so hot as he gets bouncing around a bit like a pinball. Finally enough openings come from the Warlord that Mushka is able to get the execution on Thrillnu. And finally, it looks like C is well and truly going to be fully under control here. They're going to be able to heal up and play for B. No longer that point under contest any longer. So now they can play for big boy points, holding C and taking over B in this 3 versus 3 team fight. It's Wooden Toaster on the Kensei. Dealing with a lot of pressure, but it's blocking everything, man. He's doing some good work there. Plays back, Mushka. Jeez, Wooden Toaster's just all over the place with these blocks. It feels like it's getting attacked on all sides, whether it's from the foot soldiers or whether it's through Mushka as his approaches with the Warmonger, where he comes through, big heavy, trying to come in. Does manage to put some damage onto Thrillnu. Instead, it's the Black Fire looking to be able to take this 1v1, but it's not looking so hot. Mushka thinking about maybe looking to the side here as he's got Naughty Warlord knocked to the ground, but as soon as he turns around, Thrillnu attacks his back and he brings him down.
Yeah, and Scorpion's going to be closed out as well, so that is going to be a complete wipe for Uwu Gang as they're now taking control of A, B, and C. This looks like it's going to be a triple cap scenario. Prince running up, trying to make sure that that does not happen, but he's being pursued immediately by Mushka. Wooden Toaster going up there as well. Sorry, Mushka and Prince going up there. Quispy Queems is who was in hot pursuit. And then we see Wooden Toaster joining the fight. Quispy Queems, though, maybe a little bit overzealous. Now finds herself pushed up against this banister here. A lot of damage taken as well as the Chilling Stare comes out. And now Quispy Queems is going to go down. Man, maybe just getting a little too greedy on the side of Uwu Gang. They won that fight, but there weren't really any executions. And it looks like Team Killing Services managed to get back onto the map very well.
Yeah, at the same time, though, at least Quispy Queens did manage to trade that 1-for-1 with the knockdown, shoving Prince off the ledge there, and that means Wooden Toaster has a chance at being able to still hold on to this point as he takes the 1v1 up against Mushka. Mushka playing around that pillar as much as possible, really putting to work. I think that's kind of like the Kensei advantage, right? That you can use pillars really well with the way you're able to do those side dodge hits. But oh no, a blockable skewer into the wall. Wasn't actually quite enough damage to finish him off. The bleed will eventually take him out though, and he does end up going down. And now it looks like Team Killing Service in a full sweep of things, bringing 3 down and maybe the triple cap for them as soon as they just take out Quispy Queems, who's still holding on to the C point.
Yeah, perhaps if you're on the side of Uwu Gang, you kind of want to give up A there, deciding to contest, and it might come back to bite them as now Team Killing Service has come out and taken full control of C. However, Mambino coming in here trying to contest as he waits for some backup from Wooden Toaster. Kensei coming in now. It's honestly, this game is extremely close, but it's swinging back and forth so heavily. You know, one team gets an advantage, one team gets a team wipe, and then all of a sudden the other gets a team wipe. Not really close fights happening, but a close game nonetheless.
Kensei trying to get the revenge on Prince, is trying to help out Mambino. He goes down, so he's looking for a kill instead. Prince, though, holding on. I saw, by the way, Naughty Warlord had his tier 4, and I was going to say, yeah, there it is. The Warmonger, Mushka, actually was very close to the Corruption Bomb. Got it now and gets it off in this team fight around C. Completely pushing Wooden Toaster out of the area as he's forced to just kind of watch as he, unfortunately, can't really interrupt that 1v2. Corruption as it fades away comes back into play. Wooden Toaster slicing, trying to get Scorpion. Looks like despite the corruption, they managed to win that fight. Naughty Warlord, though, is going to come in. He's quite healthy, too. In fact, he's going to go ahead and pop the Juggernaut, see if he can hold on to this point. As even out of stamina, he's going to be tough to root out here. Do manage to get the guard break, the knockdown with no stamina. Hefty amount of damage thanks to the Centurion, able to get that quick dagger to the chest there. Bouncing back, as we do have another Centurion coming in. Prince, he's going to help out Naughty Warlord. Ooh, he has just been a beast for Team Killing Service. He does manage to get that kill on Thrillnu before he gets ganked up by Mambino.
Yeah, a little bit of, we saw Fury get used, we saw Pugio get used, so some feats coming out from Team Killing Service that didn't end up in a one-team fight. And now it looked like Mushka might have been the one that just streamed in there at the end. Definitely trickling in a little bit here on the side of Team Killing Service. They're trying to contest this point, but I really think that they just need to regroup a little bit before they push on to C. However, the cavalry is coming in. Scorpion does manage to come in. He's going to get guard broken, though. Getting pushed back against the wall. There is a corruption out. So definitely a little bit of a concern, but Wooden Toaster comes in with that banner. So now it's going to be Uwu Gang with the heavy advantage here. So they're going to be able to use that to heal. Oh, I actually didn't see what that was. It looks like Scorpion is going to be taken out. And Uwu Gang just maintaining control of this C point. A little bit of trickling from the side of Team Killing Service, and it's really not working out for him.
Yeah, that banner was huge, coupled with the revenge. That just means they were able to kind of hold on here to this C point. As a result, it's looking like Uwu Gang in a very good position, up in points, holding on to B and now C as well. And I have to say, Naughty Warlord, he has really felt like he's been anchoring a lot of these team fights, as Warlord often does, just holds on to a point. But I feel like he's also winning so many of these fights for them as well. And Prince struggling a little bit more on this side of things, as he is trying to face up against his mentioned Crispy Queems, who has already unlocked her tier 4. He's going to dance away, see if he can return back to A, perhaps a heal. Fire Flat's going to be laid down, looks like by a Naughty Warlord, finally seeing an opportunity to be able to use that one. Put some damage in, but this has been a very tight game so far. Soresu, what are you seeing from your eye in the sky?
I'm just seeing a mixture of some micro mistakes in these team fights that are just shifting things to one side or the other. It does look like the team fights are what these guys are going for, but the execution just hasn't been quite there, which is why you see the back and forth in these teams. We do see Team Killing Service down in points. Thrillnu just using his Umbral Shelter there to hopefully get them this win in this team fight, but it's nowhere near as clean as it could be from both of these teams.
Thank you, Soresu, as we see the corruption bomb laid out. So, Hinky, what's going on at the C point?
Yeah, the corruption bomb comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Team Killing Service is going to be going down, and that is going to be a long execution here from Uwu Gang. The points are very even. It looks like Team Killing Service did a good job of making sure they at least took some control of the map. Unfortunately, that is going to be a heavily lost fight. You can see Prince trying to fight up here on C. Mushka doing a good job of delaying, and then gets the skewer, but it's not going to be close enough to that ledge. Oh, he does actually get ledged. Excellent teamwork there. Crispy Queems comes in and finishes off that kill. Mambino doing the good job there, getting that skewer, and then Crispy Queems coming in to make sure they got that kill. And now Team Killing Service is breaking with a man down.
Defenders rally. Yeah, they managed to rally it back up. Wooden Toaster shoot the arrow and finish off Scorpion here. But they're going to put them back at a breaking, as it's going to tick over pretty easily here. Plus, they managed to take a point, so now they're up 1,100. So you're going to need a whole lot here from Team Killing Service to be able to fight back. And with that extra shield coming in, Thrillnu's going to make sure they're not going to be losing this fight. Naughty Warlord, he's been doing so much work for Team Killing Service, but he is here, going to get flipped, put on his back. Might just be able to finish him off. Thrillnu attacking Prince where he can. Guard break into counter guard break over and over again. Naughty Warlord, just a little bit of poke at him. Naughty Warlord looks for potentially charge, looking for an opportunity, does manage to find it when Toaster does end up going down. See if they can actually finish off Thrillnu here, maybe they can back off and get some heals, but Thrillnu, always hard to attack a Blackbriar. He gets the flip, and he gets the just slight jab to finish things off. Thrillnu will end things in style.
Yeah, Thrillnu clearly indicating that he had, in fact, ascended there with that levitation technique after the kill. A nice way to close it out, and clearly my curse stands. Every time I pick a team, they get off to a bad start, so Uwu Gang looking real strong there.
Hey, but maybe like Chimmys, they'll be able to pull through, just perhaps a bit of nerves. Or how much do you feel like it is when you play a best of 3? How much do you feel you learn from the tendencies of the opposing players? Like, you know, say in this first game, you notice certain things about the way they want to play team fights, or the way maybe even individually a player tends to try and go for a certain attack over and over again. Do you feel like you pick that up a lot in a series?
I think you definitely pick it up in a series, but what I would look at is sort of the series to series situation. You know, they Team Killing Service played a very close match against Chimmys and ultimately didn't really get a chance to recover from that, while Uwu Gang, even though they lost, they had a chance to regroup, maybe talk things over. So perhaps that's why we're seeing an early advantage for them. But now we are going into map number 2. Suresu, take us through Overwatch.
All right, so we are here in Overwatch for Game 2, and this is another very familiar map, just like Temple Garden. We usually see Overwatch following Temple Garden, and again, we're going to have these 2v2s in mid, in C. So for this, one thing that we haven't really seen too much that I hope to see a little bit more, and if Humanist were here, he would 100% agree, but there aren't too many attempts for plunging, and it's usually because it's pretty risky to do, but with the coordination, you can get some pretty good plunges in the mid lane to try and move a fight over to your favor after capping a point in A or C. We'll see if that happens here. I hope we see a couple well-coordinated plunges. Now let's get into the game.
Yes, that always makes for some exciting stuff, and we'll see if we do get that on Team Killing Services, both their choice of map as well as their favorite. And, you know, I can't really disagree with that. I can see why it's their favorite, because they did take that game against Chimmys. They just seem to look really good on this map, Sohinki.
Yeah, they definitely look good on the map. So we'll see if Team Killing Service can get back into the game here. You know, if there are some plunge attempts, hopefully they're more coordinated than my plunge attempts, which is sort of me just YOLOing off the ledge and ultimately falling to my doom. Probably going to try and set those up if they go for them with some nice guard break attempts or something like that. But the teams do split off into their 2v2s. We've got Naughty Warlord and Scorpion against Thrillnu and Bombino, and then over on B, Prince and Mushka against Wooden Toaster and Quispy Queems.
Check out who's going to be winning those 2v2s, who's going to be taking over that B point. And if we're going to see those rotations after winning B into C, because it feels like, oh, the double flip, Thrillnu. Calm down there. He ended game 1 in some serious style, and he's starting game 2 in even better form here, as he managed to get that double flip and now putting some serious damage onto Scorpion as well. It's already down to health, and his teammate is really putting the screws onto Naughty Warlord with another flip coming into play. Thrillnu is just not one to be messed around with right now. He just keeps on putting enemies onto their back as soon as they go for the attack. The counter guard break, just a child's play toy to him, as he is able to deal with that guard break into the heavies. Nicely done, gentlemen. They're going to be able to get the execution, the long execution, and it looks like to me they want B as well. Uwu Gang off to a running, sprinting start in this game 2.
Yeah, an early triple cap. The fight was won on B and C there. Excellent work from Thrillnu. You talked about it. You really stepped up, doing exactly what you want to do as the Black Pyre, get into the middle of the fight, and anytime you see one of those outside attacks coming in, perhaps going for the flip, and he was able to land a couple flips there in that fight, and that's really what turned it around for him. The fight now going over onto A. We do see Uwu Gang maintaining control. That nice punch into the Eagle's Talon is going to have Prince really low. He's going to try and roll back out of here, but chased down, absolutely destroyed by Mamba there. And there's going to be another long execution. You know, we saw this in a previous series. When you get these long executions in these drawn-out team fights, it really is hard to get back out onto the map. Uwu Gang with a ton of early control.
Yeah, it almost feels like Team Killing Service is now they're on the receiving end of what they did to Chimmys. Fortunately, it looks like they were able to win that 1v1 on the C point, though, and so now they definitely, even though it looked a little rough there onto A, especially with the long executions, things are still redeemable as they're holding on to C. Scorpion, though, is in some trouble as he was holding out on B. He's trying to back away, see if he can get to the healing point. Quispy Queems. Scorpion was ready for that guard break, delivers a guard break of his own. With the help of Prince, too. They're comboing up. knocked out onto the ground. Very nicely done by the Centurion with that punch. Scorpion still looking to get away. Kick, and they're going to make sure Crispy Queens is not going to be able to pursue any longer. Prince is going to turn now to deal with Thrill New as Scorpion gets the opportunity perhaps to be able to heal, but it looks like that C point is still under contention. Thinking about a revive, not going to be happening here. Thrill New, well, he is going to be pushed down and taken out. Prince finally getting some momentum right when they kind of needed him to show up, and he certainly is now on Overwatch.
Yeah, they broke Baddock out and they decided to take control of B and then get back over to C. That's exactly what they did. Scorpion doing a great job there. They had really good coordination on that one gank, making sure they didn't trigger off Revenge. Now, though, it looks like Mamba is ending up in a 1v1 here against Scorpion. We'll see who gets the upper hand here. No, it's actually going to be Prince coming in, trying to get involved. Sorry, this is Wooden Toaster up against Mushka. Mushka is going to go down, and then Prince finds himself in a 1v3 situation, so Uwu Gang starting to take over control of C once again.
Wooden Toaster. The adrenaline was really going there. He managed to win a little bit of a 1v2. His allies came in. He was seeing red. Stabbed one of them in the back, but it's okay. Shrugged it off, and now they continue to win this fight as Krispy Kreme's okay. Prince coming in pretty hot there, but no. He actually gets the execution. Krispy Kreme's is going to run with it. The tier 2 feat unlocked. Got those punches doing that extra damage, and you're going to see those blows coming in on Scorpion as he battles it out with Thrill New. Out of stamina, Thrill New and Krispy Kreme's are running in, tries to go for the fully charged punch, not going to be able to quite land that one as Scorpion is just dancing around to the side. Guard Breaker is going to stop all that dancing. The music is halted, and down he falls.
That was really good recognition from Krispy Kreme's that Scorpion was really just trying to dance on the outside of that fight, swaps targets really quickly, and manages to get that kill with the guard break. And now Prince finding himself alone in this situation against, against Mamba and Krispy Kreme's. Backed into a corner now, even with the corruption on him, so no help is going to be coming. That fully charged heavy does connect. Tries to fight his way out of the corner with the kick, attempts to throw that zone, and now they're just content to lead this with a 1v1. Mamba probably saying, I got it, no, Krispy Kreme's going to come back, perhaps just waiting for the tags. Man, Prince is surviving for a long time, but it looks like he's going to get closed out. Naughty Warlord coming in to hopefully try and peel for him, but I do think that that kill is going to be finished. No, actually still holding on. Does finally get killed on the edge of the fight as Naughty Warlord is now matching up here against Mamba. Krispy Kreme's going to come back and join the fight again.
Mambino, now Wooden Toaster, just a brawl here on the C point, as we should expect. The flag's going to be planted, though, and that'll certainly make it a lot harder here. Wooden Toaster putting all that renown to good use. And, okay. I'm a little bit surprised. They seem to be okay with kind of fighting under the banner, despite all the heal that they're currently getting. Maybe they just don't feel like they have the way to be able to rotate out. Toaster, Krispy Kreme's does end up getting Scorpion there, and Toaster is just going to try and chase out. They've almost gotten full control back at this C point. It feels like this battle's been going on forever. Mambino, they're going to leave him alone. The tags were kind of building up, so he's going to perhaps help. Where are we going? Okay, Wooden Toaster's like, okay, good job. You killed Mushka. I'm going to go ahead and leave this point and leave it to you, Mambino. We'll see if we can take back over B. That's what we're going to be pushing towards. Is what is it, 750 points right now? That's what we're looking at for Uwu Gang. So they are approaching breaking, and they got to be feeling pretty good being ahead like this on Team Killing Services' choice of map.
Yeah, it's just one team fight after one team fight, just slowly chipping away at this game, and Scorpion's going to get taken down. A nice guard break attempt, perhaps getting a little dodge happy there. However, Mushka is going to come in, see if he can close this kill out, but Umbral Shelter's going to come out, keep Thrill New alive for a little longer, hopefully, so he can get back into C and heal. Wooden Toaster's going to come in and peel for him. Nice parry, though, and does chase him down with the unblockable. Thrill New's still trying to get away, does finally manage to get out of there. Wooden Toaster now and Mambino in this 2v2 on B. This is extremely important as we are now into breaking. They're going to need to win this team fight if they want to get out of here, as A and C are both under control. B does drop from them, but of course we did see 1100, so that's not going to be enough. They will close out that kill, and in a 4v2 scenario now.
See if they can get back the points. They got to be able to take over the C point and fast before the enemy can revive. And it looks like they were able to do it. They're able to rally back up, so they don't have to worry about this being quite the end of the game just yet. Prince stalking his prey. Crispy Queeb's gonna fight back. Gets a kick in, but put into a corner. Nice, actually changing positions here. And dealing with the Centurion pressure quite nicely. The Kensei sweeping on in, but a dodge away. And a quick relocation out of here. They're gonna leave Mambino behind to try and deal with this with his Kensei buddy, Prince. Needing to hold on to the C point here. The points are ticking up though, and they're getting close to breaking. We gotta get a break somewhere here. As the gates have been open, pushing closer to the edge. Tried to actually get the bow and arrow out, no opportunity to do so though. Scorpion's quite low. You can see just a little bit of damage will do the work. Wooden Toaster is fighting back pretty nicely here. This 2v2, uh-oh, the Warmonger's a little bit low. Wooden Toaster needs to get in to be able to help him out, but they actually get the execution. Now he goes down anyway. They do manage to win that fight. The 2v2 onto the C point, but immediately the rotation's coming in, and Naughty Warlord takes his opportunity. True to his name, Naughty indeed. He knocks out Thrill onto the ground, and maybe they have the opportunity to be able to bring this back. If they push back B, they can still do this, right, Zohinki?
They absolutely can. They need this triple cap, however, and Mambino is recognizing it. So you see him over onto the A point, trying to make sure that they cannot unbreak here, and I believe he's going to be successful. The Warlord's clear on middle just wasn't quite enough, and so they are going to find themselves still breaking. And even now in this 4v4 scenario, trying to just hold on to whatever little bit of hope they have left. We do see Wooden Toaster getting forced back. Revenge ticking up high on him, and he's going to be finished off, it looks like, by a bow and arrow from the outside. Now Crispy Queens alone on mid. It looks like they're going to try and regain control of C and once again unbreak. This would be a ridiculous comeback. Zone coming out for Wisum, so we do see that Nova Blast coming out now. So it's going to force the members of Team Killing Service back a little bit, as Crispy Queens is now in a 1v1 here. And Mushka trying to fight his way out of that corner.
Everybody throwing down their tier 4s of Fire Flash, just looking to finish anybody out they can, and they do manage to get another member. Mambino and Crispy Queens may have both gone down, but a Naughty Warlord is trying to hold off as they are doing a really good job. Maybe they could push this still. They have to win so many team fights in a row in order to get into double breaking, but let's see Scorpion backing themselves up, and there we go. Pit is open. Uwu Gang, maybe in all their aggression, looking to finish things off. Haven't been able to win the fights as they maybe should have. Corruption Blade is there. As they can see, Mushka's trying to hold on. Naughty Warlord guard broke up. Thrill New. He's done a lot of work for Uwu Gang so far. If he can win this 1v1, it would be a certain godsend for Uwu Gang as they hope to be able to close out this series. Wooden Toaster has the banner out. That's going to be a huge boon for them, but it wasn't quite enough. Thrilno goes down anyway as a diving leap from the Centurion finishes him off. Still playing the edges. Mushka, they're trying to get the revive right now. Wooden Toaster underneath his banner is willing to take that kind of risk, but Scorpion's just not going to let him have the revive for free here. As they're not... Oh, maybe they can still get it. Vito going for it. They get it back up. They get their 4th member back alive, so now it's a 3 versus 4. Wooden Toaster dodging himself away. Naughty Warlord back into the mix here.
Yeah, Scorpion finding himself really low. He honestly, it was a valiant effort to try and stop that revive. Charge attempt does come in, but not going to be able to get it. The 4v3 is now commencing, and Scorpion is just too low on life to be super effective here. He is going to go down. Naughty Warlord is going to get a ledge kill, though. Does find himself guard broken himself. The Heavy's going to go in to close him out, and now Prince is in this 1v4. He does get revenge. Oh, that Sinister... Sinister Shield, is it? No, not Sinister Shield, excuse me. The Oathbreaker is going to come out, and Revenge not going to be super effective. Woo Gang is going to take this series 2-0.
Well done, Uwu Gang, man. That was a close way to finish it up, though. Whew.
That was I'll just say it. I think that was the best match I've seen in the entire Dominion series. That had everything you could ask for. The comeback, the fight, the double breaking, the Warlord just throwing people off the ledges. Absolutely. Ooh, woo, no, 0-2. Loving it, boys. Talk to me about... I'm hyped. The whole time. I'm just screaming the whole time. I'm sorry. I gotta calm down. Give me some time to process, boys. What'd you think about that elimination? Oh, yes. And goodbye to Team Killing Spree. Sorry, guys. Rest in peace.
Can't even get their name right. Team Killing Service.
The disrespect after they lost, man, that's too much.
They lost! Okay? I don't have to care anymore. It's over. They're gone. Let's continue. Talk about the series.
So Hinky, you take that, man. I mean, I felt like I saw Uwu Gang were up, but then I like all of a sudden we're into double breaking. How did Team Killing Service like almost make that comeback?
Yeah, it was just a case of, we saw 2 fights in a row at the start of the game where they suffered losses and they had those long executions. They did a really good job of getting back out into the map, something that is definitely very difficult to do when you have late respawns coming in. They made it close in game number 2, but ultimately it was Uwu Gang coming out on top. And I really do think it was something that I mentioned in the beginning of game number 1, Uwu Gang, they had a little bit of a chance to probably talk over their loss, talk things out, whereas unfortunately Team Killing Service, they just have to go right into this elimination match, maybe not as much time to discuss what went wrong, so perhaps that's why Uwu Gang had the advantage there.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like, as we're going to watch over the replays, they were able to put their feet to really good use. We had so many of the banners being played out by the Kensei that was able to win pretty crucial fights like we saw on C multiple times for Uwu Gang. Thrill No obviously went off towards the end of this game, especially in the style that he did. But then in that game 2, Uwu Gang was able to take that early hold with the triple cap plus being able to hold on for C so long. There was a bit of a comeback halfway through where we kind of snuck in from Team Killing Service. We had this fight where Uwu Gang kind of lost control, but eventually we went into that breaking point, and they still were kind of able to hold on. I mean, they held on for so long they were able to get into double breaking, but it felt like they were just kind of out of steam, right? They didn't really have any of their tier 4s left, where Uwu Gang did.
Yeah, they did a really good job of covering, honestly, for that res. So I think that's really what ended up turning that last fight around.
Absolutely, man. Just honestly, though, I know I had some jokes before, but Team Killing Service, what a great comeback attempt in that game, too. They won so many team fights when all they needed, one dude dies, and they were just out of it. So I'm sure we will see them again. What a great players. But yeah, we're up now to the grand finals. Gentlemen, it's time to see the 2 best NA teams go head-to-head, and whoever loses has to be thrown into the dungeon with the Uwu Gang. Is there a scarier thing you could ever face than being punished in that dark room with the Uwu? I don't know. Money aside, they've got to win. It will be Battle Battalion versus Chimmys. Boys, what do you think about this match? Will it be as close as what we've been seeing? Very quickly.
Well, it's even scarier for Brutals, I think, because they're matching up against Chimmys, who are like held up to such a strong team, especially since they won the game 2 and 3 dominantly.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm sticking with my pick, Chimmys. I've been sticking with them from day one, even though they let me down slightly in that first qualifier. But I think they're going to come out strong against Brutals. Brutals doesn't actually have their full squad that they qualified with, so maybe that's throwing them off a little bit. We'll see if Chimmys, although Chimmys does have a sub today as well in Ravelord, so we'll see who has the better sub, perhaps.
All right, For Honor fans. All right, my dedicated Dominies. It is time for the grand finals of NA coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. Let's go.
When worlds collide, the warrior survives. For vengeance. For clan. For honor. Dominion Series Final.
And here we are. It is finally time for the best of North America. What a absolute battle we have had so far, which will bring us to this. Our grand finals, my friends. It is here. We have caught up with Battles Battalion and Chimmys. 2 Titans, 2 winners, a rematch of what we saw in the closed qualifiers. They've played against each other, they know each other, and we're time for the maps. It is time to get their picks and bans and find out what they are afraid of. Please, if you can hear me, gods of For Honor, I want to see some Harbor, but let's see what they picked. So Hinky and Cap.
They must have heard you, Slacks, because it looks like Harbor is one of the ones that was banned. But we are going to be starting off. This is very interesting on Sanctuary Bridge. Perhaps Brutal's Battle Battalion trying to set the tone of things with this team fight-oriented map, really just prove who is the stronger team fighters. And then Chimmys, once again, they like to do that 2v2 style. They're going on to Overwatch in game number 2. Game number 3, obviously, Temple Garden, another 2v2 map. But this is a best of 5. It's not just a best of 3 like the other ones. So we'll have to see. Oh, excuse me, it wasn't banned. They just High Fort and Harbor for games 4 and 5.
Woo! I love Harbor.
That's right, Flex. You do get to see Harbor if we go to a game 5.
Oh.
This is very interesting, though, them starting out on Sanctuary Bridge.
All right, so we are going to kick everything off with Sanctuary Bridge, which is a very interesting choice to start everything with. Normally we've seen an Overwatch or a Temple Garden, but now we are seeing Sanctuary Bridge, which means we're going to jump right into the team fighting, and we're going to get everything going. Again, points A and C aren't going to be as contested until this first mid lane fight is done. Maybe there's a couple of them, and this is going to be a very interesting match to watch because it really does plays to both of these teams' strength. Both of them do like to team fight. We see Battle Battalion really not as clean with their rotations, at least not as much as Chimmys has been. So they're trying to play a little bit more to what they think they can do well, and I'm looking forward to a great match.
Thank you for that, Ceresu. I think it's going to be a fantastic match, especially since we are starting on the brawl that is Sanctuary Bridge. But For Honor is a game of heart. It's also a game of math, and we've got some math for you, some stats, in fact, as we can certainly see that Chimmy's way ahead when it comes to objectives, takedowns. Brutal's Battle Battalion a little bit up there. You pretty much take from this that Brutal's Battle Battalion, when they were able to hold on to some objectives, they just stayed on top of those objectives. And both of these teams had kind of a lot of competition in their opening series, but they're now here in the finals, ready to go. We'll see who is the true kings of North America.
Right, yeah, heading into game number 1 here on Sanctuary Bridge. I'm very interested to see who's going to set the pace here in our grand finals. Starting out with a brawl onto B, as of course both teams are just going to take their home point and head out into the middle. Shigs, of course, on his side, and then on the side of Brutal, Sarai just trying to get that little bit of advantage as far as their feats go.
Yeah, both of them on the Warmongers are taking their home points and heading on over to B, where we just straight up have a line of players standing off against each other. This first team fight being all important, as it does kind of set the tone for the rest of Sanctuary Bridge and puts the opponents kind of in a move where they just kind of always have to play from behind. As Sarai already taking a hefty amount of damage here, as it looks like they're going to chase after him. They're going to make sure he doesn't actually get the chance to heal. Scorebrand on is going to be able to get a nice punch in here onto Mo. Mo fighting back on the Black Prior. Chasing Scorebrand. Oh, bumps into the pillar. Okay, he's going to be forced to allow him to retreat, but it looks like they do control a B currently, and they are going to go for the chase, actually, deciding, okay, we looked at B, we're feeling good about the place that we're at right now. We're going to be able to chase down Scorebrand and into his home point. Scorebrand holding onto the bridge here, trying to get what little heal he can, but it looks like maybe they've stumbled a bit too deep here, so they're going to get low. Brutal ends up going down, and Ceresu, I got to ask you about this. I mean, we've talked to a lot of people about Sanctuary Bridge. When you win that opening fight, you push into the enemy home point. It always feels like it is such a risky move.
It can be a risky move. It just depends on your health bars. I think both Mo and Sasuke were wanting to gank, score as quickly as they could and try and cap the point, but unfortunately we had all the respawns coming in from Chimmys, and it just wasn't the smartest of pushes. You didn't need to push that far. Just take your advantage in the team fight that you won in mid, go back and heal, and just try and regroup and do something else.
Hey, what happened here? Because now Sarai, like, we see a little bit of backcapping going on as well. Is that just the chaos of one team pursuing onto a home point, so naturally somebody else tries to do the same, or what's with this?
I'm not 100% sure exactly the point of the Warmonger being here. I mean, again, you're going to be very easily ganked, but you just get hit with a bash and that's it, as you can see there. Sometimes it can be getting caught up and everything and trying to prevent people from healing, but again, these guys are relatively healthy. Just stay mid, take mid, or wait for the rest of your team to come back and then go ahead and push in. Just again, interesting rotational decisions, which we have seen be a little bit of a weakness for a Brutal Battle Battalion.
Thank you so much, Zeresu, for that great analysis of Sanctuary Bridge. As we're going to watch Mo dancing around the brazier as much as possible, holding on to this point. So, Hinky, this has not been the normal, just full on, let's just fight mid and then go back to our home point. This has got into a chaotic Sanctuary Bridge match as we're going to watch a knockdown here. Rowit does manage to get some revenge up and he's ready to pop it when needed. He's just going to look for that automatic parry if necessary. Guard break immediately and pushes Mo onto the ground. Mo taking so much damage. An attempted guard break, but Rowit's ready for that one. In fact, he's ready to finish off these last two remaining health pools, but no, gets pushed to the ground. The heavies fall rain in, and he ends up going down. And it went from being so many people being so low. It looks like Ravelord, though, he might be able to hold off on this with the Black Prior. The revenge shield is going to fade away, but he's feeling pretty happy about this point, I think, as he is looking. Yes, nice. Big heavy coming in. The execution on top of their point as well. So, Hinky, this has been quite the mess of an opening game.
Yeah, Ravelord doing just a really good job of holding onto that point while I believe it was Shigs was clearing out middle. The cavalry came in and they were able to close out those kills there, and now obviously putting pressure on this other home point.
Yeah, it's just the inevitable. Whoa, okay, bye-bye. All right.
Oh, two ledges in the back.
Oh, geez, this is just a non-stop action here as they push onto the enemy point. All right, we're going to get ledged again. That was just a knockdown to the ground, a little bit of damage, but he'll come walking on back. It does leave Shigs, though, left in a 1v2 for the time being, as this push onto the enemy home point seems to be working quite nicely for Shigs and the rest of the boys, though Shigs is now going to die. We'll see if Ravelord is able to at least finish up this Warlord who's quite low, or if he's going to be falling before anything is done here. Bit of damage, trying to dodge away, but no.
And now we're going to see how badly this is going to hurt them. Brutal, of course, forced to hang around and heal up a little bit. Chimmy's getting a little potentially over-aggressive, but it does look like they still have control of middle here as Sarai is fighting it out with Scorebrand. Scorebrand now pushed up against the wall with Mo. He's going to go down, and we're going to see who is going to take this advantage here. As I was almost at Uwu Gang, as Chimmys is trying to maintain control of middle.
Rowit. Yeah. Charging. Okay. Warlord on Warlord action right now. All defense, and seems like not a whole lot of damage as both of them kind of stare at each other down here. Another attempted charge. Rowit's not going to be able to get that one. Sarai, meanwhile, he's going to be trying to pump out the damage, but he's doing so against a Black Prior. Always a difficult concept. Is going to try and make it back to his home point to start healing up a little bit. Turns. Now it's going to fight Ravelord here with Mo coming in hot and fast. They're going to make sure they just hold on to this home point, but they're already into breaking here, as it looks like, it all started well for Sarai and the rest as they were able to win that initial fight, but now they're left just in their home point on breaking and a long, long ways from being able to put the enemy in breaking anytime soon. I think we saw a tier 4 still up perhaps there for the Warmonger. Rowit looking to finish off Sarai while they do have him in breaker. They're just going to play it pretty slow right now, where I think there's some backcapping going on. Is that what's happening here, Sohinki? I see some running across the map.
Yeah, it looks like there was a backcap attempt, but I think that is going to be immediately addressed, and now the pressure is on to the home point of Brutals here. One player already down on their side. Rohit going up against Natron here. Trying to get a guard break. Does manage to get a nice parry there. However, he's going to dodge out of the way of that headbutt attempt. Now a knockdown here, and we might see Brutals coming back in. However, the all-important, we always talk about it, that 1,100 points. Even if they do manage to win this fight, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to unbreak. 2 players now down on their side, and it looks as though Chimmys is just going to run away with this match.
seriously, Rowit is putting in some work here on this Warlord with just like constantly finding these ledges. And whether it's, you know, like actually getting the full toss off on that bridge there that we saw that happened twice, or even just being able to push people onto the ground off of the point and giving like somebody a numbers advantage as a result of that. But either way, this is just Chimmys running away with game one. You know, there was some glimmers of hope for Brutals at the very start of things, but they tried to go for that aggressive push onto the enemy point, and as we've seen so many times throughout the Dominion series, you have to be so careful when you go for those kind of pushes on Sanctuary Bridge. Otherwise, you're losing members far away from your point, potentially getting executed as well with the delay, and you just lose all control of the map as a result.
Yeah, and it was just sort of a slow, methodical execution from Chimmys as they got back into the match, and that's kind of the problem when you're not executing that home point push properly, which is just, you know, you want to stall, you want to give your teammates time to respawn if they did go down in that push. But now, you know, Brutal's probably feeling the pressure. This was their map pick. Unfortunately for them, they go down. We'll see how they recover as they hope to chase down this prize. We're going to take a look now at the prize pool. Of course, it was a $30,000 prize pool payout between the two regions. First place getting $8,000. Chimmys looking to take home the prize. Second place is going to be $4,000. And then in our consolation match, we'll find out who is taking that $4,000 or the $2,000 for third place. And of course, fourth place, just for showing up, you get $1,000. Now we're going to be heading into game number 2. Soresu, why don't you take us through Overwatch?
All right, so we are back on Overwatch, more of the conventional pick that we're used to seeing this early in the game. Game 2, we are going to be seeing how well these two teams can 2v2. Again, not a lot of rotations are going to be tested on this map, like say Citadel or High Fort, but we are going to see how these teams fare in a fight. Who's going to win mid first, who's going to win C first. That's going to determine quite a bit, because that rotation after the very first fight is over is going to be key into trying to get a foothold on this map.
All right, thank you, Soresu. Overwatch, we had the list of favorite maps for Brutal's Battle Battalion, and they did list Overwatch first, but then again, their third favorite was Sanctuary Bridge, and that didn't go so hot for them. So we'll see what exactly that means to them as we head into our second game. See whether or not Chimmy's going to be running away with this finals or not, because, you know, we had $15,000 for NA, and I feel like we'd definitely be getting $15,000 worth of entertainment so far, we'll see how this finals breaks down with Chimmys already 1-up and being the favorites in this as we head into the closely matched Overwatch, where there's just going to be a lot of combat back and forth between B and C. And everyone at such close proximity means pretty much non-stop fighting. And we'll see if Brutals is able to put up with that kind of pressure a little bit better than they did on Sanctuary Bridge.
Yeah, and fighting breaking out on C here. We actually see, though, Rohit and Scorebrand on B already taking a ton of damage. It looks as though that fight might not be going their way, so they're going to have to be watching out for the rotations coming in on the side of Brutal. Brutal's with a nice guard break there on Shigs, going to eat a lot of damage there. Mo now actually is going to finish off the kill, and Ravelord is going to be left alone here, and I believe that fight was also won on B on the side of Brutal, so now the rotations are going to come in, I believe, or they might just go and decide to take A. It looks like there's a fight breaking out on A as well, as Ravelord is finally going to be finished off here by the duo of Mo and, Natron.
Okay, well, once again, it's Brutal's Battle Battalion taking the initial fight and taking that victory, getting some executions off of it, and feeling really good about their position with the triple cap. You even see a little bit of taunting going on up there on the A point, but we'll see if Brutal's Battle Battalion get too far ahead of themselves off this momentum, this initial win. This time, fortunately, Overwatch is maybe a little bit harder to overextend yourself. They're going to fight for B right here. Jump down, tried to go for it, the plunge on down, but Shigs does manage to dodge away in time, fighting back against Mo, the Warmonger versus Black Prior. As does manage to get a nice swing in here, blocked. And a little bit of opening for Mo to get some damage. He just needs a little bit more to finish off Shigs. Shigs having a rough time for Warmonger, but eventually does go down.
Yeah, it does eventually go down, and you were in this triple cap scenario. It looks as though Chimmys is trying to fight back out onto B, which tends to be how things go when you're coming in from behind, especially off a triple cap. Soresu, how is Chimmys going to get back into this match?
I think part of it is just trying to, get clean up these team fights just a little bit here. This fight on mid is pretty extended, and I think we just need to try and move this to a different place and try and get these side points. And one of the other things that I wanted to mention, and you saw at the end of the game, Scorebrain doing a taunt at the end, and you just saw Shigs do the same thing when somebody failed to plunge. These guys know that the mental game of Brutal Battalions isn't as well ironclad as it should be, so a little psychological warfare coming in. Let's see if it pays off for him.
All right, thank you, Soresu, for that bit of analysis. And I think you hit the nail on the head at the start there. Chimmys is trying to break out onto B, but it was Brutals who did a really good job after getting the triple cap, immediately addressing that, trying to fight behind their minion line. And while Chimmys is breaking out onto the point here against Sarai, oh, nice guard break does come in there. It looks as though Brutals is trying to hold control of C on the side as well. Sarai does manage to get that kill. Now in a 1v1 against Rohit as the sides of B are starting to transition. Tries to just finish off that. Lighty is going to catch that dodge. Rohit will finish off the kill and now join the rest of his team as they try to take control of C. So exactly what Soresu was targeting. They were having this extended fight on B and they realized they needed to get pressure elsewhere, moving the fight over to C, and that allowed the opening in B as well.
Natron's gonna have to hold on to this A point to prevent them from getting triple capped. Rohit, he saw he was healing up over here, so he's gonna put a stop to that one, but immediately getting punched bloody here as Natron turning up the heat here on this Centurion. Rohit already down to half here. The guard break though, and well, that means it's going to be Rohit getting the nice execution and healing back up to full after getting slammed so many times. And now we've got a triple cap going the other way. Chimmys, once again, they may lose that initial fight, but they come back into the game very strongly. The heavy force is Scorebrand taking the mid fight for B. As Brutal's Battle Battalion, once again, just going to go for that same kind of approach through B and see if they can take maybe some of these side points away. Revenge going off. Sarai gets his opportunity, especially with that flip coming in from Mo. Shigs pushed back. He's going to try and finish him off. They need a little bit more, and they do get him before the revenge fades away. Sarai gets both Scorebrand and Shigs in the end, takes over B, and just as quickly as that triple cap to triple cap happens, we now have full on. These side points are pretty much open for the taking if they just want to push one or the other. It looks like they're going to go for A rather than C with multiple members.
Yeah, it was actually Ravelord identifying that they were going up there for the heal, so make sure that he goes to address that. And while that fight looked extremely even in mid, he's going to get plunged on now as he gets knocked down from that Centurion punch, but he will get revenge because of it. And now Ravelord's going to close out that kill on Mo. Mo is going to go down, and that's a full execution as well. This fight's not going well for them on A, so what I was saying is that fight middle was very close, but there were some respawns coming in on the side of Chimmys, and they noticed that they needed to get to that side points to stop the heals. So while it looked definitely like a disadvantaged situation, they actually were in pretty much good control of the game as the side of Brutals was very low.
Yeah, and as you said, Brutals' low health doesn't lead them to be able to do much more, take much more real estate. They try and go for A, lose that fight, and now pretty much almost holding on to a triple cap. Rohit's just about to push that line over to at least contest to B, and they're getting some big boy points in. Charge comes on out as Brutal tries to push him back over the line here, see if they can at least hold on to B with the minion line still going their favor. Mo, he's going to be pushed down to the ground with the stamina running out. Nicely done. Mo still holding on a sliver HP, but I think he got pushed again, though. Natron certainly trying to get in here big time. Just managed to get the guard break onto Rohit, and Rohit's just going to try and escape on out of here. Natron dodging over to the side here, is hit by the corruption, staying away from his team where he can, puts himself into the back, gets a nice kick up against Shigs. Natron, see if he can win this 1v1 Centurion versus Warmonger where he can, but it's not going so well. Nice kick, and gets a little hit in here. Switch up, guard break, counter guard break on in. Holding this fight nicely if his team maybe can take either A or C, but as he tries to dodge away, the guard breaks there, leaves him open for the heavy, and that heavy leads to an execution. Shigs takes over B.
Yeah, Shigs takes over B, and now the fighting up over onto A. It is Chimmys who is about to force the breaking. 2 executions actually on the side of Brutal, so they're going to find themselves heavily on the back foot here. Just absolutely pushed into the corners. Mo does manage to fight his way out with that flip, but the guard break's going to come through, and that is going to be yet another execution leading into the breaking. That is going to be hard to come back from because they're going to have to try and retake control of this map with just 3 players.
Yeah, beautiful timing on finishing up that kill right as the breaking happens. And now Brutal's last-ditch effort to see if they can take over a point, but you can see Shigs is just kind of playing back. You know, he's just kind of like keeping his distance. The Fire Blast is going to go down here, and they're going to look to see if they can just finish off the last 3 members here. Shigs, he's going to activate that corruption, see if he can maybe put it on somebody, get a little lifesteal in there perhaps. Shigs, Fire's just burning out of this Warlord, so they only need a little bit more damage, especially now with the corruption. Put it over the side, and that's it. Brutals are going to be taken down a second time here in this grand finals. Fortunately, it is a best of 5, but they're going to need the reverse sweep in order to bring down Shigs and the rest of Chimmys.
Yeah, a little bit of shot call in there. It sounded like coming from Ceresu. I'm not sure if Chimmys had him in their ear, but excellent job breaking back out onto the map after that initial triple cap. They saw the fight wasn't going well on B. 2 members able to break off and force the fight onto C. That alleviated the pressure as they started to get a little bit of advantage in the middle. And ultimately, once Chimmys got control, they just never really let go.
Yeah, does it feel like, because of the fact that we've seen Brutal's Battle Battalion winning initial fights, so like they'll win these 2v2s, but then when it comes down to holding the map, they just aren't able to do quite the same thing. And then when they lose control of the map, they're not able to make the same kind of push that Chimmys does. Do you feel like strategy-wise, they're just not quite up to date where Chimmys is? Because, you know, as you said, they've just made beautiful comebacks every time.
Yeah, I think you absolutely nailed it there, Chimmys. And we saw in the initial breakdown, you know, with the objective advantage, they're just much stronger with their rotations. The team fighting does seem to be extremely even, maybe even slightly Brutal's favored. But Chimmys is really coming back in these clutch situations. You know, they're very experienced players on the team, so they're not panicking when they get into these disadvantaged positions, and they manage to make really good rotations and get back out there and ultimately come back.
And obviously the maps play a huge part in what strategy the teams are employing here. We're going to break down the maps that are coming up here as we have High Fort and Harbor for game 4 and 5. But right now we're in game 3 on Temple Garden, where Ceresu is going to tell us a little bit more about how to play this one strategy-wise.
All right, yeah, so we are going to be in to Temple Garden, and this is a favorite for pretty much every competitive team. You're going to have some good team fights in 2v2 fashion in mid and in C at the beginning of the game, and then you're going to see just C be the main focus of this map. We're going to see a lot of ledge attempts from the Warlord players from both Brutal and Rawet. We're going to see some ganks trying to come out from Scorebrand and Shigs, these Warmonger and Centurion characters. But they have to get to the point where they can do that, because it's not as easy to gank while you're in the middle of a team fight. So let's get to that team fight action and see who can take this home.
Yeah, Temple Garden is just the iconic map, I think, for the Dominion series, and so many teams seem to really like this one. It's never banned. It's always like in our opening of our series, and here it's in the all-important game 3, where Chimmys are just one game away from being able to claim that grand finals. So Hinky, you said maybe they're the nemesis of NA, and this is their chance to prove it.
Yeah, and they're looking really strong. I have to say, I'm really liking Rawit on the Warlord. He was playing Kensei in the previous tournament, and you know, he looked strong. He definitely came back, and they were able to secure their spot here in the finals by picking up that Kensei play, but he just looks way more comfortable on this Warlord, ultimately just making really great decisions in all of these fights, making sure he's peeling for his team, just doing a great job. Just wanted to shout him out because his play has really stood out to me.
So when it comes to the map breakdown, we were talking about strategy and how being able to get back into the game when the chaos is unfolding, who's rotating where. To me, anyway, it strikes that like Temple Garden is a little bit cleaner of a map strategy-wise. Would you agree with that, or am I totally missing the mark here?
No, I tend to agree, and it's because of, I mentioned it I think, the first series of the day when we were on Temple Garden. But it's not just that C is so close to B, but there is that very narrow pathway to get into B. So it's very easy at the mouth of that gate to peel for your teammates to allow them to rotate in. So it really just feels like C is a strong positional advantage, not just because of the rotation speed, but because of the ability to constantly peel for your team and swap players in and out to that mid fight, ultimately controlling B as well. So definitely a little
here
bit
in the grand. Fair enough. Well, here in the grand finals, I know you guys, you don't really need a better reason to be watching this other than the excellent commentary and the even better matches that we've been going on. But if you wanted just another reason, there is the Twitch drops that are available right now just for watching the finals here. For every 30 minutes cumulative viewing time, you are guaranteed 1 XP boost ticket. So be cheery that we're going to be heading to a Game 5 and you can get as much For Honor as you could possibly hope for and even more XP boost tickets. Plus, for every 10 minutes of watch time, you also have a chance to earn a combat pack plus the Honor and Gratitude battle outfit. So be sure to just keep sticking around, watching these finals, and then after the finals, we also have the consolation match as well. We're going to be determining who's going to be second and who's going to be walking home with just third. It's a lot more For Honor that's going to be happening here, and hopefully we'll be getting into our Game 3 here very soon, and we'll see whether or not Brutal's Battle Battalion is able to make the comeback, if they're able to reverse sweep this, or even just give us a Game 4 at least, so we can see some of those maps that I know Slacks has been kind of itching to be able to see. We haven't seen a whole lot of Harbor, which is my disappointment. Why is that? What's wrong with Harbor? I like Harbor.
I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't really tell you. It does tend to break down the same way that Temple Garden breaks down. People really prioritize C because of those rotations into B, and also very similar setup. There's that one little gangplank that leads up to the ship, and a nice area to peel for your team as they're swapping in and out. So maybe it's what you identified. Temple Garden maybe just a little cleaner setup than Harbor, but we have seen Harbor earlier in the tournament, so I would have to talk to some of the comp players and see why they tend to prefer Temple Garden over Harbor, but that would definitely be an interesting thing to find out.
All right, well, Slacks, what have you been thinking about the finals so far? It's 2-0 up for Chimmys, and it feels like they have been pretty dominant. Like, even if they lose that initial fight, it feels like strategy-wise, they're just a step ahead. The way they take the map back over, it just seems cleaner. I don't know.
See, this is why Harbor is so important. Harbor is good for running away from people. If you're not doing good in your fights like Brutal's Battle Battalion, you could just run like a coward and do some good capturing, okay? Battle Battalion, they gotta get something in their head. Chimmys is just winning everything. They're strategically moving quicker. They're getting the kills. They've gotta get something new. And what is something new? Replacing Black Prior with the freaking Coliseum, man. You know everyone in EU did it. Let's see it in here. Let's
Coliseum,
go.
Man.
What do you think?
I like
Coliseum,
you know
man.
what's funny,
I always
Sohinki,
get confused.
I've played Harbor with Slacks, and his strategy is indeed, he's not wrong about this, running away. And Harbor is a circle, essentially, right? So that's what he does. He runs from C and runs in a circle over to A. Anybody gets close to him, he runs in a circle back over to C again. He just continues that loop. And it kind of works on Harbor at our terrible level. But then he tried it on Citadel Gate. And obviously that didn't work, because he was spending half an hour running from point to point and didn't do anything for us.
Yeah, and
All right,
but I
well,
do have to point out too. No, go ahead. So excuse me. I was just going to point out that Harbor does have Horatio the Watcher, which is your favorite little donkey.
That's right, the tiny little donkey. The greatest thing in all of the maps. There's a living donkey on Harbor named Horatio, and he watches all the mayhem. That is one disturbed donkey. He's seen some stuff. Anyway, while we're waiting for our next match, let's go ahead. This could be the game decider. I want to go through what we've seen so far. So, Hinky, can you walk us through Game 1?
Yeah, in game number 1, we definitely saw Brutals taking a little bit of an early advantage, but it was Chimmys who methodically pushed their way back out onto the map, making sure they maintain control, ultimately taking control of Brutals' home point, and you see them closing out this game in fashion with these brutal executions, a little bit of taunting as well. And then going into game number 2, it was just more of the same. There was a lot of back and forth at the start of the match, but once Chimmys gained control, they never gave it back up. Brutals with the early advantage. They really, once they get these early fights, they can't celebrate too much. They got to just maintain control and hopefully work on these rotations a little bit, because that has honestly been their weakness so far, as they've really just kind of let these games slip away from them.
All right, well, hopefully that little break has given them some time. We are ready for what could be the final game of the grand finals. Let's see how it goes. We are ready once again to see them go at it. And, oh, that is a Black Prior. Looks like we're in, boys.
Yes, no Coliseum man this time.
Coliseum man, where are you? All right, Brutal and Mo heading over to the C point. We've got Rave and Shigs going to be contesting them on C here at Temple Garden. Let's see. Brutals, if they can win this opening fight, Temple Garden, a little bit more straightforward. Just play off at C point, keep rotating into B, play through the bridge over and over again. Like, maybe if we cut down the simplicity of the map to something like that, Brutals will do a little bit better job of keeping the control that they initially have, but they still have to win this opening duel, and we're seeing them go at it. They've done it a couple times now, but can they do it a third time? Mo, gonna be guard broken here, taking a hefty amount of damage. Rave now getting double pressured here, gets a bit low. They're gonna switch targets though. They don't want to leave themselves open to Shigs. Oh no, they do manage to get that kill. Guard break, they're gonna get both this time around. In fact, I see it on mid too. It is going to be Chimmys walking away with the early victory.
An excellent start here from Chimmys as they win both opening fights. Really good job there from Shigs covering for Rave. Rave was taking a lot of damage there, and Shigs was able to come in and sort of disrupt the fight. Normally, that's the Black Prior's job. Shigs doing a really good job, though, making sure he peeled for him when he needed to, and that fight ultimately went in their way. And if this is anything like the first 2 games, you know, we might just see Chimmys take this 3-0.
I like the strategy we're seeing here after winning both B and C. They sent one up to A. They even boosted the point for a little bit. They left 2 to defend B and another to be able to boost up C as well. So they take an early win, and they're going to make sure they get a lot of objective points for that. They just got to make sure they're not too exposed in this B point. You start rallying the numbers as the rest of Brutal's Battle Battalion comes swaying in after those executions. They're now here. Shigs drop it a little bit low. It is going to be guard broken and taken out. Mo, he manages to show up for his team as he's been the new addition to the squad, replacing Karma, and he's been doing all right for himself. Sarai, though, that has been the real game winner for Brutals, as we've seen constantly the Warmongers just dominating so many of these team fights. They're going to wait out the revenge here on the Black Prior on Rave, and there gets an execution for the Warmonger, picking up some renown points. Sarai getting some heal in as well. Looks to be able to clear out B. Brutal's Battle Battalion. They have won back the map here, so Hinky.
Yeah, they've done a good job of winning back the map, and now we see Shigs running into a 1v3 situation, extremely confident apparently, as he goes in here onto C against 3. Manages to separate himself a little bit, but it is going to be Mo coming in and covering for his teammate. Shigs now backed up by Scorebrand. Excellent guard break there is going to get a nice heavy onto Mo, and we do see the corruption come out as well, so that will really split things off. Shigs finds himself out of stamina though, and chasing down Mo here. Really separating his 1v1. Excellent parry, though, does come in, and he's going to get... I guess his team really just trusts him to fight this 1v1 as Mo and Shigs are going at it. Lets the heavy rip, actually, as well, and now the life total is very even. Nice bash comes through as well. Shigs looking a little in trouble here. Although the rest, you know, as I was shouting that out, wasn't looking at what was happening behind him, and the rest of Brutals is going to go down. Chimmys, you know, they were separated from that fight, but they were able to win the rest of it and then ultimately clean up.
Yeah, Mo is doing such a good job there in that 1v1, but the Dominion series is not a 1v1 game, and The rest of the team fight is won by Chimmys. The triple cap is up, and they are immediately just attacking Brutals to make sure they don't really get on the map anywhere, that they don't get the opportunity to stop these points from flowing in. It looks like they did maybe go up, and they're able to push back this line of B. No one's trying to contest A or C right now on the side of Brutals, which I'm a little bit surprised. They're looking just to be able to win this initial fight on B and maybe take over the map from there. They're able to do it, I guess, once earlier, even if they weren't able to fully finish it off. It did look okay for them. Oh, we're going to get the shield coming in from the Centurion, so they're going to make sure this B point is going to be held in contention for a bit longer. Even if they lose it, Chimmys is certainly going to be making sure that Brutals doesn't win the fight anytime soon.
Yeah, we see Scorbrand already with that tier 4. The phalanx coming out is going to protect Rohit. Rohit actually, after that one team fight, he did run up to A to make sure that no one was going for a back cap and then rejoin Scorbrand B. Scorbrand find himself a little in trouble here, though, against Brutal himself, trying to back up behind the minion line. Excellent parry on that heavy. He's going to get... Oh, he tries to cancel into the guard break. Is going to get punished for it by that light. And now Brutal, after that 1v1 win, is going to at least try and get A as a consolation here.
Yeah, using that sprint to be able to quickly get up to A, see if he can get it real quickly. Rohit, though, he managed to charge in just in time to contest it before A was taken. Also, simultaneously stopping Brutal from getting any heal up. It's a Warlord fight, but not a 1v1. Centurion's going to join him here. Managed to get the knockdown onto the ground. Rohit is going to be taking a lot of heavies to the face, and perhaps just enough the headbutt, and they will manage to finish him off. The Centurion's here, though. Knocked down. Another full-on punch knocks him down to the ground. They tried to go for the charge off the ledge, but they weren't quite able to get there in time. Brutal is going to back away and let the Centurions battle it out and wait for his next charge opportunity. Scorbrand dancing away to the side, the charge, and there's the angle. Finally gets it. Brutal sends him on his way back down that stairs that he took so much time to get up. He's going to heal, and they have taken over A. They're getting themselves some points, but it's still a long ways to go, so Hinky.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like a little bit of a case of Brutals focusing a little bit too much on that objective. Obviously, it was, sort of forced. They really forced the situation there over on A on the side of Chimmys. And, on the side of Brutals, you really need something. But that entire time, Chimmys is boosting C. They're going and rotating and making sure B is at the very least neutral. And now Brutals forced to come back out and on this map, but they are at a gigantic 300-point disadvantage.
They're going to have to win team fight after team fight, and maybe Suresu has a few tips for them here.
One thing that I did want to note, and this happened a little bit ago, and the team fight, the last team fight that we saw on C, we saw Rival come in on the Warmonger using his tier 1, and he decided to do his undodgeable heavy towards the Black Prior being played by Rave. And if you notice, Rave decided to flip the attack, and what that does is that actually removes the Corruption Blade from the Warmonger, so the feat is no longer active, and that's a big reason why you saw that team fight go the way that it did. And also, I just feel like we haven't really seen as much of effective use from that tier 1 from Rival as we have from Shigs, and I think that's part of the reason why these team fights have been going more in the favor of Chimmys instead of Brutal's Battle Battalion.
That's very cool stuff. Thank you, Suresu. It's good to learn a little bit more about Black Prior and also the importance of Warmonger when it comes to these team fights. As Natron being pushed back, Scorbrand, he's going to win that duel and take the execution against the Centurion. He's going to be quickly interrupted, though, as they are going to go ahead, pop that phalanx again here, as they look to be able to win yet another team fight with them on break, and they see an opportunity to be able to take the grand finals right here, right now, in a 3 versus 4. Let's see if Brutal's Battle Battalion can hold out or not. Knocked down to the ground. Mo, a hefty amount of damage. He does manage to get the flip. He's got the revenge ready to go, but they've got to win this team fight fast if they want to be able to take back any points, but they're just not going to happen. Left with one man, and Chimmys, this is their victory lap here. They're gonna take their time chasing down Brutal himself and have their fun doing it, as they know they have that first place prize ready and waiting for them as long as nothing terrible goes here. Brutal's beaten back to a pulp, and there it is. Chimmys finishing off with the long execution, humiliating the captain of Brutal's Battle Battalion, executing him like this. and taking their 3-0. I guess in the end, Scorebrand was absolutely right. Said teams would be lucky to even take a map off of them. They did drop that one map and then made a clean 5-map sweep after that. Slacks, that was a pretty hefty performance by Chimmys and well deserving that first place prize.
Absolutely. If anyone's got to go out, get knocked down into the honor match, that's a great way to go. Getting your head absolutely exploded by the other team screaming at you. Well done there. Brutals, they did their best, but Chimmys was just too dominant, boys. So Hanky, what'd you think? I mean, this is as you predicted, eh?
Yeah, it's not surprising. The team is headed up by 2 of the most experienced players in NA for Honor in Scorebrand and Bodrat. Obviously, Ravelord was in there instead of Bodrat, but he is also one of the OGs of this game. Really did a great job stepping in. They seemed maybe a little shaky early on with their substitution, but ultimately he really stepped up. Great play from him. And I wasn't surprised when they took over control of that game so early that they just never let go. That's kind of how it was in the first 2 games with a little bit of early slip-ups, but that game number 3, was just all Chimmys.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so many accomplished players on their team. Across the team, they've got players winning multiple tournaments, and now they can add just one more, and one of the most prestigious ones at that, with the Dominion series. So congratulations to them. Again, no doubt in anybody's mind who the best team is in NA right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, I can't wait to see that one more time. So, Hinky, we've got some replays from that series if you guys missed any of that action. So let's take a look at game 1 and walk me through this.
Yeah, this is game number 1, the very end after a very nice, very sort of slow and steady comeback as they took over the map here, closing things out in style. And I hear as we saw the voice exploding the head in that game number 3, I hear the many voices of Twitch chat. Chimmys, why do you hate drops? Why did you have to take this 3-0? As we head into game number 2, it was more of the same. Brutals, they had an early lead, but it was Chimmys coming back strong. A lot of the experience coming into play here really just took things over, heading into this last fight on C that they, of course, ended up winning as well. And then we saw game number 3 on Temple Garden. Didn't get to see your favorite Harbor, but we did go to game number 3 here on... we didn't get to see Harbor. We ended up on Temple Garden. Chimmys took control early, and they really just never let go. It was just an incredibly impressive performance. We'll have to see who steps up to challenge them in NA.
Yeah, that was pretty much a domination. They really made it with that game 3. They solidified, like, okay, you guys made it into the finals, and you got lucky in the qualifiers. And here, when it came down to the actual finals, we were able to beat you guys 3-0. And we see that now we're going to have Brutal's Battle Battalion. They're going to be dropped down to the Consolation match where Uwu Gang awaits after managing to beat Team Killing Service in a 2-0. So this is an opportunity for Uwu Gang to perhaps get some revenge as well. Brutal's Battle Battalion maybe shaken up after a 3-0 against Chimmys like that.
Yeah, Uwu Gang looking to take that second place. Of course, Chimmys got the lion's share of the prize pool. They are your NA champions, taking home that first place prize of $8,000. We have Team Killing Service, of course, with that fourth place prize of $1,000. But now the fight is over these 2 Gs. Who is going to take home $4,000 and who's going to take home $2,000? It's either going to be Brutals or Uwu Gang taking home that 4,000 prize. Slacks, what do you think going into this Consolation, For Honor match?
That's right. It's the For Honor match. But before we get there, I want to remind you guys about EU. We had a very fun day today in the EU bracket. It was a lot different. We just saw these guys tearing each other apart. A lot of 2-0s, a lot of domination, and it was all Nemesis all day. Clutchmeister himself and his crew were just absolutely insane. So we have some replays for you there as well today in the EU. We saw some Arena Man. Mr. Gladiator came to play, and it was very fun. Centurion as well. Not a lot of Black Priors. The Pancake Man, he stayed in the kitchen for EU. But here we are, though, and that is how it turned out for them. Russian Mind Games went into that honor match. They got their second place. Missing Bones dropped down and then got that third place. But Nemesis, nobody could touch them. I dream of a day of Nemesis versus those boys Chimmys. That would be a wonderful thing. One day, boys, when the world is back in order, we will see that For Honor land. I sure hope so. But at any rate, let's bring it back to our boys here in North America and talk about this final series. Now, the king is crowned, sure, but this is what matters. The game's called For Honor. It's not called for winning or for getting first place. This is honor, baby. That's why the teams are here. And they've got to fight for second and third. Now, there's nothing more terrifying than facing off against Uwu Gang, especially when they have nothing to lose. The guys are degenerates. How do you think they're going to deal with facing off against this team? Because losing first place, that's very mentally straining, Cap. You think our boys have any chance of beating the Uwu? Yes.
It's hard to say, right? We had Missing Bones. They seemed in despair, and they ended up having that rematch in Europe and lost it 2-0 when they originally won it against Russian Mind Game 2-0. And so I could very much see a real possibility that the same thing happens here with Brutals up against Uwu Gang.
Yeah, Brutal's kind of the same boat as Team Killing Service was after they lost their first series, where they don't really have a ton of time to discuss what went wrong in the match against Chimmys. We'll see if they're able to hold it together as they go up against the Clowns, Uwu Gang themselves, who they really have been kind of playing with that sort of swagger. Like, you know, we don't have anything to lose. People really underestimate us. But headed up by Thrill New, of course, the Formula One racer, with those Formula One nerves, really great captain for his team, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if Uwu Gang can take that second place.
It will certainly be a battle of the captains here as Brutal's own squad will face off against Mr. Formula One. It's the Consolation, aka the Honor match, and we have our maps ready to go. Let's check out what they picked and banned.
All right, starting off again on Sanctuary Bridge, that seems to be a comfort game number 1 pick for Brutal's Battle Battalion, wanting to set the pace with those team fights. And then, of course, going in to Temple Garden, Uwu Gang seem to be preferring those 2v2s. And then game number 3, going on over to Overwatch. Brutal's, it's interesting that they would pick Sanctuary Bridge, but ban Citadel Gate, both two kind of heavily team fight focused maps.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. With Overwatch, I have to kind of worry because we just talked about like going through that finals and experiencing all that, and then they're going to play the same 3 maps that they just kind of got whomped on. I feel like, you know, this is an important match. The difference between 4,000 and getting only 2,000 for 3rd place. But Ceresu, we got Sanctuary Bridge here for the last time. Give us a bit.
Yeah, Sank Bridge for the last time, and I'm excited for it to be the last time because personally I hate playing on this map. Anytime I would play scrims, I would just always dread when that came up in the rotation. And for these guys, I'm sure they are dreading losing this first team fight, and if they do, it's going to be very hard for that losing team to be able to take back that map. Depending on what those health bars look like, both point A and C will be the home points. You'll see those pushed after that initial team fight. We'll see if the team fighting prowess of Battle Battalion can stand up to what Uwu Gang could do in their team fighting as well.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ceresu. And I think it's definitely a little bit of a confidence thing. You know, Brutal's Battle Battalion, they did lose against Chimmys, but they're kind of going into this series with the same game plan, saying, you know, we believe in ourselves, we believe in our team fighting ability. This is the game plan, and we're sticking to it. So hopefully, you know, no nerves on the side of them. They kind of know what they're good at, and they're going to stick to it here going into Sanctuary Bridge on map number 1.
So when we went into the original series, I was trying to remember, was it, did it go Overwatch, Temple Garden, and then Sanctuary Bridge? We didn't start on Sanctuary Bridge last time, right?
I thought we did. I could be mistaken, but Brutals has definitely seemed to at least favor that heavy sort of team fight focus going into sort of their game plan. It's possible I'm incorrect. I could be remembering wrong. You know, I've been up for a long time. I got called early. You might have to go in and step into EU, so perhaps the coffee wearing off a little bit. But I do think that Brutals definitely prefers that style more.
Either way, they were dominant on Brutals was dominant on Overwatch, right? So that is going to be something that Uwu Gang, they really need to be able to win that initial team fight here on Sanctuary Bridge because they did get kind of whomped on Overwatch, and they don't want to be going to that Game 3 here in the Consolation match between these two teams. And especially, I mean, like, Uwu man, talk about mental fortitude of, like, getting back up when you've been kicked down. This is, like, the third time they've been kicked down. They got kicked down in our initial qualifier, where they just kind of got, like, 2-0'd, I think, both times, and got taken out real quickly. They get knocked down to last chance qualifier, where they get their opportunity. They are able to make it ever so barely in that second slot, and then immediately they show up here. They get knocked down again into the lower bracket and still manage to fight their way through, and perhaps all the way into second place. I mean, that is quite the story.
Yeah, these are really the guys that won't quit, and I think it's kind of that underdog attitude. You know, sometimes it works against you. Sometimes, you know, the confidence is wavering. But Uwu Gang, you know, I think they really do believe in themselves. They've been holding on by a thread throughout this entire series. But honestly, so much experience being down in the lower bracket. Obviously, they're probably able to control those nerves a little bit better. You know, their backs have been against the wall this entire time, as you mentioned. So they're going to look to win that extra $2,000. But you know what else can be won? You know what else can be won? The chat can win too, because we have Twitch drops going on right now. For every 30 minutes you spend in the chat, being a chat monster, you get a guaranteed XP boost ticket, as well as every 10 minutes a chance to get those combat packs or other cosmetics as well. So just for watching this tournament, you didn't even have to compete, chat. You just had to sit there and watch the competition and you win.
What do you mean they don't have to compete, okay? They're competing against every single other person in chat, all right? They have to. If there were any more people, they wouldn't get it. Those items don't just go to everybody. They're in there fighting right now. Every time that they comment, it multiplies it. Very, very important to keep commenting and watching the show. If your eyes are averted from the screen for half a second, you will not get a drop. I'm telling you that right now. Anyway, gentlemen, we are heading in to our honor match here. Now, let's talk. We've done a lot of joking. Let's get a little serious here. Is it time for you to switch it up a little bit? Is it time for you to do what EU does and maybe, you know, slap in some different heroes, get in some comfort picks, or do you just play it serious? Because let's face it, you're not going to get first place. Maybe get a little wiggly, right, Mr. Cap?
Well, I think I remember you asking this question for the European side of things for the Consolation match, and asking if anybody was going to pick something different at all. Yes, I did hear that, and if I remember correctly, there was nothing. People just stuck with their compositions, right? I'm going to take silence as a yes.
Yes! Yeah. I had to think, okay? It's been a long day.
All right, and you know, we do have some statistics to back up what you're saying. You know, you talk about getting serious. What's more serious than some statistics? Now let's look at the head-to-head matchup here. Objectives on the side of Uwu Gang with 25, takedowns on the side of Uwu Gang with 158. Slightly more deaths, but honestly, we're really seeing mathematically that the favor is on the side of Uwu Gang. Brutals, you know, it does seem like their focus is these heavy team fights. They really thrive in those 4v4 scenarios, not necessarily as much about the rotation. So we'll see if they can take that early advantage on Sanctuary Bridge with their style, or whether it'll be Uwu Gang with just the more solid rotations coming out on top.
Wow, you know what? Mathematically, huh? How many mathematicians do you see on the battlefield of For Honor? You think that's the next hero that's coming out as a math man? Math don't matter. Numbers ain't real. It's about swords and shields, baby. It's got an abacus. That's the
Well, you see a mathematician anytime they use the 200 IQ execution. You know, the numbers are flying all around. Those are the mathematicians.
Sure. I mean, just because they're thinking hard doesn't mean they're smart. I think hard every day. In fact, it means I'm dumber. So what can you do? Anyway, I'm going somewhere with this. I guarantee it. And I'm certainly not buying time for me to think of a good transition. But while I'm on that, I got to say, guys, bye, boys, Chimmys. Where will they go from here? Do you guys think that the world will ever be in a place where someone will be able to dominate on the Chimbos? Will anyone be able to eat that chonga?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure someone can eat the chimichangas. I'm gonna fill in the Chimmy part of it because just saying Changa sounded a little precarious. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of competition, you know, and actually these teams scrim each other a lot, you know, even across the pond. You know, we saw Chimmys, they were scrimming against Nemesis. You know, a lot of these teams play all over the world. I'm definitely looking forward to when things opening back up, perhaps having a LAN where we can put EU against NA and really find out who the top dogs are. You know, a lot of people are probably saying that's Nemesis, but there's also a lot of these unknowns out there. And as old as For Honor is, For Honor Esports, at least on an official level, is relatively new. So there's plenty of room for new teams to form. If you're out there and you think that you can get in here, if you're a guy that parries a lights on reaction every time, you know, form a team, get in these open qualifiers, and maybe you'll be the next Nemesis.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I see in the chat all the time. There's people who say that all these players are garbage and they're much better than them. So I think there's definitely a lot of people out there who could challenge Chimmys. It's just a question of whether or not they have the honor to show up to competition and do so.
Cowards! Yes, absolutely. But you know what? I just wanted to say before this broadcast came to an end today, this is our last match, that I want to give a big thank you to all the talent here that were here today. And we, you know, we don't want to cough on you guys or anything, so we put some masks on you. But thanks to all of our broadcast talent that was here today. Thank you, of course, to eStar Studio and Ubisoft for getting us here. But more importantly than anybody, thank you, viewers. Everybody should know about For Honor and support this scene because this game's freaking great. So you there watching right now, you're making it happen. So thank you guys for tuning in. And thank you, of course, for our pro players coming out and winning money. So good for you as well in teaching us how to play. I've learned so much about Warlord. Actually, I haven't learned anything. You just push people off cliffs. But it's always good to see pro players do it correctly. Anyway, we are just about to head in to our honor match, finding out who's getting second place and third place, doubling their prize pool. And gentlemen, any last words before we go in? And I mean words! You make it quick! We got action to get to.
Ooh woo!
Ooh woo!
Those are my final words.
Okay? Ooh woo! Come on, BB boys. There's no Battle Battalion lovers, Sawiki?
No, I'm looking forward. I just want a good match here. And you know, you said you learned nothing about Warlord, but what you also said was except watching Warlord push people off of ledges. And if you've watched a Warlord push people off ledges, you've learned everything about Warlord. So congratulations, you're now a Warlord expert.
Hell yeah! All right, well, it looks like we're heading into this game. Go!
You know, thank you, Slacks. Here, game one of our Consolation match between Brutal's Battle Battalion and Uwu Gang. Uwu Gang, they have been fighting for so long to be able to just stay in tournaments, and they've stayed all the way here until the final match of the tournament to see if they can get second place and claim that $4,000 and see if they can force Brutal's Battles Battalion from going from grand finals all the way down to third. It all just opens with this initial team fight in mid.
Yeah, going out into this initial team fight, we'll see who gets the early advantage. It does look like the Black Prior there, Mo, has already taken a little bit of damage here. Kensei here now, getting a little bit too in the middle of the fight. You know, Kensei, you want to be on the outside of things usually because you can take a lot of damage when you're kind of dancing through the middle of the fight. So you kind of want to stay on the outside, and he's taking a little bit too much getting into the center of things where really Black Prior wants to be.
Yeah, Natron is waiting for his opportunity as a Centurion to kind of jump into the mix, see if he can push anybody down to the ground. Mo, nicely done, gets the execution. He's chased after Wooden Toaster, and it looks like he's going to be heading to the point here to stop any healing whatsoever. Smart idea as the communication is there. Mo actually heads off Mombino, who's trying to make his way through. Mombino does get a helping hand, though, for Crispy Creams, and they're going to be able to run on up to their home point and heal, and see if they can re-exert pressure back onto mid, which is left with nobody there. Okay. Nobody stuck around to try and push in the wave, see if they can get some points, apparently.
Yeah, Mo trying to take that early advantage for Brutals there. Unfortunately, did get taken out, so no one really being the clear winner of that opening fight, as the rest of the team was both forced on both sides to just get back and heal. As now Brutals, though, does seem to be taking a little bit of a positional advantage here, pushing that minion line forward. Nice flip there, though, coming in from Thrillnew. Hanging out on the side of this fight here, and it's not exactly where he wants to be. You see Brutal's here trying to get in on Wooden Toaster, keeping him back with that zone, though. Chasing him down with the zone, though, in turn. And we'll see Brutal's kind of just holding the line here. Wooden Toaster has slipped in behind, though, trying to chase down. I didn't actually see who that was, but Mambino now trying to get in the mix, but Brutal's with an excellent heavy there is just going to take him down with a... I don't know what... I don't watch enough wrestling to know what move that is, but that was some showmanship there for sure.
It certainly was. We got a little bit of flash here. Toss him over the cliff. Even more flash as he's going to be heading down to the bottomless pit. And Mo taking down Thrillnew, proving that that Black Prior is not able to get the shield flips that he desired. Wooden Toaster falls to Brutal's as well. Brutal is just quite the sweep here. I mean, he was the first one back onto that B point, put himself right in that frontline position, said, we're going to be taking this B point, and you have to get through me in order to push this wave back. And now he's been winning fights on top of that. Sarai is actually playing on top of A right now, while the rest of Uwu Gang is going to be heading through B rather than contesting their home point. Looks like they're going to try and win this nice and quick. Mo is going to be playing back behind the creep wave line as much as possible. They have the corruption. They're actually going to separate and just immediately push onto Mo. A 2v versus 1. A nice little tactical move there. Shoving one away with the corruption and immediately jumping over to that Black Riot.
Yeah, Wu Gang actually identifying exactly what Brutals was trying to do. They sent one player up to the home point, and rather than over-addressing it, they did a good job of realizing, no, we need to contest B. We can send one up there to go win that 1v1. It looks like that did happen. They won their home point, and now they're trying to get back here onto B. It does look like, though, things are getting a little dicey as 3 players are very low, but the execution does come out from Mamba, so he's going to find himself a little bit higher on life. Does take a little bit of damage, though, at the end there. Wooden Toaster trying to get out here and peel for his teammate. Is going to get flipped, though, and now he finds himself in trouble. Brutal's really getting back out onto the battlefield well here after a little bit of a slip-up. Now Wooden Toaster is going to find himself getting back to the point as well. Thrillnew coming out to peel for him, but he's going to eat 2 heavies for his troubles. And now everyone on Uwu Gang finding themselves really low.
Yeah, Uwu Gang, it feels like they're playing very disciplined in the fact that they keep on, cycling in and out, playing out their home base. As you pointed out, they didn't over-address the back cap that happened earlier, but at the same time, they're just not winning these fights convincingly enough to actually win over B. So it feels like they just lost control of B and have been losing points this entire time. Maybe this fight can go a little bit better for them. They just need a little bit more clear of a victory. Guard break, counter guard break coming out from Mo as Warlord and Black Prior just making sure no one's able to get back to this soldier line. Book being pressured as Mo tries to back himself up. Guard break, though, and a nice little play there from Wooden Toaster as he finds the opening, getting clear through some of those soldiers. He's going to attack Sarai from behind. With that, okay, this one looks a little bit better for Uwu Gang as they're looking decently healthy if they could just finish off this Warlord in Brutal, who's pretty close to the cliff here. They're going to chase after him, take over the B line. All right, this is finally a chance for Uwu Gang to maybe get some points, but Brutal, they still have to push him over the line first, and they have to deal with him. The soldiers get over the line, so they've now got control of B. Let's see if they can hold it.
Yeah, that was really good recognition from Mamba there, realizing that Brutal was in trouble, trying to back off, and rather than overcommit once again, he did a good job. He just immediately went for the back cap, and we'll see that C is now contested, and they're going to see if they can now turn things around and triple cap Brutals.
Yeah, this will be the moment, they lose some of that maybe discipline, they make the riskier move, and let's see if it actually pays off for them. They are very healthy, so it looks like a good opportunity to go for that triple cap, especially since they were down some points. The Corruption Blade is here, and they're backed into a little bit of a corner here. If he can actually just get the Corruption Blade on out, it'd be a good position to do so. And Brutal, okay, finally gets it out there, and he's trapped in the corner. They're going to double team him here with Quispy Queems, putting in some heavy work with that knockdown. See if they can get another punch to be able to finish him off before the Centurion comes back into play. And indeed, they do, right as the Centurion shows up. But down falls Brutal, and they're going to hold this corner onto the home point for as long as possible.
Yeah. Sinister's shield comes out. They're really struggling to win these 2v2s. I was about to comment how Uwu might be overextending, but they're doing such a good job holding this point as Brutals is trickling in. You know, they force Brutal himself back against the wall. Excellent guard break there is going to come out on to the side of Rival, and that is, man, Brutal's going to now go in by himself. I'm not sure this is a good idea. He really wants to finish this kill quickly on Quispy Queem, who is just backing off from the fight. I'm not sure he's going to be able to, though. You know, it does seem... You see a player there with 1 HP, you're hoping that it's going to be an easy kill, but unfortunately nothing is easy at this level, as Quispy Queem's doing a great job of just holding back, making sure she's not getting hit by any of these zones. Brutal, though, doing a good job fighting up against Mamba. Does manage to get rid of him, and now that guard break's going to come through, and he'll finally take back this home point, and they desperately needed that win.
Yeah, Brutal, just beautiful. Like, he doesn't, like, overreach too hard to try and get that kill. Actually identifies a really good shove off of that cliff to be able to isolate the Centurion and be able to get that kill. That being said, Uwu Gang did get a lot of points for themselves during that time. Let's see if they falter under this push, though, onto B's. Wind Toaster's already very low with the corruption on him, trying to back away. They do manage to push into breaking, but they are pushing through B very fast and are immediately going to rally. And we'll see if they hold B here, or if they opt to try and go into the opposing home point. Maybe we're just going to be holding on to A until we get into double breaking. This is an interesting situation. Yeah, it looks like they're just all going to hold on A. We're so close to double breaking. We're not going to worry about it for now.
Yeah, this is sort of the Uwu special. We saw this in the LCQ on Citadel Gate. They really are just really composed in terms of waiting for these double breaking scenarios. However, it looks like Brutals doesn't want to give them the chance. They're trying to hold them off the point and make sure they get it, but no. Brutals actually manages to break through onto the home point of Uwu Gang, and that corruption blast does come out. The phalanx in response, though, we'll see if that's enough to heal through all of this damage as Uwu Gang is really forced onto the back foot. That's going to be one player down. Brutal now hanging out on the side of the fight. We see Mo with a little bit of revenge, but he's going to be pushed off temporarily. Ooh, the drop kill is going to come in. And it looks like they're 2 points away. If they could just force them off the point for a second, that is going to be double breaking. Now in a 3v3 scenario, I can't believe they managed to bring this back.
Incredible, out of stamina, Brutal, pushed up against the cliff here. They pay for their aggression. They could have just let it go, but they tried to get in there with their tier 4s thinking they could win this fight. And instead, they're going to lose an A here, and it's just going to be left the 2 members of Brutal's Battle Battalion to be able to hold on against the 4. They're not going to be able to get back to be able to get that revive. No chance of that. Can they win 2 1v2s? That's essentially what's going to come down to in order to prevent the revenge. Mo is doing a good job here. Thrillnew finds an opening, though, with the guard break. A nice shield flip, though, coming out from Mo, but he's immediately stopped by a guard break. And, well, Mo, he's going to say good night and goodbye. Right next to Natron's corpse. He's going to fall, and Uwu Gang have a little bit of party on top of Mo and Natron's corpse. They're going to be able to take game 1. Things are looking good for Uwu Gang. The momentum's already there, and you got to be feeling for Brutal's Battle Battalion.
These guys, their composure is just next level. They're so good at identifying these situations where they can force double breaking. The game was really close the whole time. Brutal seemed to control, but I think that you really hit the nail on the head. They were too eager to push into the point and stop that double breaking from happening. Ultimately, that corruption blast came out, and it really swung the fight in the favor of Uwu Gang, even though Phalanx healed through part of it. And yeah, it was a little bit of over-eagerness perhaps to close out the game from Brutal, but Uwu Gang ultimately with that composure. The Uwu special, I think we should just call it now, because, man, they've constantly come back in these scrappy situations where they force these double-breaking scenarios.
Yeah, now they're in position to be able to close this series out potentially on Temple Garden, which they did pretty well for themselves. Again, with that kind of discipline, if they can just win that initial fight onto C, but that's where Suresu's expertise comes into.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be Temple Garden for the last time, possibly the very last match that we see. Again, this is going to be a very 2v2 heavy map. You want to win that 2v2 on C so you can control that point so you can get to mid much quicker. Nobody really cares about A too much, and we really want to see how these teams use the ledges in this map. I keep harping on it every time we come to see, but as you've continued to watch this tournament, you've seen how Warlord is such an effective pick. And one of these teams don't have a Warlord. Instead, I believe they have a Kensei. So that option is not open to them. So we'll see if that disparity in team composition actually gives Ubu Gang a loss here and Brutal Battalion their first win of this series.
Yeah, we've definitely, we've harped on it a little bit, but Brutals does seem to really want those team fight scenarios, and Uwu Gang have been thriving in these 2v2s, so it'll be very interesting to see how they come out onto this map, who will get the early advantage. I have to imagine if it's in another close situation like the last one, Uwu Gang would have a little bit of an advantage, but Brutals, they've looked so good this whole tournament. I would hate to count them out early, so let's see what happens in game number 2 on Temple Guard.
Heading into it, the difference between the Warlord and the Kensei. So Hinky, what do you think, like when you've been watching these two teams, what do you think the Kensei has really brought to them? Because I think we've seen enough flashy Warlord plays from both Chimmys as well as these guys in Brutals, a lot of ledging and stuff like that. But what about the Kensei?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Warlord, a lot of his strength in team fights is that zone attack. It's got really good range and really good recovery. But the way that Warlord shines, obviously, is in those ledge situations, and not just in ledges, but forcing people up against walls for openings. Kensei, though, does an even better job of what Warlord's trying to do mid-fight, which is just control the pace of things from the outside and really use his range to make sure he's peeling for his teammates, covering when his teammates get openings, and I think that's the strength of Kensei, especially in the 2v2s.
So it looks like to me, if like Uwu Gang can win this C point, and then it becomes that rotation battle into B, that's where the Kensei is really going to shine. And maybe we'll be able to see Wooden Toaster shine right away if they can win that 2v2 on B. But right now it's Thrillnu being pushed back against the Black Prior. Ditto of Mo. Managed to sweep him into the wall there. Nice flip from Mo as well from the attacking, revenged up Mambino as he is going hard onto Brutal right now. They've got him so low, but his revenge is going to wear out soon, and they are super low. Let's see if we can actually close it out for Mo, and he does. In fact, he even managed to get the execution. Brutal does die, but the important part is he can get the revive immediately and hold this C point.
Yeah, it does look like Uwu Gang had the slight advantage over in middle, so they're going to be forced up to A. We'll see if Brutals decides to pursue and make sure that these guys don't get a chance to heal, or if Brutal just kind of takes their slow and steady approach that they've been doing, just controlling up B and C and making sure that maybe, they don't slip up. They know they're down 0-1 right now, and they obviously want to just play solid, and I think that's what they're opting to do right now by retaking middle.
Yeah, I like the fact that Ubu Gang didn't panic either. They were both low on mid, and they're like, we're just gonna push mid and take A. We're gonna accept that, rather than trying to like rotate onto C and see if they can actually bring down Mo and take over that C point. So very disciplined on both sides here in game 2 of this Consolation match, as Thrillnu's gonna back up to A. He's gonna get a little bit of workout going up and down those stairs, while Mambino, he may get a little bit of a swim as he gets pushed down onto the water here, as Natron's looking to be able to back away. His allies maybe letting him peel on out. Meanwhile, Brutal revenged up and has Crispy Queen totally trapped here in this corner. This is absolutely brutal, no pun intended, as they do manage to slide away, but a guard break almost finishes her off. Unfortunately, there's Thrillnu back into the mix, and Crispy Queen is able to get back, start healing. Brutal's going to do something similar here.
Yeah, that was extremely good coordination between Brutal and Natron. Natron gets that knockdown with a punch, but he's on 1 HP. He knows if he throws even a light, especially if he tries to dive on him, he's going to lose his life. So instead, after the punch, ends up rolling back, and it was Brutal who came in with that dodge forward heavy to finish out that kill, as we now see, Rival getting at kill middle, and man, Brutal is just doing a really good job of staying composed and making sure they're taking control of C and B, winning these fights on middle, and ultimately they look like they're taking a much more methodical, slow approach to this one.
Yeah, certainly. Not trying to rush things too much. It has been kind of the Brutal specialty. It was only when they kind of fell apart in the discipline where they tried to go for that super aggressive move from last game that ended up spelling their downfall. So maybe just kind of like doubling down on the slow play after a misstep like that. So they just continue to just focus, holding B, not letting Uwu Gang get back into this mix whatsoever. Crispy Queens takes a big heavy from Sarai, who's been a pleasure to watch on this Warmonger, putting several teams through the paces, even if he wasn't able to do so in the finals. Oh, gets tracked down by Crispy Queens, though, as he tries to dodge away. Big sweep through of damage against the 3. Does manage to bring down Crispy Queens in a play here, but the revenge out on Mo is looking to go for Mombino. Thrill New kicked from behind by the opposing Centurion of Natron. Natron in this 2v2, nice sweep, managed to get the knockdown. Mo finishes off Mombino and will be able to sweep back into the home point to heal up. Thrill New, he's not gonna have that play, I don't think. He managed to get a nice shield flip there onto 2, but there is no escape from the hands of Brutal's Battle Battalion.
Yeah, ultimately that was Uwu Gang who really, they were the ones a little overeager. Mo was extremely low on life, and it was 3 players who tried to go after him. Ultimately, when you're ganking, you don't really want 3 tags on a player ever. That's exactly what they did. They gave Mo revenge, and that's exactly what he needed to hold on until his team was able to arrive to help him out.
Oh, Sarai showing up with the double kill there. Natron with a fully charged punch, pushing him down to the ground. Now Mombino's gonna pop back up thanks to the revenge, and will have his day. Oh, but the shield just gets taken away there. Those are Black Prior feet, right? As it quickly executes that one. It's looking pretty good for Brutal's Battle Battalion here on Temple Garden. Let's go ahead and bring in Sresu, who's been doing an excellent job for us all day in getting that bit of analysis that we need.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we're seeing just this feat disparity in play here. We already see the Oathbreaker coming out from Mo to secure that kill. And we're also seeing just a little bit of these different team fights. These guys are kind of separated, and Uwu Gang is in this position where they're not always together. They're getting ganked. One person is going down when they really shouldn't be, or is going down too early, and so everybody is in these gank situations, and we see Brutal's Battalion taking advantage of it. And we might actually see a win coming out here and going to a Game 3. I would be very, very excited to see that.
Yeah, I would too. Thank you, Suresu. It just kind of has been a repeat of Brutal's Battle Battalion winning fights and cycling back over to C. Uwu Gang has yet to really be able to break them, but maybe this is their opportunity. As they've finally taken over B, they're pushing onto the C point here. See if they can finish off Mo before the rest of the team is able to get back and hold this C point. They're trying so hard. Mombino, he's there as well, has the corruption on him though, so he's going to be forced to kind of dodge away, and he's getting closer and closer to that dangerous water point, and soon we are going to have Brutal himself probably very likely back in this mix to be able to play out. C point, yeah. Wooden Toaster, looks like Uwu Gang, they're doing all right in this fight, but it's looking a little rough as they're just not able to win it fast enough.
Yeah, it was Mo with that really solid Black Prior play, just holding things down for the Brutal squad to come in. It seemed like a really, really good rotation because Uwu Gang had just taken back control of B, so they're looking to force control back onto the C point. They're looking to force Brutals to over-rotate, but once again, Brutals just with the composure this game. They also recapped B at the same time while making sure they backed up Mo, and now, of course, we see this 3v1 scenario, the Oathbreaker coming out, and that is going to be that Brutals maintaining control of the C point and then spreading back out onto B.
Well, a little bit of silver lining with Thrill New managing to win that 1v1 on B, but he was low enough that he couldn't actually push in the B line, and it remains contested as the 3 others from Brutal's Battle Battalion cycle on in. And we are going to continue that same disciplined hold of this mid lane that Brutal's Battle Battalion have been doing pretty much all game long. Guard break, Wooden Toaster, getting some nice damage in onto the Black Prior of Mo, but Mo, fresh addition to Brutal's Battle Battalion, has been putting in some serious work, and now with the help of Brutal himself with the headbutt, they're going to finish off Wooden Toaster, and again, not letting much control over of B. The corruption being played out there onto the Warmonger as they now have the enemy into breaking. We see this is a good opportunity just to be able to isolate Thrill New, make sure Crispy Queens can't really help, and maybe get the first death of on the side of Uwu Gang. That'll give them the numbers advantage.
Yeah, you saw the unbreaking actually come out there, and now C is being contested. So currently, Brutals is not gaining any more points, although you do see them tick up above 1,000 now. So, of course, Uwu Gang is going to be breaking. Mo gets guard broken, though, and he's going to go down. We'll see if they can turn this into a comeback. However, they are going to have to take control of C if they want to come back now, and it's going down now to a 4v2 scenario as 2 players are down on the side of Uwu Gang. However, Wooden Toaster, with that excellent finish there onto Rival, is going to allow the revive at least. They'll see if they can get the other revive and really force their way back into this game. That would be extremely impressive. Mo respawning now will probably look his way toward mid to try and at least make sure that they can't unbreak.
Well, we can have Uwu Gang's special where they hold on to a point, but it's not going to be the same. No double breaking coming anytime soon. Plus, they're left in 3 against 4. So this is going to be a tough task, especially with no tier 4s unlocked. It looks like, I think we have the Fire Flask up, but the Corruption Bomb is not. So we will still have some big team fight moves left for Brutals. Uwu Gang just waiting for their fate to come. Up the stairs, here it goes. Split off on 2 sides. Thrilno immediately getting flipped into the 2 and is getting ripped apart. Boy, that was an execution and a half. Just beautiful. Mo flips him on back and then keeps on trucking. Fire Flash right into the mix of things, and that'll pretty much spell the doom of both Wooden Toaster and our last remaining member, which is Crispy Queens. So, we are indeed going to a Game 3 with Brutal Battle Battalion, evening the series up.
I was really impressed, honestly. Brutals, you know, they didn't ever overextend the entire game. They maintained control of C. They addressed that one little cheeky back-cap attempt when Uwu Gang had that opportunity after they had retaken middle, ultimately winning the team fights. And I think that's where they see that they have the advantage. They just win these 4v4 scenarios really hard. And Uwu Gang, the only time they were able to take that 4v4 was in that double breaking scenario when Brutals got a little over eager. So I'm sure Brutals in there saying, guys, let's just keep it calm. Let's play our game plan. And we know that we're better than these guys. Let's close it out and get the 2nd place.
Yeah, it's hard enough to maintain that kind of discipline and mental fortitude in a big tournament like this, but also when you've got some serious money on the line. And that's what these teams are going to be fighting for in this final game, is that prize pool between 2nd and 3rd place, $4,000 versus $2,000. Either way, you're walking home with some serious cash, but you obviously are looking for the prestige of 2nd place mixed with double the money. So we're going to be heading into Game 3 here, which I believe is going to be Overwatch to determine who's going to be taking home the differences in that. And Suresu, our last map preview, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. The last map preview, and I appreciate being able to do these map previews. And for the last time, we are going to be on Overwatch, and I hope to see that Uwu Gang doesn't relax as much. From that last game, it really looks like they kind of just relaxed a little bit and didn't really push through like they know they can. So on this point, they really have to tighten up their 2v2s, especially on C, so they can get to that midpoint or vice versa. But Brutus Battle Battalion, having that momentum, might be able to take these team fights as we have seen and, you know, complete this reverse sweep and get that prize money.
Yeah, I would have to agree, Suresu. They really looked like Uwu Gang was just a little too content to hold on to A and play A and B, and you see exactly what happens at this competitive level. You know, maybe in our pub games we can hold A and B and win the match, but that's not really the case at the level that these guys are playing at. C and B really just tend to be the points that you want to have. So hopefully they don't ease up when they have A, and they do make sure that they're pushing their advantages and also pushing back and fighting for these more important control points.
Well, then it's a good thing we are on Overwatch here, where it can get a little bit more messy and chaotic. If you do lose that initial fight, you're not just stuck with the consolation prize of A. You can actually cut right over to C and fight for that. We'll see what happens in these close quarters as we head into yet another 2v2, the final 2v2 opening parts of the Dominion series. We're going to see Mambino and Brutal battling it out. Warmonger versus Warlord. Nice flip from Mo. A counter flip from Thrill New. He says, I'll show you how to play Blackfriar. Mo, you've been doing a good job, but I am going to win this duel, sir. In fact, now he's going to get the guard break on the Warlord. They're going to win the duel. Very nicely played from Thrill New and Mambino. And they're actually going to rotate Thrill New over to see if they can help out with this B point.
Yeah, that was incredibly good awareness from Thrillnu, noticing that that flip was coming out, so he does manage to activate a flip of his own, the counter flip. It's something that you don't see super often, but we did see it there. And of course, that B fight seemed to be going Uwu Gang's way as well, as Natron is forced up onto A, being now pursued by Thrillnu and Wispy Queems. Wooden Toaster with a 1v1 down below, but it looks as though that is going to be it on the side of Natron, so unfortunately not able to even get that consolation point, and Uwu Gang pushing an early advantage with this 3-cap.
Yeah, I like that. We saw Thrillnu. He rotated out of C. I thought he was going to help with B, but he saw, like, no, you guys got this. That's a 2v1. I'm just going to go over straight over to A. Natron tried to contest him, but then as they won that B point, they rotated up to A. Now we'll see if they actually pay the price. He got pushed back, though, right onto the corner, not to the actual spikes. Mombino wasn't able to quite finish up Mo there as he would have liked. Low on stamina, it's going to take him a little bit to be able to pursue, and he thinks better of it as he gets on top of ladders. Better just to control up B, especially as the Warmonger. You've got that great clear of being able to deal with the creep wave pretty easily. Brutal, especially with him pushing it over the line time and time again. And you've got to root him out first if you want to be able to take this B point.
Yeah, Bombino taking a bit of chip damage here, sitting amidst all of these little minions. Doesn't decide to go for that counter guard break after it was whiffed by Brutal. Instead, going to rotate back over to C and heal up. And now Brutal just making sure that he controls the B point. And I think this is where they want to kind of mount their comeback here, as Uwu Gang had them triple capped. Now we go up onto A, though. Wooden Toaster in a 1v1 against Mo. Mo pursuing him because he's out of stamina, trying to keep him as low as possible. But now Wooden Toaster is back with the stamina, and it looks like Wispy Queems is coming in as well for this gank. The kick comes out, the flip comes through, but ultimately that side dodge heavy is going to give Wooden Toaster the execution, and Uwu Gang really holding on to this advantage now.
Power of the Kensei, and as you say, they are definitely holding on to big-time advantage. See Wispy Queems heading down the ladder to see if they can help out pushing in B, but they've been holding A and C so much that it feels like, you know, they'd love to be able to have some control of B, but they'll get there eventually as long as they keep on winning these side point fights. Knocked down, double hit. No, Sarai actually had the revenge, so he was able to pop that as they descended down upon him with their daggers. He says, nah, I'm going to be able to fight back here. Wispy Queems looks to be able to finish him up, but not able to do so. The revenge holds Sarai strong. He's able to stay up and at him, and unfortunately, it doesn't really have a point to be able to heal back up, so he's just going to try and push in the wave a little bit more, maybe farm some renown, but doesn't have a way to be able to reset, really.
Yeah, it looks like Wispy Queems, even though she went down middle, her teammates were sort of double boosting here, and now Wooden Toaster forced into a 1v2 on the side. Now a 3v2 breaking out onto C. This is Brutal's chance to get back into the fight as we see the Centurion diving down on top of Mamba. Mombino forced onto the ground there. Nice guard break coming in on Thrillnu. Oh, he's going to get a little block there by the environment. Unfortunate for Mo. Hopefully that doesn't shake him up too much. As this fight is breaking out here, Uwu Gang really maintaining control, and this is the fight for Brutals. I think if they don't manage to win this 3v3, they are probably going to go down as your third place. We won't say losers, consolidation matchers.
Yes, the matchers indeed, as Wispy Queems is struggling to hold on to the C point. Let's see if they could put the screws to Brutal's Battle Battalion like you were talking about, especially with Mo being so low. Mo, who's a shining light for them with the Black Prior in the previous games, is going to go down again. Wispy Queems pushing that advantage, seeing if they can just hold on to C, and they have been able to do so with the rotations coming out now. Wispy Queems is going to lend some aid here to Thrillnu on the Black Prior as they put Brutal into a corner, manage to get the guard break onto him, knocking him down with his stamina. They get a hit in, but at the same time, Sarai came in to be able to get the switch in, and Wispy Queems looks like he could be fallen, and she may lose control of C as a result. It is just a battle over C here, and maybe Teresu can give us some insight into what needs to be done. Who's going to be taking this game 3?
I really do think that we're going to see Uwu Gang run away from this. We're seeing them not be as lackadaisical as they were in the previous match. We're seeing some good positioning from Thrillnu. Right? His flip got flipped, and Mo hit the wall, and Thrillnu was able to live for just a little bit longer, and it really stalled out that fight. And now we see this continual fight, and a lot of that is because of that positioning. So I think we're going to see Uwu Gang take this home. Just want to take the quick moment to say thank you for letting me be on the broadcast, just in case this is my last time being able to chime in. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the game. I know I'm looking forward to see how it concludes.
Hey, thank you so much, Cerezo. You've been a pleasure to be able to talk to when it comes to For Honor. I've certainly learned a thing or two, and hopefully the viewers have as well. As we continue back to this fight on the seat where Wooden Toaster was popping the revenge. The Ubu gang are refusing to let go of this C point because they know they are just raking in points after points and getting closer and closer to putting Brutal's Battle Battalion into breaking. But it's going to require them to hold on just a bit longer. Natron is looking to be able to chase him out, but the Phalanx comes in from Krispy Kreme, so they're going to ensure they're holding on to the C point, and they may even be able to completely win it back as Mambino. Nope, guard break. That's not going to be the opening he hopes for. Maybe Mo is going to follow the Krispy Kremes. In fact, he does. It's just a straight dagger to the chest. The execution on top of that, making things even worse. If they can actually get themselves that 8 point back, they put them into breaking with Mambino getting another execution in there as well. So at 1,000 points with A, B, and C being held, all they have to do as we hit 1,050 is make sure that B is still in contention and C is theirs to hold.
Yeah, Brutal up on A, making sure that doesn't get taken back, because the only way that they're going to find themselves unbreaking is if they manage to push back this minion wave. However, we do see Uwu Gang push over that 1100 mark, so it looks as though this is the beginning of the end. Mo, fighting up here against Wooden Toaster, is going to try and clear the minion wave anyway, but does get guard broken. Wooden Toaster putting some damage in on him. Nice flip there from Mo, is going to put put Wooden Toaster a little bit out of position as Mambino comes in to close it out. Guard break, and that is going to be the end of Mo, perhaps the end of Mo's tournament life completely. We do see Krispy Kremes now trying to finish out this kill over here onto Brutal himself. The captain potentially going down. 1 hit point left, does end up getting that revenge though. Gets the knockdown, but I have to imagine that perhaps an Oathbreaker is going to come in, but even if not, this shield's going to come down. No, that punch is going to close things out, and it is just up to Rival, who is going to do his very best, but this is the end of the game here. Uwu Gang are your second place finishers.
Very well done by Uwu Gang, man. I can't believe they have been able to hold on to this tournament and literally win the last game of the entire tournament. That's just incredible stuff from Uwu Gang, and they're going to show off the kind of teamwork that has allowed them to be able to take so much. We do get the Corruption Blast to be able to go off from Rival here and gets it onto the 2, so he can actually take a little bit of a 1v1. He's going to go for the Corruption again, but he gets stunned up, and that is going to be that. Rival finally dies. Uwu Gang! I can't believe it, man. That's just incredible. We started off being able to talk about them and cheer them on from the beginning of the qualifiers. They look like the underdogs that just wouldn't quit, and they don't quit. They win the final game of the Dominion series here. They take second.
Absolutely. Uwu Gang going in, getting that second place, and we will see the runners up from the grand finals match go into third. Uwu just would not give up. And gentlemen and ladies, we are going straight into the NA post show. Let's talk about what we just saw. Let's talk about our whole day. Don't go anywhere, because we have an entire day of For Honor to wrap up right about now. And here we are, the end of our journey, months in the making, the Dominion series coming to you live from E-Star Studio in Las Vegas. Whew, what a journey it has been. Absolutely, what a monster amount of battling that we have seen. But we have everything we need. The crown champions of EU and NA. We have set out to complete our mission we started long ago in, I believe, October, to find the best Dominion players in the game For Honor. We failed to find Dobiny, unfortunately. That was my main goal. Still missing out there, Big D. But, gentlemen, let's talk about what we saw here today. Uwu! Let's go to Uwu, for gosh sakes.
It's amazing stuff. I think this tournament is super fun to cast, and it ended off with quite the bang. As with this finals in the Dominion series, we got to see Chimmys, finally be able to show why they were claimed to be the best team in NA in a super dominant fashion. But at the same time, we also got to see, the underdogs in Uwu Gang managed to just climb back in all the way into these finals and play that consolation match that ends up getting them second. I couldn't ask for a better way to finish up the tournament, honestly.
Yeah, I never thought that I would be a grown man chanting ooh woo, but here we are now at the end of Dominion series, and that's exactly what happened. It was just really a pleasure to watch, honestly, this entire tournament. Since this game came out, I've really thought that there was a ton of competitive potential. The gameplay is finally, I think, up to where it needs to be for it to really be a balanced, fun experience, and it's a really cool spectator experience, I think, as well. So I'm just happy to see sort of the fresh new beginning of For Honor Esports, and hopefully we see some more tournaments in the future.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our tournament that we just had, my friend. Chimmys crowned champion of North America. And in case you missed it in EU, Nemesis crowned over there. So what a day. Uwu Gang showing their strength, coming back. And we now have to wait to see if anyone out there will ever be able to challenge the Chimbos. Gentlemen, here's some highlights from Chimmy's great journey up here. So, Hinky, tell me about these games.
Yeah, I mean, Chimmys, they were just dominant. They had a couple slip-ups a little bit early, especially against Brutals, but ultimately it was the experience of every member of that squad coming into play, making sure that, even when they got into these super disadvantaged situations, they got triple capped a couple times, they were able to come back strong. And what we're watching is, of course, their match against Brutals. Shigs winning his 1v1 here, getting that guard break up against the wall, and Chimmys, we set them up to be the number 1 in NA at the start. It looked like it might be Brutals, but they came back and proved us all wrong for sure.
Yeah, they certainly did. We're going to see, just fight after fight. It looked like Chimmys was just getting better as the tournament went on, even as with the finals going on. They went from game 2 into a utterly dominant game 3, where they just had full control over C for so long. We're gonna watch Scorebrand dice some people up, and they finished off this Temple Garden map. You could see they're just playing into Brutal's Battle Battalion the entire time. They're just never, if they get onto B, they're not allowed to leave B ever. They never get back to their home point to be able to heal up. It's just Chimmys completely outclassing everybody else in this tournament.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and you see the stats here. 195 takedowns, 37 objectives, and only 64 deaths. Just these guys, you can't say enough about them. A lot of them champions, even in 1v1 tournaments, 2v2 tournaments. Very experienced players here, and this is what we expected out of them. There was a little bit of a slip-up, in the original qualifying tournament, but we really expected to see this kind of play, and it's exactly what we got. It feels a little disrespectful to call them the Nemesis of North America, but that's kind of the position they're in for sure.
Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, the time has finally come. Months and months of work, so much For Honor. It's about time we wrap this bad boy up. So, Cap, I'll give the floor to you. What would you like to say after all of this time?
I would like to say thank you to the For Honor community. You guys have been incredibly welcoming. I've been pretty open that, I didn't have any For Honor experience coming into this. I just tried to play as much as I could and learn about the game. And I've been talking to players who have been extremely helpful. Shout out to everybody in the community who's gone out of the way to help make this tournament just a bit better. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I would agree, and I want to shout out eStars and Ubi as well, who have definitely supported not only just For Honor Esports, but allowing me to come back and cast this. It was an honor, and I really, once again, just echoing what you said, I want to shout out the community who've all, they've been in my stream chat, giving me tips, making sure that I knew all the ins and outs of the game. I came back after a long break, and the community is so warm and welcoming. People talk about toxicity, this and that, but I think the core community, they're so supportive, and I really just want to shout out the community for being supportive of me in being able to come back, being an analyst and a caster. It's been a ton of fun. So thank you guys very much.
All right, and that will just about do it. Guys, if you enjoyed this show, Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for your support. And to let people know, For Honor deserves it. It's a hell of an esport. It's a ton of fun to watch. Quit picking Griffins in my games. I can't beat you. You could do that for me, community. Love you, boys. Thank you, Ubisoft. Thank you, eStar Studio. Thank you to our talent. Thank you to our teams. And we'll see you hopefully one day again. That's it for us. Bye.